Chapter 147. Qin Feiyang glanced at the solemn Fatso and couldn't help laughing secretly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He took out a palm-sized iron box from his arms and opened the lid. 15 supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately, Lu Hong's eyes lit up, and she was very eager. Qin Feiyang took out 6 pills and handed them to Elder Wan and the beautiful woman. The two were stunned. Wasn't it 50-50? They should be given 3 pills. But now, how could he give them 6 supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills? Thank you, seniors, for helping us out just now, Qin Feiyang said gratefully. Although Elder He and the other two had no evidence of them robbing the medicinal field, if Elder Wan and the beautiful woman were not present today, he, Fatso, and Lu Hong would still be finished. Hearing this, Elder Wan and the other two finally understood. The beautiful woman pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect you to know how to repay kindness. Qin Feiyang was helpless. It seemed that he had repaid those who had helped him, right? For example, Zhao Shuang, and Luo Qingzhu, who had helped him in Black Bear City, he had also given them 2 perfect martial arts. As for Luo Xiong, Feng Cheng, and Elder Mo, there was no chance now. When there was a chance in the future, he would also thank the 3 of them properly. The beautiful woman shook her head and smiled. Okay, don't look wronged. I was just joking. We'll take the pills. You're on your own. Don't provoke the Danwang Hall again. Okay. Qin Feiyang and the other two nodded. Putting away the iron box, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Seniors, these 4 bear paws are all fresh. Why don't you leave some to eat? Elder Wan's face twitched. These days, it was really comfortable. The 2 of them were of high status and noble status. Naturally, it was impossible for them to really stay and eat bear paws. After saying a few words to the 3, he flew away. Shizheng did not join in the fun and returned to the balcony to continue cultivating. As soon as Shizheng left, Qin Feiyang's face sank. He said in a low voice, the Danwang Hall will definitely not let this matter rest. In the future, it's best if you don't leave the Martial Imperial Hall alone. Are we going to hide like this forever? Lu Hong was a little hesitant. Qin Feiyang said, if you don't want to hide, then work hard to cultivate. When your strength reaches their level, who can do anything to you? Alas. Lu Hong sighed softly. She sat by the fire and lowered her head in silence. Qin Feiyang glanced at her, then looked at Fatso and said, I'm warning you now, don't mess around in the Martial Imperial Palace. Otherwise, we won't have a place to stay in Yen City. Fat Lord knows. Fatso nodded and said with some lingering fear, just now, old dog, he wanted to check the ancient castle. I'm afraid that Fatso was badly frightened. Qinkuan bags can be hidden everywhere. He won't dare to take the risk. Qin Feiyang sneered. Fatso asked, then, do you think he'll really send the 10 sets of red flame-colored glass pellets here? Qin Feiyang shook his head. As a dignified elder of the Pill Emperor Hall, as well as a combat emperor, it's impossible for him to renege on his debt. He wouldn't be able to afford to lose face like this. After you guys finish eating the bear paw, do me a favor. Lu Hong sighed, I'm not in the mood to eat bear paws. Tell me, what favor? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, there are too many things in my Qinkuan bag. I haven't had the time to organize them. Help me count them later. No problem. Also, organize those herbs. Fatso smiled evilly. He grabbed a bear paw and ate it with relish. His mouth was greasy. You can eat so much. No wonder you're so fat. Lu Hong looked at him with disdain and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. She seemed to have something to say, but she didn't know how to say it. Qin Feiyang saw through her thoughts at a glance and said lightly, I will consider giving you the best red flame-colored glass pellet. Thank you. Lu Hong was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Although it wasn't confirmed yet, there was still hope. Qin Feiyang couldn't give it to her now. After all, this woman still didn't know his true identity, let alone her reaction after knowing his true identity. So, he needed to observe carefully. He didn't want to cultivate a future enemy. After eating a few pieces of bear paw meat, Qin Feiyang took the remaining bear paw and led Fatso into the attic and then into the castle. Wolf King had always been thinking about the bear paw. As soon as Qin Feiyang entered the castle, it got up and held it in its mouth, lying on the side and eating with relish. That morning, Elder he asked someone to send 10 sets of red flame-colored glass pellets medicinal materials. Qin Feiyang also immediately refined the elixir. In this way, plus the 9 that he already had, there were a total of 19. Even if he deducted the 5 from the treasure pavilion, there were still 14. At the same time, Fatso and Lu Hong also tidied up their chinquan bags. Knowing the result, Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. There were more than 2 million gold coins. All kinds of medicinal materials added together, there were more than 500,000 stocks. Of course, the medicinal materials of the 10,000 sets of healing pills and bone-replenishing pills were not included, otherwise there would be more. As for the weapons, elixirs and so on that were plundered from the treasury under the city lord's mansion, the number was also quite astonishing. Next, Fatso and Lu Hong went outside to cultivate. Qin Feiyang refined 1,000 healing pills, 1,000 bone-replenishing pills, and continued to copy the return formula. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Early in the morning, there was a sea of people in front of the gate of the Martial Imperial Hall. The sound of discussion was overwhelming. They naturally came to line up to receive the elixir. In order to line up at the front, some people came yesterday. There were people from all walks of life. The disciples of the Martial Imperial Hall, the disciples of the Lin family, the people of other families, the people of the palace, the waiters of the restaurant and so on. At first, it was very calm. Everyone waited in line. But as the number of people increased, disputes also began. Although due to the rules of Yen City, they did not dare to fight openly, but some dishonest people, relying on their strength, threatened and forced to cut the line. As a last resort, the middle-aged man stationed in the reception hall could only stand up to maintain order. This action puzzled all the tycoons in Swallow City. They did not understand, what exactly was Qin Feiyang selling in the gourd. So, the spies of various forces were mixed in the crowd, inquiring about the news. Dozens of meters away, 2 middle-aged men in tattered clothes, with disheveled hair and dirty faces, stood under a big tree, looking at the gate of the Martial Imperial Hall from afar. Their eyes flashed coldly. When the sun rose, a man and a woman walked out of the Martial Imperial Hall. But it was not Qin Feiyang. It was Fatso and Lu Hong. "Greetings, Elder Chu." The two stopped beside the middle-aged man and bowed. "Hurry up and send them away." Elder Chu waved his hand impatiently. The two nodded and turned to look at the crowd. Lu Hong took out a chinquan bag and handed it to Fatso. The place instantly quieted down. Fatso held the chinquan bag high, glanced at the crowd one by one, and was about to speak. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something, and looked at a certain place. It was the 2 middle-aged men under the big tree. But after a quick glance, he looked away, but a flash of light flashed in his eyes. At first, he glanced at them and found that the two were a little strange. Although they were dressed in tattered clothes, they gave people the illusion that they were cranes in a flock of chickens. So, he took a special look again. With this look, he found something fishy. The two were actually avoiding his eyes. They seemed to have a guilty conscience. And the most obvious point. Everyone present was here for the elixir. When they saw Lu Hong take out the chinquan bag, they were very excited. But the two men, let alone being excited, didn't have any expression on their dirty faces. Obviously, it didn't make sense. Fatso whispered, "Lu Hong, be careful of the 2 men under the tree." Lu Hong glanced at the two men intentionally and said, "You suspect that there's something wrong with them?" "I don't know if there's anything wrong, but it's always good to be cautious," Fatso whispered. Lu Hong nodded imperceptibly and secretly paid attention to it. Although Fatso was a little despicable, his eyesight was quite accurate. Fatso smiled and said, "I believe that Fat Lord doesn't need to say what's in the Chinkuan bag. Everyone knows. Now, all of you prick up your ears and listen to Fat Lord clearly. Everyone will get one. Don't fight, and don't cut in line. Otherwise, you won't get anything. Those who get the elixir, remember to thank my Jiang Lauda. Those who didn't get the elixir today, don't be discouraged. There will be another chance next time. It's starting." As soon as Fatso finished speaking, the person standing at the front quickly ran over and said with a flattering smile, "Fat Lord, I want a healing elixir. Come and get the healing elixir from me." Lu Hong took out another Chinkuan bag, took out an elixir, and handed it to the person. "There are elixir patterns and it's shining. It's really a supreme grade elixir." That person ran away excitedly as if he had found a treasure. Hearing that, everyone's hearts were burning and they couldn't wait to run over. At the same time, the two middle-aged men under the tree blended into the crowd and gradually approached the fatty and the young man. Fatso was paying attention to them at all times. His eyes suddenly widened as he shouted, "What are you two trying to do? Line up at the back." The two of them stopped in their tracks. A sharp light flashed in their eyes as they retreated to the back of the line. "There really is a problem," Fatso sneered secretly. Half an hour later, the 2,000 elixirs had finally been distributed. And now, it was the two middle-aged men's turn. Fatso shook his Chinkuan bag, grinned at the two of them, and said, "You two, I'm sorry, but please come earlier next time." The two of them looked at each other, killing intent surging in their eyes. Boom. Next, they punched towards Fatso and Lu Hong. On their fists, there was actually a layer of battle chi. At such a close distance, they thought that they would be able to capture them easily. However, just as they were about to make their move, Fatso and Lu Hong retreated at the same time. "Your sister, you're actually a war king," Fatso roared, his face pale. After missing their target, the two men's eyes darkened and they quickly pounced again. Elder Chu raised his eyebrows and reacted. He hurriedly stepped in front of Fatso and Lu Hong and clenched his fists. He was too hasty and didn't even have time to activate his battle chi before he fiercely collided with the two men. Bang! Thump! Elder Chu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. His face instantly turned pale. "Who are you? You actually dare to come to my martial imperial palace to kill people?" Chapter 148. The situation was bad. The two of them turned around decisively and with a few leaps, they landed at the back of the crowd and fled without looking back. "You want to leave? Not so easy." Elder Chu was furious and chased after them with a torrential aura. Fatso patted his chest and said with lingering fear, "That was close. Thankfully, we discovered that they were up to no good and were on our guard. Otherwise, we would have been dead this time." Lu Hong was shocked as well. Fatso frowned. "Why isn't Manager Li of Precious Treasure Pavilion here yet?" Lu Hong said, "I don't feel safe staying here. We should hurry back. If Manager Li doesn't see us when he arrives, he'll naturally head to Soothing Lake." "That's good too." Fatso nodded. However, just as they turned around, two men in black suddenly leaped out from the crowd, each holding a 3-foot-long sword that shone coldly as they stabbed towards the backs of the two of them. "There's more." Fatso and Elder Chu's expressions changed. It was not one group of people, it was two groups of people. The swords pierced their backs. The two of them could not dodge at all. Shoo! At that critical moment, two resplendent battle chis tore through the air like lightning and entered the back of the heads of the two men in black. "Ah!" Accompanied by a tragic cry, the two of them fell into a pool of blood on the spot. Fatso and Elder Chu were shocked. They turned around hurriedly and saw a white-haired old man flying over from the void. Looking at the two men in black, they were already dead. The two of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The fatty walked over and flipped the two people over. They were also middle-aged men, but their faces were very unfamiliar. He had never seen them before. The white-haired old man landed opposite Fatso and Elder Chu, like a divine light. Fatso asked hurriedly, "Senior, are you Manager Lee of Precious Treasure Pavilion?" "That's right." Manager Lee nodded. Fatso complained, "Why are you only here now? We've been waiting for so long and we were almost killed." "I'm sorry, I've been too busy recently. If it weren't for my subordinate reminding me just now, I would have forgotten about it." Manager Lee had an apologetic look on his face. He did not put on any airs of a battle emperor. He was very humble and easygoing. "Forget?" Fatso was speechless. Manager Lee lowered his head and glanced at the two men in black. He immediately frowned. Fatso asked, "Senior, do you know him?" "Never seen him before." Manager Lee shook his head. "Even you haven't seen him before?" Fatso was surprised. Steward Lee shook his head and smiled. "There are millions of people in Swallow City. How can this old man have the time to get to know each and every one of them? Moreover, these two people are only martial arts great masters." At this moment, when Elder Chu returned, his face was filled with anger. When he saw Steward Lee, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Steward Lee," without waiting for Manager Lee to respond. He then looked at the two men in black and asked in surprise, "What's going on here?" Fatso said, "They also came to assassinate us. Fortunately, Manager Lee came in time and saved our lives." "Bastard." Elder Chu was furious. Lu Hong asked, "Elder Chu, where are the two battle kings? We didn't catch up and didn't see their faces clearly." Elder Chu was a little angry. "Then do you know them?" Fatso pointed at the two men lying on the ground. Elder Chu looked at the two men and tried hard to recall for a moment. He shook his head and said, "I don't remember, but you should have guessed which faction they belong to, right?" Fatso sneered, "Who else could it be other than the Danwang Hall?" Manager Lee shook his head and said, "No, even if the Danwang Hall sent people to kill you, they wouldn't send two groups of people, let alone two martial arts great masters to die." "Senior, do you mean that they are not in the same group?" Lu Hong was surprised. Manager Lee said, "They are definitely not in the same group, but as for which faction they belong to, I don't dare to jump to conclusions." "Right, where is that brat Jiang Haotian?" Fatso laughed and said, "Jiang Laoda is in seclusion and asked us to send the pills to you." Jiang Laoda also asked me to ask you, how much is one image crystal? This, Manager Lee thought for a while and asked, "How much does he want?" 5. Fatso said. "So much." Manager Lee was dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly and said, "He wants 5 at once. He really has too much money and nowhere to spend it." Fatty said proudly, "Hee, my boss doesn't have much now, but he has a lot of money." "Ah." Manager Lee was stunned. He then shook his head and laughed, saying, "How about this, since we are so close, I won't ask for a sky-high price. For one image crystal, I will sell it to him for 5 million gold coins." "What?" Fatso staggered in shock. 5 million for one? So expensive? 5, wouldn't that be 25 million gold coins? Lu Hong was also dumbfounded. Although they all knew that image crystals were expensive, they didn't expect it to be so expensive. 25 million gold coins, for that brat Jiang Haotian, shouldn't be much, right? Manager Lee said with a smile. Fatso's face twitched, and he said with a smile, "This may be a little difficult. Can it be cheaper?" "No, 5 million is already a friendship price. If it is cheaper, I will lose money." Manager Lee shook his head. Lu Hong asked, "How much can a top-grade red fire glass pill be sold for?" This, Manager Lee thought for a while and shook his head. "It hasn't been auctioned, so I don't know for the time being. But the price is definitely not cheap. Lu Hong took out an iron box and handed it to Manager Li. She smiled faintly and said, "There are 10 top-grade scarlet fire-colored glass pills here. 5 of them are yours. As for the other 5, Jiang Haotian hopes that you can help auction them off." Manager Li received the iron box hurriedly and opened it. Instantly, his old eyes shone brightly. Lu Hong said, "Jiang Haotian also said that he can exchange them for image crystals after the auction." Manager Li smiled. "No problem, I'll arrange it in the next couple of days." As they conversed, Elder Chu squatted on the ground and searched the bodies of the 2 people. All of a sudden, his eyes were filled with shock as he dug out 2 blood-colored badges from the robes of the 2 people. The front of both badges were engraved with 3 scarlet words. Blood-killing badge. On the back, there was a menacing skull that looked exceptionally terrifying. When Manager Li noticed it, he said hurriedly, "Hurry, let me take a look." Elder Chu passed it to him hurriedly. Keeping the iron box, Manager Li grabbed the blood-colored badge and looked at it carefully before frowning. "Strange, why haven't I heard of this blood-killing badge before?" Fatso asked, "Could there be a mysterious faction hidden in Yan County?" "That's impossible. The royal family, Precious Treasure Pavilion, Danwang Hall and Martial Imperial Palace are all over every corner of Yan County. If there's truly a mysterious faction, they won't be able to escape our eyes. I'll take this badge with me. I'll help you guys investigate it when I have the time." Manager Li smiled. "Thank you, Senior." Fatso and Elder Chu bowed in gratitude. Shoo! Manager Li soared into the air, turning into a streak of light that sped into the distance. Fatso retracted his gaze and looked at the other badge in Elder Chu's hand, smiling. "Elder, can you give me that blood-killing badge? I want to show it to Jiang Lao Da." Elder Chu tossed it to him. "After you see it, bring it to Elder Wan and Elder Ji. Let them take a look as well." "All right." Fatso nodded and took the blood-killing badge. He raised his head and looked at the crowd outside the gate, still in shock. "Disperse. We'll come back next month." "Fat Lord, can you tell us why Jiang Haotian is giving us pills for free?" "Yeah, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world." "Does he have a motive?" Someone in the crowd asked. They were the spies of the major factions. The fatty raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "You people are really measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Let me tell you, Boss Jiang is purely being kind. If you continue to doubt him, then from now on, we will cancel the distribution of pills." As soon as he said that, those who asked questions immediately became the target of public criticism. The others stared at them angrily. "Don't cancel it. We were wrong. We won't doubt him anymore." Those people quickly apologized. What a joke. If they doubted Jiang Haotian, they would be going against the entire city. Even if they had major factions behind them, they wouldn't dare to go against everyone present. Humph. Fatso snorted and turned to leave with Lu Hong. In fact, they didn't know Qin Feiyang's motive. Therefore, the spies of the major factions were destined to return without success. Back at the soothing lake, Lu Hong continued to cultivate. Fatso entered the castle and reported everything to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised when the blood-killing badge was mentioned. He took the badge from Fatso and looked at it repeatedly for a while. But he couldn't find any information about the blood-killing badge in his memory. Qin Feiyang pondered and asked, "How was Lu Hong's performance?" When she took out the 10 red fire-colored glass pills, Fat Lord didn't see any greed on her face. "There should be no problem," Fatso said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "We can't let down our guard. We have to continue to observe. Leave it to Fat Lord." Fatso patted his chest hard, then rubbed his hands and smiled. "Jiang Laoda, didn't you say last time that you would give me a perfect martial skill?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Go and prepare 2 bamboo slips." "Thank you, Jiang Laoda." You are so good to Fat Lord. Fat Lord, give yourself to you. Fatso was overjoyed. Don't. Stay away from me. Qin Feiyang hurriedly pushed him away, goosebumps all over his body. Fatso laughed and took out 2 bamboo slips, pen and ink, and placed them neatly beside the iron book. Qin Feiyang also gave Fatso the martial skills of heart-locking fist and returned to origin steps. After the martial skills, Fatso happily took the blood-killing badge and went to find Elder Wan and the beautiful woman. Blood-killing badge, Danwang Hall, is there any connection between the two? Qin Feiyang fell into deep thought. Danwang Hall. Meeting Hall. 2 middle-aged men stood in front of Jia He, trembling with fear. Jia He stared at the 2 of them angrily, his body full of hostility, and shouted, "You are battle kings, and you can't even kill 2 martial masters. Don't you feel ashamed?" The 2 of them trembled and hurriedly said, "Elder, please give us another chance. We will definitely not fail again." Jia He said, "All right, I will give you another chance. If you succeed, you will be the next law enforcement elder. But if you fail, I will kill you. While you are at it, go and investigate the background of the other group of people." He added. Chapter 149. I've finally broken through. In a cultivation room in the Martial Imperial Hall. Ling Yunfei opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out. "I remember when we first met in Black Bear City, Qin Feiyang and I were both 4-star martial masters. But now, he's already an 8-star martial master. However, as long as I take this top-grade red fire-colored glass pill, I can catch up with him." He muttered to himself, took out a jade box, opened the lid, and a fiery red pill appeared. Without any hesitation, he threw the pill into his mouth. A moment later, his aura rose again and again. In the end, it stopped at an 8-star martial master. "Thank you, Qin Feiyang." After muttering to himself, he got up and left the cultivation room. When he came to the door of the cultivation hall, a deacon elder smiled and said, "Ling Yunfei, Elder One wants you to go to his place after you come out of seclusion." "Thank you for telling me." Ling Yunfei cupped his hands and went to the law enforcement hall with a trace of suspicion. The law enforcement hall was the residence of Elder Wan and the beautiful woman. Dong dong. Ling Yunfei stood in front of a door on the 2nd floor and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Elder Wan's voice came from inside. Ling Yunfei pushed the door open and entered. Elder Wan was sitting at the desk, looking down at a blood-colored token. It was the blood-killing token that Fatso sent to him. Seeing that it was Ling Yunfei, he put down the blood-killing token and said with a smile, "It's you, close the door." After Ling Yunfei closed the door, he walked to the desk, bowed, and asked, "Elder, why are you looking for me?" Elder Wan smiled and said, "I want to ask you a question." "Question?" Ling Yunfei was puzzled. Elder Wan said, "Is your father called Ling Feng?" Ling Yunfei's heart trembled as he asked, "Elder, how did you know?" Elder Wan smiled and said, "This old man saw that you and Ling Feng looked very similar, and both of you are from Black Bear City's Ling family, so I went to ask Ling, Sure enough, she told me that your father is called Ling Feng." "Elder, do you know my father?" Ling Yunfei was bewildered. Elder Wan nodded his head and smiled, "Your father was once a disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall. Furthermore, he was as talented as you. Back then, he was rather outstanding amongst the younger generation." "I see." Ling Yunfei suddenly understood. However, he didn't seem to be very surprised. It was as if he already knew all of this. Elder Wan sighed, "Yunfei, Ling has already told me about your father's death. As the enforcement elder of the Martial King Hall, I am deeply sorry for not being able to protect my disciples." Ling Yunfei said, "Elder's words are too serious. If your father didn't die, I'm afraid he would have already become a war king. To tell you the truth, this old man called you here to ask, did your father tell you anything before he died?" Elder Wan asked. "My father died before I was even born." Ling Yunfei was a little disappointed. Elder Wan frowned, and said, what about your mother? Did she say anything to you? Ling Yunfei shook his head. That's impossible. Elder Wan frowned and waved his hand. You can leave first. Cultivate well and don't let your father down. This disciple will take his leave. Ling Yunfei cupped his hands and turned to leave. After walking out of the door, he turned around to look at the law enforcement hall, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. Then he went straight to the calm Heart Lake and saw Fatso and Lu Hong sparring by the lake. He quietly walked over and teased, when did the two of you become so close? Ah. The two of them were shocked and turned their heads to look. Fuck, you gave me a fright. Fatso patted his chest and laughed. Ling brat, come, practice with Fat Lord. You? Ling Yunfei looked at Fatso and shook his head. I'm not free, where's Jiang Haotian? Oh, you're looking down on Fat Lord? Take this. Fatso let out a strange cry, his 5 fingers bent, but when he got close to Ling Yunfei, his 5 bent fingers suddenly clenched into a fist, and punched towards Ling Yunfei's chest. Heartlock killing fist. Ling Yunfei's eyes narrowed, and hurriedly punched out. And he didn't even use the true chi. Bang! The two of them punched each other, and Fatso's body shook as he retreated. How could this be? Fatso's face was filled with disbelief. You've just practiced the Heartlock killing fist, and you haven't even crossed the threshold. What are you showing off for? Ling Yunfei despised him. Fatso snorted unhappily and asked, has your cultivation become stronger again? I just broke through to 8-star martial master. Ling Yunfei grinned. 8-star martial master? Fatso was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses and said angrily, bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Cut the crap, I'm going to find Jiang Haotian, you two continue to cultivate your relationship. Ling Yunfei smiled evilly and turned to run to the attic. Cultivate relationship? Fatso and Lu Hong were stunned, then looked at each other at the same time and said disdainfully, you? At the same time, they looked away, crossed their arms, and looked unhappy. In the castle, Qin Feiyang imitated the return formula and asked, what's the matter? Yes. Ling Yunfei, who was standing behind him, nodded. Qin Feiyang said, speak. Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice, do you still remember that my mother was imprisoned by the Ling family? The reason was that my dead father told my mother something. Qin Feiyang suddenly became interested. He stopped imitating and turned to look at Ling Yunfei. Ling Yunfei said, my father used to be a disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall. Once, he went out alone to train and entered a very strange place. He was seriously injured there, and even his cultivation was crippled. So, you were lying to me before? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. He clearly remembered that Ling Yunfei had told him that his father was seriously injured in the Black Bear Mountain. Ling Yunfei hurriedly said, no, at that time, I was also kept in the dark. I only knew the truth after my mother escaped. Qin Feiyang said, then what is the truth? Back then, after my father escaped from that place, because his cultivation was crippled, he did not return to the Martial Imperial Hall. Instead, he returned to Black Bear City. But on the way back to Black Bear City, because his injuries were too serious, he fainted in front of a village. The people in that village were kind enough to save my father's life. It was when he was recuperating in that village that my father met my mother. My mother was in charge of taking care of him at that time. After a while, they gradually fell in love with each other. Not long after, they got married. However, for some reason, my father's injuries kept repeating and could not be healed. Until one day, it began to worsen. Seeing that his health was deteriorating day by day, my father began to worry because he had not given my mother a status. And at that time, my mother was already pregnant with me. My father also wanted to give me a better environment to grow up in. The Black Bear City's Ling family was undoubtedly the first choice. So my father decided to bring my mother back to the Ling family, hoping that the Ling family would take good care of us. But my father did not expect that not only did the Ling family not take care of my mother and me, they even bullied and humiliated us for more than 10 years. Ling Yunfei finished in one breath, his eyes full of hatred. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. The fate of this family was truly tragic. He asked, "Your second uncle treated you like this because of that strange place?" "That's right. Because of the long journey, my father's body was very weak. After returning to the Ling family, he passed away that night. On the night of the vigil, my mother was beside my father's coffin and muttered something about that strange place. My second uncle happened to hear it. My second uncle began to interrogate her. But my mother kept her mouth shut. Second uncle was flustered and exasperated, so he imprisoned my mother and announced to the public that my mother had returned to her parents' home. In the end, my mother's family and the other people in the village were also killed by my second uncle because of this matter." Ling Yunfei clenched his fists tightly, his teeth chattering non-stop. Qin Feiyang was somewhat incredulous. What exactly was in that strange place? So much so that Ling Yunfei's second uncle would use such unscrupulous means to get the information out of Lu Ji's mouth? Ling Yunfei said, "According to my mother, there are large amounts of treasures in that place, but it is extremely dangerous. Once you enter, you will definitely die." Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is that place?" Ling Yunfei said, "In the extreme north of Star Moon City, there is a desolate desert, and that place is at the end of the desert." Star Moon City. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "You told me this because you want to go there?" "Yes, I want to go and see what the place that killed my father is like. And what treasures are hidden there." Ling Yunfei nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he said, "You have this ancient castle and Changshui. I believe that we should be able to get away safely. Moreover, it is best that we set off immediately." "Why?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Ling Yunfei said in a low voice, "Because Elder One also asked me about this before. I think he also wants to know the location of that place." Even Elder One was asking about it? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be tempted. He asked, "That place, other than your father, who else knows about it?" Ling Yunfei shook his head, "Definitely no one else. Otherwise, Elder Wan and the others would have already gone there and wouldn't have come to ask me now." Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded, "All right, we will set off in 5 days." "Why 5 days?" Ling Yunfei didn't understand. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to refine some healing pills and bone replenishing pills, and I have already asked Manager Li to help me buy the image crystal. With the image crystal, it will be much more convenient." "That's true." Ling Yunfei nodded. But now, the biggest problem was getting out of the city. The vicinity of the Martial Imperial Hall was constantly being monitored. Once they walked out of the Martial Imperial Hall, it was equivalent to walking into a grave. Moreover, Shi Zhang was following them closely. It would be difficult to sneak out. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "These few days, go around and see if there is a shortcut out of the city. Also, find 2 illusion pills, just in case." "Okay." Ling Yunfei nodded. Chapter 150. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Qin Feiyang grabbed a Qinkuan bag and left the castle, feeling a little tired. For 5 days and nights, he refined pills without stopping. In total, he refined 9,000 healing pills and 9,000 bone replenishing pills. A total of 18,000 pills. On average, he refined 1 pill every 20 breaths. For him, this was already his limit. He pushed open the door and walked out of the attic. A gust of cold wind swept over, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The sky was also filled with a layer of dense clouds. It was now the winter solstice. The weather had gradually turned cold. The cold wind was biting cold, blowing on people's faces like sharp blades, causing pain on their skin. Da-da. Fatso and Lu Hong ran down from the 2nd floor. Both of them had added a thick layer of clothing. Fatso chuckled and said, "Fat Lord thought that someone had broken in. So it's you, boss." Lu Hong walked out of the attic, looked at the hazy sky, and said, "This damn weather." It was quite warm a few days ago, but the temperature suddenly dropped. It will probably start snowing next month. Qin Feiyang smiled. He turned around and entered the room. After closing the door, he handed the Qingquan bag to Lu Hong and instructed, "During the time I'm not here, distribute medicinal pills to everyone on time." Letting Lu Hong take care of the pills was actually a test for her. "Okay." Lu Hong nodded and said, "Wait, what do you mean? You're leaving?" Fatso also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "Shoo." Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture and said in a low voice, "Ling Yunfei and I are going to Xingyue City. Don't tell anyone. If anyone asks, just say that I'm cultivating in the castle." "Why are you going to Xingyue City? Is there something good going on?" "Jiang Laoda, why didn't you bring Fat Lord along when there's something good?" "You're too disloyal." Lu Hong looked puzzled. Fatty's face was filled with dissatisfaction. "If I say it's suicide, will you still go?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Fatso and solemnly instructed, "Remember, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to leave the Martial Imperial Hall. In addition, you will spread the news tomorrow that mortals have priority when it comes to collecting pills in the future." "For mortals?" Fatso and Li Tianlan looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. "Just do as I say. Also, change the distribution from once a month to once every 10 days. As for why I'm doing this, you'll know in the future." Qin Feiyang didn't explain much and asked, "Has Manager Li delivered the image crystal?" "Not yet. That old thing is very treacherous. I heard from the martial arts hall's disciples that he only auctioned one supreme-grade red fire-colored glass elixir every day in order to raise the price." Fatso spoke in disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "This is very normal. How much was the transaction price?" Fatso thought for a moment and said, 1 million on the first day, 4 million on the second day, 2 million on the third day, 3 million yesterday. Today's result is not out yet, but it should not be lower than 4 million. So little? Qin Feiyang frowned. In this way, 5 supreme-grade red fire-colored glass elixirs would only be slightly more than 20 million. Only 4 image crystals could be purchased. This is still considered little. Fatso and Li Tianlan were speechless. An ordinary red fire-colored glass elixir would be auctioned for around 1 million. It was 4 times more than that. What else did you want? Besides, 4 million gold coins, even the top clans in Yen City would feel the pinch for half a day. Don't look at me like that. Who doesn't want more money? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two and walked out of the pavilion. He came to Shi Zheng's downstairs and smiled, "Elder, can I trouble you to make a trip to the treasure pavilion?" "Why are you going to the treasure pavilion?" Shi Zheng was puzzled. Qin Feiyang laughed, "Help me get the image crystals, a total of 4. The remaining gold coins will be your reward for your hard work." Shi Zheng hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay, but you are not allowed to run around. Other than the Martial Imperial Palace, where else can I go?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Shi Zheng smiled, jumped down, and quickly left. Qin Feiyang was about to enter the house when Ling Yunfei ran over and asked, "Are you ready?" Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Now we only lack the image crystals, what about you? Have you found a shortcut?" Ling Yunfei shook his head, "There are no shortcuts. On the 4 walls, there are black armored guards of the royal family guarding. If we climb over the wall, we will definitely be intercepted, so we can only go out through the city gate." "Open and above board?" Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. "What are you going to do?" Fatso came over and looked at the two sneakily. "It has nothing to do with you, mind your own business." Ling Yunfei glared at him, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I have also prepared the illusion pills. Let's just wait until midnight and find a chance to sneak out." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said helplessly, "That's the only way now." More than 2 hours later, Shi Zheng finally returned. He took out 4 image crystals from his Qingquan bag and placed them on the tea table. Ling Yunfei, Fatso, and Lu Hong immediately surrounded him, their eyes flashing with a strange light. It was the first time they had seen the image crystals. Qin Feiyang was much calmer. He stood up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Elder." Shijing smiled. "It's nothing." Fatso laughed. "Elder Shi, you must have received a large sum of money for your hard work, right? Can you share some with me?" "Hard work?" Shijing shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took out a piece of paper from his chest and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a closer look and his face turned green. It was actually another IOU. It said that today, Jiang Haotian owed the Treasure Pavilion 1 million gold coins. If he did not pay it off within a week, the interest would be 1,000 gold coins per day. At the bottom, there was Steward Li's signature. Why do I still owe him 1 million? Qin Feiyang looked at Shijing with a puzzled face. Shijing said, "Your 5 supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills were sold for a total of 21 million, and the Treasure Pavilion still has to take a commission. Look at my head, how could I forget about this?" Qin Feiyang slapped the back of his head hard. As soon as he heard about the commission, he understood. The rule of the Treasure Pavilion was to take 1/10 of the commission. Out of the total price of 21 million, he would have to take a cut of 1 million. Then there was only 18.9 million left. The 4 image crystals were 20 million. After deducting 18.9 million, he naturally owed 1 million. Ling Yunfei and the other 2 were also a little stunned. It was right to take a commission. But they were all old acquaintances. Couldn't they take a little less? 1 million was enough for an ordinary person to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. He even wrote an IOU seriously and even had to calculate the interest when it was overdue. What a scam. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and said with a faint smile, "He doesn't have the final say in the Treasure Pavilion. He is also doing things according to the rules. It's understandable." After that, he took out his Qingquan bag, counted out 2 million gold coins and handed it to Shijing, saying with a smile, "Elder, I have to trouble you to make another trip. You can use the extra 900,000 to buy some good wine." Shijing said with a smile, "How can I do that?" Although he said so, he didn't seem to be polite and directly took it. What a joke. 900,000 gold coins, for a deacon elder like him, was a very rich guest. As soon as Shijing left, Fatso complained, 900,000 gold coins at once. How generous. Why didn't you give the fat lord 900,000 gold coins? Fatso, you damn, the top-grade red fire-colored glass pill you snatched is worth 4 million. What else do you want? Do you want me to give you all I have? Qin Feiyang said angrily. That's not necessary. Just give me 1 million to spend. Fatso smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang was physically and mentally exhausted. Why were there so many top-grade goods around him? Do your job well. When I come back, you will be rewarded. Everyone has an image crystal. Drip your blood to recognize it as your master. Qin Feiyang took the lead and grabbed one. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. The image crystal immediately emitted a faint bloody light. But soon, the bloody light dissipated. Do I have one too? Lu Hong pointed at herself in disbelief. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He gave it to Lu Hong to make it easier to contact her. After all, Lu Hong was working for him now. Lu Hong was very excited. Even a martial arts genius like Feng Ling Air and a warlord like Shijing didn't have an image crystal now. She actually had one. It was like a dream. After dripping their blood to recognize it as their master, the 4 of them dripped a drop of blood on each other's image crystal. In this way, a contract bridge was established. When they wanted to send a message to each other, they only needed to activate the image crystal and think about it. After putting the image crystal into the Qingquan bag, Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "There's no time to lose. Give me the illusion pill and we'll act immediately." Ling Yunfei was stunned and asked, "Didn't we agree to wait until midnight?" Qin Feiyang said, "If we wait until midnight, I won't know how to send Shijing away." Ling Yunfei suddenly said, "So you gave him 900,000 to send him away? You're really cunning." "Bullshit, I was just thanking him for taking care of me during this period." Qin Feiyang angrily glared at him. His words were righteous and magnanimous. Ling Yunfei and the other two rolled their eyes. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely sigh. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were all bad birds. After taking the illusion pill, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei both turned into slightly stronger young men. Of course. Ling Yunfei's eye-catching sky blue hair and eyes also turned black. "How is it?" After disguising themselves, the two of them looked at Fatso and Lu Hong and asked. After looking at the two of them carefully, Lu Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Ling Yunfei is fine, but your linen clothes are too eye-catching. You have to change them." "Linen clothes can blink?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Why don't you go and take a look? Who in the Martial Imperial Hall is still wearing these street goods?" "Only you, the only one. Don't you think it's eye-catching?" Lu Hong was a little helpless. "You don't understand. Jiang Laoda is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. To be precise, he is pretending to be cool." Fatso smiled evilly. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was very helpless. He had no choice but to ask Ling Yunfei for a disciple's clothes and put them on. "That's about it." Lu Hong nodded. "Then let's go." Chapter 151. The two kept a low profile and remained calm. As such, they did not attract anyone's attention along the way. After all, there were so many disciples in the Martial Emperor Hall, and most of them were cultivating in seclusion. It was normal for one or two unfamiliar faces to appear. Soon, the reception hall entered their line of sight. "I thought it would be difficult." Ling Yunfei mumbled in disdain. "We can't be careless before leaving the Martial Emperor Hall," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. A moment later, the two walked out from the reception hall, and the entrance was right in front of them. Once they stepped out of the entrance, it was the same as a fish returning to the ocean. "You two, stop right there." However, at that moment, Elder Chu walked out from the reception hall, and when he saw the two, he frowned slightly and yelled. Their bodies stiffened. They were only a step away from leaving the Martial Emperor Hall. They had to admit that this Elder Chu had appeared at the right time. "Let's run," Ling Yunfei said in a low voice. "Run if you can outrun the Battle Emperor." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, before he turned toward Elder Chu and bowed, "Greetings, Elder." Ling Yunfei immediately turned around and bowed as well. Elder Chu frowned and said, "Why haven't I seen you two before?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Since we entered the Martial Emperor Hall, we have been cultivating in the cultivation room. It's normal that you don't remember us." Elder Chu said flatly, "That's impossible. Show me your identity medallions." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. As a matter of fact, he was most afraid of encountering Elder Chu. Since everyone who entered the Martial Emperor Hall had to obtain their identity badges from him, Elder Chu had seen all of them before, be it the deacon elders or the disciples. Elder Chu raised his eyebrows and yelled, "What are you waiting for? Show it now. It seems like we won't be able to escape." Ling Yunfei's heart was filled with bitterness. Once Elder Chu discovered his and Qin Feiyang's real identities, they would surely be under strict surveillance. "Why didn't you wait for me?" Just as the two of them were in despair, a heavenly voice sounded from behind Elder Chu. He saw a woman in a tight white suit that showed off her figure to the fullest. She angrily ran towards him. It was Feng Ling Er. She was still wearing her mask, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. As soon as she came over, she pulled their ears and said angrily, "Bastards, we clearly agreed to go to Jinbao Pavilion together, but you didn't wait for me. Are you asking for a beating? Madam, we were wrong. Big sister, it hurts, let go. The two hurriedly begged for mercy. Although Feng Ling Er was very barbaric now, she was an angel in their eyes. They came at the right time. Elder Chu, we're leaving. Feng Ling Er turned around and smiled at Elder Chu. Then, she grabbed their ears and dragged them outside, scolding them from time to time. What's the situation? Elder Chu was dumbfounded. Looks like I'm really getting old. Even my memory is getting worse. A moment later, he came to his senses, shook his head, and sighed. Ling Yunfei said with a bitter face, Senior Sister Ling, can you let go of me now? Feng Ling Er snorted coldly. It's not that easy. Tell me, the two of you changed your appearances and sneaked out of the Danwang Hall. What are you trying to do? The two of them were shocked. Could it be that Feng Ling Er knew their real identities? Feng Ling Er let go of her hand and sneered. You can fool others with your little tricks, but you can't fool me. If you don't tell me the truth, I'll take you back. Qin Feiyang rubbed his ears and frowned. How did you know? Ling Yun has been sneaking around for the past few days. I felt that something was wrong. So not long ago, when he left the cultivation hall, I followed him. As expected, the two of you are up to no good. Feng Ling Er said. Qin Feiyang and Elder Chu looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. A woman who was too smart and difficult to deal with was also a kind of trouble. Ling Yunfei said in a low voice, Senior Sister Ling, it's like this. We are going to Star Moon City, and we might not be able to return. Star Moon City? Feng Ling Er frowned and said disdainfully, Don't scare me. I grew up being scared. Tell me, why are you going to Star Moon City? Ling Yunfei stammered. Seeing that Feng Ling Er was about to lose her patience, Ling Yunfei's mind flashed and he laughed. I haven't seen Luo Qingzhu and Zhao Shuang for a long time. Qin Feiyang misses them, so we want to go to Star Moon City to see them. Qin Feiyang staggered and almost fell down. This guy was too good at bullshitting, right? Feng Ling Er looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Is this true? Qin Feiyang's face twitched, and he nodded. It's true. As long as he could send this woman away, it didn't matter if he sacrificed a little. Feng Ling Er thought for a while and said, I haven't seen Qingzhu for a long time, so I might as well go with you. Cough cough. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei both choked on their saliva. Feng Ling Er looked at the two of them playfully and said, I haven't told you, but I already knew her when I was 10 years old. At that time, she went to the Jiang family to play, and I was still in Black Bear City. The two of them didn't listen at all. It was as if they had eaten fleas, and their faces were extremely ugly. There was no other way. Since he had already said it, he couldn't change his mind, right? He could only let Feng Ling Er follow him. When they reached Star Moon City, he would find an opportunity to get rid of her. It was already noon when the three of them entered District XC. Feng Ling Er said, Since we're not in a hurry, let's go to Flying Phoenix Restaurant to eat something first. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other, and a glint flashed across their eyes. They might as well get rid of her at Flying Phoenix Restaurant. A moment later, the three of them arrived at Flying Phoenix Restaurant. It wasn't the first time Feng Ling Er wore a mask, so everyone in Yen City knew about it. The waiter immediately greeted them warmly. Just as he sat down, Qin Feiyang patted his head and said to Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei, I'm going to buy something, you guys eat first, I'll be back in a while. Are you really going to buy something? Feng Ling Er looked at him with a smile. Nonsense, if I'm going to see Qingzhu and the others, I definitely have to prepare a decent greeting gift, right? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at her, stood up, and walked towards the door. As he turned around, he gave Ling Yunfei a look. Ling Yunfei was very distressed. Originally, he also thought of this excuse. But he didn't expect that Qin Feiyang actually thought of the same thing as him and even said it first. Now, what excuse should he use to get away? Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't you see the eldest prince is coming? Don't block the way. Qin Feiyang just stepped out of the door, and a domineering shout suddenly sounded on the street in front. It sounded particularly harsh. The diners in the lobby were shocked. Qin Feiyang also raised his head and looked over. He saw the eldest prince, surrounded by 4 palace guards, walking towards the Flying Phoenix Pavilion. Next to the eldest prince, there was a girl. She had an exquisite figure, black hair like a waterfall, and a snow-white dress. As she walked, it fluttered like a beautiful angel. It was particularly moving. There was no makeup on her cheeks. Because she was born beautiful, she didn't need anything to decorate her. It was Lin Yi. Why is she walking with the eldest prince? Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. The 2 guards walking in front saw Qin Feiyang blocking the door. They were furious and shouted, "Don't you see the eldest prince is coming? Get out of the way." Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. "Oh, you have a bit of a temper. Oh, it turns out to be a disciple of Martial Emperor Hall. But who do you think you are? How dare you block the way of our eldest prince? Do you think you are Jiang Haotian?" The 2 guards glanced at Qin Feiyang's clothes and shouted arrogantly. Hearing this sentence, Qin Feiyang was obviously a little stunned. The eldest prince raised his eyebrows and said impatiently, "Drag him away." The 2 guards were about to make a move. "No need. I can walk by myself." Qin Feiyang walked to the side with a blank expression. When the eldest prince passed by him, he whispered, "Eldest prince, right? I promise you will regret it." N. The eldest prince stopped and turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were a little stunned. But in the end, he just smiled contemptuously and walked into the Flying Phoenix house with Lin Yi. This was a kind of contempt that went deep into the bone marrow. He didn't put Qin Feiyang in his eyes at all. He only regarded him as a brainless idiot. Feng Ling saw all of this, but she didn't say anything. She pursed her lips with a hint of playfulness. Ling Yunfei saw the eldest prince, but his eyes flashed coldly. Suddenly, he had an idea. He retracted his gaze and looked at Feng Ling. He whispered, "Qin Feiyang must be very sad now. Senior sister, I will go and comfort him. By the way, I will pick some gifts for Luo Qingzhu and the others. You can enjoy them slowly." After that, he got up and ran toward Qin Feiyang. After meeting up with Qin Feiyang, the 2 quickly jumped into the crowd and rushed toward the city gate. Feng Ling was stunned and sneered, "2 bastards, do you think I don't know what you are planning? You want to slip away? No way." She also got up and chased out. The waiter who brought the dishes over was dumbfounded. "Where is she? We finally got rid of her." Ling Yunfei turned his head and looked behind him. He didn't see Feng Ling and finally let out a long sigh. But at the same time, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened, and his eyes stared straight ahead. "What are you looking at?" Ling Yunfei was suspicious. He looked along and his body stiffened. More than 10 meters in front of them, a masked woman stood in the crowd with her hands crossed over her chest. She was looking at them playfully. Who else could it be but Feng Ling? When did she run to the front? Their minds were in a mess. Alas. Qin Feiyang let out a helpless sigh and walked over with large strides. This woman was definitely not going to get rid of her now. After the 2 walked in, Feng Ling asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to choose a gift? Why are you going to the city gate?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, it's our fault. It's getting late, let's go." Ling Yunfei shook his head and sighed, "Senior sister, you are so beautiful and smart. Which man will dare to marry you in the future? I am really worried about you." Feng Ling said proudly, "The men who want to marry me can line up from here to the Martial Imperial Palace. Why do you need to worry? So confident?" Ling Yunfei was shocked. Chapter 152. Feng Ling looked at Qin Feiyang, pursed her lips, and said with a smile, "Do you know why Lin Yi and the eldest prince came out?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Ling Yunfei asked curiously, "Why did they come out?" "Are you stupid? They are about to get married. Of course, they came out to cultivate their relationship. But according to my observation just now, it was the eldest prince who was courting." Lin Yi was very indifferent. Obviously, she was thinking about someone. Feng Ling Er glanced at Qin Feiyang playfully. Ling Yunfei also looked at Qin Feiyang and found that Qin Feiyang's face was extremely gloomy at the moment. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he sneered, "I don't know what kind of expression will appear on the eldest prince's face after knowing your identity." Qin Feiyang still didn't say a word. Half an hour later, the three finally walked out of Yen City and galloped toward Star Moon City along the main road. The berserk beasts near Yen City were very powerful. If they took the small roads or deep mountains, with their strength, they would be eaten by berserk beasts halfway, let alone going to Star Moon City. But even if they took the main road, it was not necessarily safe. Because some berserk beasts would ambush at night. So at night, the three hid in the castle to cultivate and waited until dawn to continue their journey. Along the way, there was no danger. 10 days later, in the evening, a majestic city finally entered the sight of the three. Although the scale was not as big as Yen City, it was not much worse. When they came to the city gate, Qin Feiyang looked up and saw 3 eye-catching words. Star Moon City. At the city gate, there were also 2 guards checking, but it was not as strict as Yen City. They only asked a few questions. While Feng Ling Er dealt with the 2 guards, Ling Yunfei poked Qin Feiyang's back and whispered, "Are we really going to enter Star Moon City?" Qin Feiyang whispered, "If you tell her the truth, we don't have to go in." "No." Ling Yunfei shook his head. What if that place really had some treasures? If he brought Feng Ling Er along, wouldn't he get a share? "Alright, you can go in now." At this moment, one of the guards waved his hand and said. Feng Ling Er turned around and glanced at Qin Feiyang and Xiao Luo complacently. She then walked into the city. "Let's go. We'll think of something after we get in," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice and quickly followed. "How troublesome." Ling Yunfei sighed inwardly. He quickly caught up and asked, "Senior Sister Ling, where are we going now?" "Nonsense, of course I'm going to look for Qing Zhu. I've been to Star Moon City before, so I know where she is." Feng Ling Er led the 2 of them to the entrance of the treasure pavilion. "What can I do for you 3? A staff member came up and asked. Feng Ling Er said, "Go and inform your young miss that Feng Ling Er is here to look for her." The staff member looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Although they were all unfamiliar faces, they must have something to do with the young Mississippi. He did not dare to neglect them and hurriedly went to report. In less than 100 breaths, a young girl in a white silk dress walked out quickly. Her figure was slender, and her soft skin was like congealed fat, suffused with strands of luster. Her exquisite facial features were like a masterpiece of heaven, without the slightest flaw. Her pair of big black eyes were as clear as a mirror, without the slightest impurity. Her waterfall-like black hair fluttered behind her. She was like a blooming snow lotus, white and flawless, pure as ice and jade. "She's Luo Qingzhu?" Ling Yunfei asked, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Although Luo Qingzhu had been to Black Bear City many times, at that time he was not qualified to come into contact with such a proud daughter of heaven. Qin Feiyang nodded, looking a little embarrassed. Luo Qingzhu swept her eyes across the hall. When she saw Feng Ling Er, she said in surprise, "Sister Ling Er, it's really you." The staff member also tactfully retreated. Feng Ling Er went up and said with a smile, "Little girl, I haven't seen you for a few months. You've grown so beautiful." Luo Qingzhu blushed and said with a smile, "No matter how beautiful I am, I can't compare to you, Sister Ling Er. Little girl, your little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Come, let sister kiss you." Feng Ling Air stretched out her jade finger and lifted Luo Qingzhu's chin, looking very seductive. Do you think we don't exist? Qin Feiyang muttered. These two lasses were simply torturing single dogs. Luo Qingzhu's face turned even redder. She grabbed Feng Ling Air's jade hand and rolled her eyes at her. She said with dissatisfaction, "You're only 3 years older than me. Can you not always call me little girl?" "I can't help it. Who told me to be older than you?" Feng Ling Air smiled proudly. 3 years older? Qin Feiyang was shocked. If he remembered correctly, Luo Qingzhu was about the same age as him. In other words, Feng Ling Air was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old 2-star martial ancestor realm, this woman was truly a monster. No wonder the martial Imperial Hall doted on her so much. Feng Ling Air looked around and said, "Little girl, I came all the way from Yen City to see you. Are you going to treat me like this? Look at me. I was so happy that I forgot. Come with me." Luo Qingzhu grabbed Feng Ling Air's hand and turned to walk to the second floor. Feng Ling Air didn't greet Qin Feiyang and Luo Qingzhu. She just left with Luo Qingzhu while laughing. "It seems that we've been treated like air." Ling Yunfei smiled bitterly. "Isn't this the best chance?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned and ran outside. "Chance?" Ling Yunfei was stunned. He immediately reacted and chased after him. On the second floor of the treasure pavilion, Feng Ling Air smiled and said, "Qingzhu, I'm not the only one who came. There's an old friend of yours." "Old friend?" Luo Qingzhu was stunned and asked, "Who?" "Behind you." Feng Ling Air pointed behind her. Luo Qingzhu looked and shook her head. "There's no one." "No one?" Feng Ling Air quickly turned around and was dumbfounded. Where were those two bastards? Not good. I was careless and let them escape. Feng Ling Air was flustered and exasperated. She glanced at both sides of the corridor. At the end of the corridor, there was a window. She quickly ran over and jumped out, landing on the street. She looked at both ends of the street. Not to mention people, there wasn't even a shadow. Luo Qingzhu also jumped down from the window. She looked at Feng Ling Air in confusion. There's indeed something wrong with those two bastards. Feng Ling Air clenched her jade-like hands and gritted her teeth in hatred. Luo Qingzhu frowned and said, "Sister Ling Air, who is it?" Feng Ling Air whispered a name in her ear. "What? It's actually him." Luo Qingzhu's eyes were filled with disbelief. "He actually came to Starmoon City?" Feng Ling Air said in a deep voice, "He told me that he came to Starmoon City to see you and Zhao Shuang, But now it seems that he has other motives." Luo Qingzhu said, "Sister Ling Air, don't worry. Starmoon City only has one city gate. I'll immediately get a few battle kings to block the city gate. We'll find them sooner or later." "Good idea. Battle kings are much faster than them. As long as we trap them in the city, we won't have to worry about not being able to catch them." Feng Ling Air sneered. "I say, is there a need to do this?" A bitter laugh rang out. Soon after, Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei walked out of a small alley not far away. Their faces were filled with helplessness and bitterness. They knew that their speed couldn't compare to Feng Ling Air's, so they hid here the moment they ran out of the treasure pavilion. They wanted to wait until Feng Ling Air couldn't find them, then they would naturally give up. But they never expected that these two women would actually plan to send battle kings to block them. Wasn't this the same as forcing them to their deaths? Why were all the women they met so difficult to deal with? Why aren't you running? Don't worry, I won't chase after you. Feng Ling Air looked at them playfully. Qin Feiyang sighed and said, all right. We admit defeat. We surrender. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Ling Yunfei nodded to comfort himself. Follow me up first. Luo Qingzhu glanced at the two of them. She couldn't tell who was Qin Feiyang and who was Ling Yunfei. Following Luo Qingzhu, the three of them went to the second floor and entered a simple lounge. After closing the door, Luo Qingzhu looked at the two of them and asked, "Which one of you is Qin Feiyang?" "Me." Qin Feiyang sat down on a chair. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well take things as they came. Luo Qingzhu walked to him and scolded, "You're really bold. You actually dared to come out alone. Aren't you afraid that the Danwang Hall will kill you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stood up and stepped forward. Face to face with Luo Qingzhu, he said flirtatiously, "Are you worried about me? Don't tell me you've really fallen for me." Luo Qingzhu stuttered. Her cheeks were slightly red. This little girl's face is actually red? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He hurriedly took 2 steps back. This was not a joke. "Right, where's Zhao Shuang, Is she okay?" He quickly changed the topic. "She's in the Martial King Hall. Do you want me to call her?" Luo Qingzhu lowered her head and said, "Let's not disturb her." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He took out 2 top-grade red fire-colored glass pellets from his Cosmos bag and said with a smile, "Here, thank you for helping me hide my identity." Luo Qingzhu looked at the 2 pellets. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light, but in the end, she shook her head and said, "You've already given us perfect martial arts. We can't accept this." "Perfect martial arts?" Feng Ling Air was very surprised. "Yes, he gave us 2, and one of them was an auxiliary martial arts." Luo Qingzhu nodded and smiled. She finally recovered her previous spirit. Feng Ling Air looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Qin Feiyang directly stuffed the 2 pellets into Luo Qingzhu's hands. He turned to look at Feng Ling Air and said temptingly, "If you let us go, I'll also give you an auxiliary martial arts. In your dreams." Feng Ling Air turned her head and looked away with a look of indifference. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang no longer talked nonsense. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said helplessly, "You see, I don't have a solution now. You do what you want." Ling Yunfei suddenly frowned. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior Sister Ling, you guessed right. Our destination is not Star Moon City, but the desert in the extreme north." "What?" Luo Qingzhu's beautiful face turned pale. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He asked, "You know that desert?" "Not only me, everyone in Star Moon City knows." Chapter 153. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that the situation was not good. Sure enough, Luo Qingzhu's next words confirmed this point. She said, "That desert was not only vast and boundless, but also full of danger. No one had ever walked out of it alive. The people of Xingyue City called it the Death Desert and regarded it as a forbidden area." Feng Ling Air frowned and asked, "What are you 2 doing in the Death Desert?" Ling Yunfei was silent. Qin Feiyang did not say anything. Feng Ling Air threatened, "If you don't say it, I'll inform Elder Wan now." "All right, I'll tell you. I'm going to the Death Desert to find out the cause of my father's death." Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice. "'Cause of death?" Feng Ling Air was shocked. "That's right. Back then, my father went to the Death Desert and lost his life." Ling Yunfei nodded with a trace of pain in his eyes. Feng Ling Air was stunned. She did not expect such a thing to happen. "I'm sorry." Her face was full of apologies. "It's okay." Ling Yunfei smiled reluctantly. "But even so, I won't allow you to go to the Death Desert. Because you're going to die. The cause of your father's death can wait until you become a battle king or even a battle emperor. You don't have to be in a hurry. Don't think that I'm joking with you. I know the 2 law-enforcing elders of Xingyue City's Martial Imperial Palace. As long as I say the word, you won't be able to escape." Feng Ling Air said, "Senior sister, I know you're doing this for my own good. But this time, I have to go. Because I don't know how long I can live. What if I die one day? After all, the path of cultivation is full of danger. I can lose my life at any time. I don't want to live with regret for the rest of my life. Senior sister, Elder Feng was kidnapped by Xuan and we don't know whether he's dead or alive. You must be very worried and sad now, so I hope you can understand my feelings. Ling Yunfei pleaded. Feng Ling looked at Ling Yunfei with flickering eyes. Alas. In the end. She sighed faintly and said, "All right, since you're so pitiful, I won't stop you. But the prerequisite is that I'll go too." Ah. Ling Yunfei was shocked and looked at Ling Yunfei for help. Qin Feiyang said, "You can go, but you're not allowed to act recklessly on the way." Feng Ling glared at him and said angrily, "When have I ever been willful?" "You're being willful all the time." Qin Feiyang mercilessly counterattacked. Even the desert of death was so dangerous, let alone that strange place. Therefore, he had to advance step by step and eliminate all hidden dangers in advance. "Little bastard, say that again." Feng Ling gnashed her teeth and stared at him. Her beautiful eyes were full of anger. If she took off her mask, she would find that she was very cute now. "It's the same no matter how many times I say it." Qin Feiyang looked straight at her without dodging. If it was a normal day, he could give in. After all, as a man, he had to be magnanimous and give in to women. But in the face of serious business, he would not compromise with any woman. Feng Ling had an illusion at this moment. She felt that the current Qin Feiyang seemed to be a different person. He had the aura of an overlord of heaven and earth. Especially his eyes, which were sharp and somewhat intimidating, made her have the idea of avoiding. How could this be? I'm actually afraid of him in my heart? Feng Ling found it hard to believe. Qin Feiyang was only an 8-star martial master, but she was a 2-star martial grandmaster. There was a difference of a few small realms. It should be Qin Feiyang who was afraid of her. She did not dare to continue looking at him. Because the fear in her heart had become stronger. She was really afraid that she could not control herself and lowered her head to Qin Feiyang. Her self-esteem, her pride, would not allow this to happen. So. She looked away and coldly snorted, "This ant is magnanimous and will not argue with you." In this invisible contest, Qin Feiyang had won. He turned his gaze and looked at Luo Qingzhu, asking, "Is there a safer route from Xingyu's city to the Desert of Death?" "Yes." Luo Qingzhu nodded. Although the Desert of Death was dangerous, many people liked to explore it. Of course, they only entered the periphery and did not dare to go deep. Therefore, over the years, they slowly opened up a safe route. However, this safe route wasn't completely free of danger. Along the way, they would still encounter many fierce beasts. This depended on luck. If one was lucky, they would only encounter low-level fierce beasts. If one was unlucky and encountered a few martial grandmasters or even war king-level fierce beasts, their lives would be in danger. Qin Feiyang laughed, "Then I'll have to trouble you to draw a map for me." This, Luo Qingzhu hesitated for a moment and nodded, "All right, wait a moment." Then he walked to the desk and drew with a brush. Not long after, a map appeared in front of him. "The place I marked with the red dot is the most dangerous place. You must be careful. In addition, there are 3 black dots. They are absolutely safe places. You can stop cultivating and adjust your state." Luo Qingzhu pointed at the map and introduced it to the 3 of them in detail. "You're really thoughtful," Qin Feiyang muttered. Although the 3 safe spots might not be useful, he would remember Luo Qingzhu's good intentions. It was late at night. There was no moon in the sky and it was pitch black outside the city. It was obviously not suitable for traveling. The 3 of them stayed in the treasure pavilion. In the dead of night, Qin Feiyang stood in front of the window and looked at the dark sky. He was like an old monk in meditation and did not move for a long time. Buzz. He did not know how long had passed. He sensed the image crystal in his Qinquan bag buzzing and trembling. When he took it out, the image crystal shone brightly and a shadow quickly condensed. It was Fatso. Jiang Laoda, is it going well? Fatso showed a standard smirk on his face. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, it's going well at the moment. Did anything major happen in Yen City these days? Fatso thought for a while and said, nothing major, but 2 days ago, the eldest prince came to see you. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and asked, why is he looking for me? He wants you to help him refine 10 top-grade crimson fire-colored glass pills. It seems to be a betrothal gift for the Lin family. The medicinal materials are now with Fat Lord. Boss, do you want to help? If you don't, Fat Lord will return the medicinal materials to him tomorrow. According to Fat Lord's intention, we won't help him. Who told him to steal your woman? Fatso's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, I'll say it again. I only treat Lin Yi as a sister. She's a sister now. Who knows in the future? Fatso smirked. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said coldly, you should be glad that I'm not in Yen City now. Otherwise, even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin. Keep the medicinal materials for the 10 crimson fire-colored glass pills first. In addition, inform me immediately if there is news about the blood-killing token. Roger. Fatso stood at attention. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and asked, is there anything else? No, I wish you a safe journey. Pick up a few more girls. Let's go. As soon as Fatso finished speaking, the virtual image quickly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He put away the image crystal, entered the castle, and continued to copy the return formula. The next day. Early morning. It was drizzling, and the weather was getting colder and colder. After saying goodbye to Luo Qingzhu, the three walked straight to the city gate. Ling Yunfei whispered, did you notice that Luo Qingzhu wants to follow us? Qin Feiyang nodded. Last night, he had already noticed it, but he didn't point it out. Is anyone going to the Death Desert? If there is, let's go together. We can take care of each other on the way. Outside the city gate. There were more than a dozen people gathered. There were men and women, old and young, and their strength was quite good. Among them, a big man in black was shouting with all his strength. When the three passed by, the big man immediately stepped forward, grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand, and said with a smile, little brother, are you going to the Death Desert? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, reached out and pushed the big man away, shook his head and said, we're not going. I'm sorry. The big man in black smiled apologetically, turned around and continued to shout. But there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. 2 delicate boys and a delicate girl. Not to mention going to the Death Desert, they would probably be scared to death on the way. Feng Ling Air clearly saw this trace of disdain. Her seemingly thin and delicate body emitted a cold aura. Let's go. There's nothing to fuss about. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Ling Yunfei said with a smile, senior sister, we agreed that we won't be willful. Humph. Feng Ling Air snorted coldly and took the lead to walk toward a small path. Hey! Isn't the small path they're going to the Death Desert? The big man in black and the group were puzzled. An old man in green said lightly, you're thinking too much. Even if you give them a few guts, they won't dare to go to the Death Desert. The others also nodded, and their faces were full of contempt. I'll bear with it. Feng Ling Air clenched her jade-like hands, and her eyes were cold. If it wasn't for the agreement, she would have flipped out. The small path was only 1 meter wide, and it meandered all the way to the depths of the mountain. There were forests on both sides, covered with withered leaves, and the air was filled with a damp and rotten smell. The cold drizzle soon drenched the three of them. Qin Feiyang took out the map, looked at it carefully, and said, the location of the first red dot is 10 miles away from here. Let's try to get there before dark. Whoosh! The three of them went at full speed, rushing toward the small path as fast as lightning. Along the way, they encountered many beasts, but they were basically the lowest level beasts. After all, this area was still under the jurisdiction of Xingyue City, and those high-level beasts did not dare to approach. The sky was about to darken. The three of them finally arrived at the location of the first red dot. Under a big tree, they looked toward the small path in front. There was no one on the small path. On both sides, there were groups of trees, bushes, and weeds as tall as a person. However, after observing for a while, they did not see any danger. Ling Yunfei frowned. Isn't Luo Qingzhu exaggerating? She's in Xingyue City all year round and is very familiar with this area. It's impossible for her to talk nonsense. Feng Ling Er said as she grabbed a fist-sized stone from the ground and threw it toward the small path in front. Throwing a stone to test the path. However, the stone fell to the ground and did not cause any changes. The surroundings were still dead silent. Chapter 154. Maybe we're lucky that there are no beasts nearby. Feng Ling Er smiled. But even she found it hard to believe her own words. Let's go over quickly. Ling Yunfei urged. Even if there was danger, they could only brace themselves and charge through. They couldn't just go back home. Wait. Qin Feiyang reached out to stop the two of them and smiled. It's time to let it go now. It? The two of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Wolf King immediately appeared out of thin air. Ow! Brother Wolf is finally out. Earth, tremble. At that moment, it howled towards the sky, its heroic spirit soaring to the sky. However, the next moment, rustling sounds came from the grass on both sides of the path ahead. The weeds and bushes also shook. Qin Feiyang and the other two noticed it immediately. When they looked over, their faces instantly turned pale. Two red scorpions crawled out from the grass, their heads as big as wash basins. They were blood red all over, as if they had just been soaked in blood, exuding an incomparable ferocious aura. Especially the poisonous stingers on their tails, which were almost as long as an adult's index finger. They were like two steel needles, shining with a terrifying bloody light. Bloodthirsty scorpion. Qin Feiyang opened his mouth with difficulty and swallowed his saliva. Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei also felt their hair stand on end. Aren't they just two little scorpions? What's the big deal? Wolf King glanced at the three of them in disdain and swaggered towards the two bloodthirsty scorpions. However, before it could get close, its body stiffened. One by one, bloodthirsty scorpions kept crawling out from the grass. 2, 5, 10. They were densely packed and couldn't be counted in a short time. Qin Feiyang and the other two's expressions changed abruptly. They shouted at Wolf King in unison, "Come back quickly." Wolf King was about to cry. He didn't dare to move at all. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. His heart was also filled with regret. Why did he have to show off for no reason? But now, the bloodthirsty scorpions were glaring at it from the front. If it dared to make a move, it would definitely be beaten up. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Don't be hasty, retreat slowly." Slow your ass. Why didn't you say so earlier? They live in groups. Wolf King cursed in exasperation as he moved back inch by inch. If it had known, it wouldn't have come here to show off even if it was beaten to death. However, as soon as Wolf King moved, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The bloodthirsty scorpions swarmed out and swarmed towards Wolf King. Run! Wolf King let out a low growl, turned around without hesitation, and bolted away. Qin Feiyang and the other two were also running away in fear. Wolf King roared, "The outside world is too dangerous. Little Qin Zi, quickly send Brother Wolf to the castle." In your dreams. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Some time ago, it was clamoring to come out. Now that it was in danger, it wanted to hide inside. How could it be so easy? Disloyal bastard, Brother Wolf will bite you to death. Wolf King roared angrily. When he looked back, he was so scared that he almost peed. Those bloodthirsty scorpions were not slower than him at all. Distance. They were quickly closing in. "Help, Brother Wolf." Wolf King hurriedly asked for help. Fong Ling Er was a 2-star martial grandmaster. Although she did not have any auxiliary martial arts techniques, she was undoubtedly the fastest. Although Qin Feiyang and Fong Ling Er were 8-star martial masters, they had mastered perfect auxiliary martial arts techniques. Except for Wolf King. Although it was comparable to a 9-star martial master, its speed could not keep up. Qin Feiyang turned his head and his eyes suddenly darkened. He decisively took out the Chang Shui, turned around, and ran towards Wolf King. "Little Qin Zi, you are loyal." Wolf King was overjoyed. Whoosh! But in the next moment, the group of bloodthirsty scorpions behind him raised their tails and spat out blood-red liquid. Like arrows, they shot towards Wolf King. Damn it, don't scorpions only sting people? Why do they spit venom? Wolf King was so scared that he roared again and again. Who told you that they only sting people? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Ordinary scorpions only knew how to sting people, but were these scorpions ordinary? They were more terrifying than ordinary beasts. Whoosh! Wolf King suddenly turned around and jumped into the forest next to him. Qin Feiyang's expression changed drastically and he roared, "Come out quickly." But as soon as Wolf King jumped into the forest, the venom rushed towards him. Damn it! Qin Feiyang cursed and also jumped into the grass next to him. He had narrowly escaped a calamity. And the venom shot to the ground, making a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, a face-sized pit appeared. And there was also a scarlet blood mist rising from the pit. This blood mist drifted in the air. It actually carried a faint fragrance. However, wherever this blood mist shrouded, whether it was flowers, grass, or trees, they withered and rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this blood mist also contained a strong poison. Qin Feiyang got up, covered his nose first, and looked towards the front of the path. Those bloodthirsty scorpions did not stop. Like a sea of blood, they surged over, making people's hair stand on end. Fong Ling Er, Ling Yunfei, you guys run. When I find Wolf King, I will meet you guys. Qin Feiyang roared and went into the forest without looking back, looking for Wolf King. Extremely annoyed. This damn white-eyed wolf, didn't he know that the forest was more dangerous than the path? Hearing Qin Feiyang's roar, Ling Yunfei and Fong Ling Er immediately turned around and fled along the path. And the scorpions did not chase after them. Instead, they rushed into the forest and swarmed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy to the extreme. As he ran, he scanned the forest. The sky was getting darker and darker. If he did not leave the forest, he was afraid that he would not only face the scorpions, but also other birds and beasts. Ow! Roar! Suddenly, from the left, there was a wolf howl and a beast roar. Qin Feiyang slammed on the brakes, turned around and sped away. Crack! Rustle! Behind. The bloodthirsty scorpions were like a swarm of locusts. Wherever they passed, they were unstoppable. Patches of weeds and shrubs fell, leaving a mess. Fortunately, the forest was dense and helped Qin Feiyang block the venom. Otherwise, he would not even have bones left now. After galloping for about 10 breaths, he came to a small hillside. At the bottom of the hillside, there was a small river. The water was very muddy. And on the riverbank, Wolf King was crazily fighting with a fierce crocodile. When Qin Feiyang saw the appearance of the fierce crocodile, his face instantly paled. It was actually a saw-toothed crocodile. Wolf King roared, "Little Tianzi, come down and help." Qin Feiyang dashed down like an arrow. Borrowing the force of his descent, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly and his true energy surged as he threw a punch at the Wolf King. That's right. The target of the attack was Wolf King. Seeing that the fist was about to hit Wolf King suddenly dodged to the side. Rushing thunder killing fist. At the same time, Qin Feiyang growled and punched the head of the saw-toothed crocodile. Roar! Accompanied by a painful scream, the head of the saw-toothed crocodile burst open on the spot. Bang! Its huge body also fell to the ground. Wolf King said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, Brother Wolf would be dead. Let's go." Last time, near Black Bear City, Ling Yunfei and I killed a saw-toothed crocodile. In the end, we alarmed the entire group of crocodiles. I'm afraid this time is no exception. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Roar! However, it was too late. Saw-toothed crocodiles continued to appear from the forest on both sides and the river in front. The small ones were 5 or 6 meters long. The big ones were more than 10 meters long. There were even 2 saw-toothed crocodiles that were more than 20 meters long behind the crocodiles on both sides. Those bloody mouths and dense fangs made the man and wolf's faces turn pale. Look behind. The bloodthirsty scorpions rushed down from the hillside like a blood-colored waterfall, making people shudder. You really jinxed it. Wolf King said angrily. If it weren't for you running into the forest, would we be in such a situation? Qin Feiyang said angrily. If Brother Wolf didn't run into the forest, he would have been drowned by the venom. I'm afraid not even a strand of hair is left now. Wolf King roared. All right. Stop talking nonsense. I have an idea. Qin Feiyang said impatiently, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What idea? Wolf King was surprised and puzzled. Let them kill each other. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. The group of crocodiles and scorpions were ferocious as they pounced on the man and wolf. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang grabbed Wolf King and entered the castle. Roar! Hiss! The pitch-black group of crocodiles and the blood-red scorpions, like 2 torrents, collided violently. A cruel battle immediately unfolded. Hee, you're really smart. Wolf King laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, took out the image crystal, and quickly activated it. At the same time, somewhere on the path, Ling Yunfei, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped. What are you doing? Feng Ling Er was puzzled. It should be Qin Feiyang who sent me a message. Ling Yunfei took out the image crystal, and it shone brightly. Qin Feiyang's shadow quickly appeared. Ling Yunfei asked, "Where are you?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about where I am first. I've stalled the scorpions. Hurry back. I'll meet up with you later." As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow disappeared. Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er looked at each other. Was this guy really that capable? He could even stall the scorpions? Ling Yunfei put away the image crystal and said, "Senior sister, he won't lie to us. Let's go." The 2 of them turned back. Soon, they arrived at the place where the scorpions appeared. They took a few tentative steps forward. As expected, there were no bloodthirsty scorpions. Therefore, the 2 of them ran forward boldly with confidence. Inside the castle, a man and a wolf were focused, carefully listening to the movements outside. Half an hour later. Only then did the commotion gradually disappear. Wolf King asked, "Do you think they were all wiped out?" "How would I know? You stay here first. I'll go out and take a look." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he appeared in his original position. But half an hour later, the sky was completely dark. He couldn't see his fingers or see anything. He could only smell the pungent smell of blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. Qin Feiyang's body and mind tightened, and he immediately entered the castle. "How is it?" Wolf King asked. "I can't see." Chapter 155. Are the bloodthirsty scorpions so fierce? Wolf King was shocked. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have run away as soon as I saw them. Qin Feiyang nodded, feeling quite distressed. If only he had a pair of wolf eyes, he would be able to see both day and night. But this was an extravagant hope. He looked down at Wolf King and said in a deep voice, "It's very dangerous on the path at night. We have to rush to meet up with Ling Yunfei and the others as soon as possible. We can only rely on you now. You want to ride on Brother Wolf's back again?" Wolf King looked at him unkindly. Qin Feiyang did not waste any more words and directly sat on it. With a thought, he left the castle. Whoosh! As soon as he appeared, a few air-piercing sounds could be heard. Fuck! Wolf King quickly dodged to the side and ran towards the hill without looking back. What's the situation? Qin Feiyang asked. Wolf King said, there are still 5 active bloodthirsty scorpions chasing after us. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He tightened his grip on the Chang Shui and said, you can't outrun them. Find a chance to kill them. Now is the time to test our tacit understanding. Can you be more reliable? Wolf King was indignant. Although it could see, Qin Feiyang couldn't, right? How could he fight back? Qin Feiyang said, okay, stop complaining. Find a chance. I really don't know if it's because of my previous life. What did Brother Wolf owe you? Now you're tormenting me like this. Wolf King jumped a few times and landed on the hill. The 5 bloodthirsty scorpions also jumped up and pounced towards the man and wolf. Good chance. Wolf King's eyes lit up and shouted, to the left. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate and suddenly swung out the Chang Shui. At the same time, Wolf King squatted down, and 2 bloodthirsty scorpions were directly cut in half by the Chang Shui. Behind. Following closely. Wolf King growled again. Qin Feiyang turned his arm and swung it back. Wolf King also jumped up, and 2 more bloodthirsty scorpions were cut into pieces. Up there. Wolf King roared again. Qin Feiyang swung his saber. The Wolf King moved a few inches to the left and struck the bloodthirsty scorpion's heart. In just the blink of an eye, he had killed 5 bloodthirsty scorpions. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. Because every time Qin Feiyang swung his saber, he was swinging it blindly. It was all thanks to Wolf King's cooperation. For the first time, Wolf King squatted. The second time, Wolf King jumped up. The third time, Wolf King moved to the left. It was adjusting its position. Furthermore, it had to be done very precisely, without the slightest error. Only in this way could Chang Shui kill the bloodthirsty scorpion in one blow. Otherwise, Qin Feiyang wouldn't have been able to kill those 5 bloodthirsty scorpions. Of course. The most important thing was the tacit understanding. If the tacit understanding was slightly worse, they might lose their lives. Phew. Qin Feiyang exhaled and asked, is there anything else? No. Wolf King stood on the hillside and turned around to look below. The forest and river were beyond recognition, and corpses were everywhere. Blood dyed the ground red and the river water soaked. The scene was extremely bloody. Although Brother Wolf doesn't want to admit it, we do have a tacit understanding. The Wolf King said indifferently, then turned around and ran towards the small path. Along the way, they encountered many ferocious beasts. A man and a wolf cooperated seamlessly and dealt with them one by one. But even so, they suffered different degrees of injuries. After returning to the path, Wolf King led Qin Feiyang and chased after Ling Yunfei and Chang Shui. Not long after, Wolf King saw the corpses of ferocious beasts on the path. Blood mixed with the rain and dyed the ground red. Wolf King said, Little Qin Zi, I have a bad feeling. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Can't you smell the smell of blood in the air? Wolf King said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang sniffed hard and his expression changed. There was indeed the smell of blood. Wolf King said, there are many corpses of ferocious beasts on the path. They might have been killed by Ling Yunfei and Chang Shui. The mood of the man and wolf became heavy. There was no moonlight. There was no way to make torches on a rainy day. Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er were also blind. They could only rely on their ears to listen. And a large number of ferocious beasts appeared on the path at night. Even if they could distinguish the location by listening, they would be in danger. I actually found a good treasure. After running for a while, Wolf King suddenly laughed. What is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King said, there isn't black tongue tree here. Really? Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. The black tongue tree itself was not valuable, but the bark of the black tongue tree contained rich oil and could be made into torches. Moreover, as long as it was not soaked in water, it would not go out. Wolf King sighed again. We were happy for nothing. The bark has been stripped off, and the traces are still new. Qin Feiyang's veins bulged and he really wanted to slap him. The traces were new? Could it be that Ling Yunfei and Chang Shui pulled them out? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, quickly take out your full speed. With a torch, although they could see the surroundings clearly, there was also a fatal drawback. Because the torch would attract the nearby ferocious beasts. Wolf King ran at full speed, mud splashing everywhere. Hundreds of breaths later, a little fire suddenly appeared in front of them. Is it them? A man and a wolf approached quickly with a nervous heart. When they got closer, Qin Feiyang discovered that there were actually more than 20 figures. Obviously, it couldn't be Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er. Wolf King suddenly said, not good. Brother Wolf ignored the many footprints on the ground. Do you believe that I won't slap you? Qin Feiyang said angrily. To be able to ignore such important information, it was really not reliable at all. When they were more than 50 meters away from the fire, Qin Feiyang sent Wolf King to the castle. Then he hid Chang Shui in his sleeve and ran over quickly. Hearing the footsteps, the 20 or so people turned to look at Qin Feiyang at the same time. It's them? Qin Feiyang frowned. Under the light of the fire, many familiar faces could be seen. It was the black-clothed man and others who invited him to team up outside the city in the morning. Those people also saw Qin Feiyang's true face. It's you. Didn't you say that you won't go to the Death Desert? Why are you here? You actually came here alone to smear my name. Aren't you a little too bold? 3 big men stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang unkindly. Qin Feiyang stood 5 meters away, looking at the black-clothed man and others. However, he suddenly noticed that there were 2 people lying on the ground behind these people. Although their faces were blocked, he knew from their clothes that they were Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei. What happened to them? Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed man sneered, they are seriously injured. I'm afraid they can't even stand up now. Are you the ones who hurt them? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with cold light. An old man in green shook his head and said, it's true that good people don't have good karma. We saved them. If it weren't for them, they would have been eaten by the beasts. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, then I thank you on behalf of them. Can you let me pass? Yes, get out of the way. The old man in green waved his hand and several people standing in the middle of the road retreated to the side. At that moment, Qin Feiyang clearly saw the situation of Feng Ling Er and Chang Shui. The 2 of them were lying on the ground, unconscious. Their faces were as pale as paper and their bodies were full of injuries. There were even a few claw marks that were so deep that bones could be seen. In the grass next to the 2 of them, there were 2 beasts lying. There was a fist-sized bloody hole in their heads. Blood was gushing out. They were already dead. Qin Feiyang hurriedly walked over. However, the black-clothed man suddenly stood in front of him and sneered, if you want to see them, hand over the Qianquan bag first. At the same time, the others rushed forward and surrounded Qin Feiyang in the middle. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang narrowed his eyes and glanced at them one by one. Everyone's face was filled with greed. Isn't it obvious? The black-clothed man shrugged his shoulders and said with a face full of ridicule, if you had accepted my invitation in the morning and traveled with us, wouldn't everything have been fine? Qin Feiyang said, people of different paths can't work together. Are you implying that we are villains? The black-clothed man's face sank. Qin Feiyang said, whether you are a villain or not, you know it in your heart. I advise you to get out of the way immediately. Otherwise, when we return to Xingyue City, it will be your death date. Hee hee. We already know that the three of you are disciples of the Martial Emperor Hall. But if you die here, I bet the Martial Emperor Hall won't be able to find out who did it. So, you better be smart and hand over the Qingquan bag. If that's the case, we can consider letting you live. The old man in azure clothes sneered. If I didn't get rid of those bloodthirsty scorpions, would you be able to make it here alive? But now, not only did you not say thank you, you even took our Qingquan bag. You're worse than a dog. At least a dog knows how to repay kindness. Qin Feiyang's face sank. You? Huh, are you talking in your sleep? You think you can get rid of the bloodthirsty scorpions with your strength? The group laughed in disdain. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold as he shouted, cut the crap, hand over the Qingquan bag or don't blame me for being impolite. Qin Feiyang nodded, sure, I can give you the Qingquan bag, but I have to confirm whether they're dead or not. The black-clothed man said, hand over the Qingquan bag, and I'll let you see them. Qin Feiyang said, what if I hand it over and you don't want to admit it? I don't trust you anyway. Do you think you have a choice? The black-clothed man waved his hand, and the others immediately approached Qin Feiyang step by step. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stretched out his hand, fine, I'll give it to you. That's a wise choice, hand it over. The black-clothed man smiled, took a step forward, and stretched out his hand in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced around. There was only the black-clothed man in front of him. Beside him was the old man in azure clothes and a middle-aged woman. As long as he took the black-clothed man by surprise and tore open a gap, he would be able to quickly rescue Ling Yunfei and Qin Feiyang. However, since these people were taking his Qingquan bag, it meant that Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er's Qingquan bags had already been taken by them. Feng Ling Er's Qingquan bag still contained a top-grade red fire-colored glass pill, so he couldn't let these people take advantage of it. Chapter 156. It was drizzling and the cold wind was biting. Qin Feiyang calmly observed everyone. In the end, he set his sights on the black-clothed man and the green-clothed old man. Because the look in their eyes said everything. The others all followed their lead. The Cosmos sack would naturally be with one of them. Hurry up. Let me tell you, you'd better not play any tricks, otherwise, speaking of which. The black-clothed man turned his head and glanced greedily at Feng Ling Er, saying, we are all men. We haven't touched a woman for a long time. It just so happens that your friend is so beautiful, except for a few women. The others also laughed lewdly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he took out the Cosmos sack from his arms. The other hand firmly grasped Chang Shui and said in a deep voice, don't regret it. Regret? The black-clothed man raised the corner of his mouth, full of ridicule. The others also sneered. Let's see how long you can laugh. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly and handed the Cosmos sack over. Get the Cosmos sack and I'll kill you. The black-clothed man also sneered in his heart and reached out to grab the Cosmos sack. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly and he took a step forward. Chang Shui, who was hidden in the sleeve cage, was like a ferocious viper, streaking across the sky like lightning. Ah! The black-clothed man screamed. The hand that was grabbing the Cosmos sack was removed on the spot and fell to the ground. Blood. Like a gushing spring, it spurted out crazily. At the same time, Qin Feiyang brushed past him and pounced towards Ling Yunfei and the other man. Bastard! Stop him! The black-clothed man roared. The people present were all caught off guard by this sudden scene. They only reacted when they heard the man's roar. Little bastard, you're courting death. The green-clothed old man and the middle-aged woman beside him immediately pounced on Qin Feiyang. You're the ones courting death. Very soon, you will know who you have offended. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He grabbed Feng Ling Air with one hand and Ling Yunfei with the other. Then, with a thought, he went to the castle. Where is he? The green-clothed old man and the middle-aged woman looked at each other, their faces filled with bewilderment. The others were also dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. A moment ago, they were still in front of him. How did they disappear without a trace in an instant? Bumping into ghosts in the middle of the night? Or did that person know how to perform magic? Quick, look for him. We must find them. If I don't kill them, I won't rest. The black-clothed man was also stunned. Then, he became completely mad and roared like a madman. However, no one moved. That was because the forest at night was basically a graveyard. They didn't want to throw their lives away. The green-clothed old man looked at the black-clothed man and frowned. He advised, Wang Gang, calm down. It's too dangerous here. Let's go to a safer place first. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, That's right. They will pass by the safe place sooner or later. We will wait for them at the safe place. All right, let's go. Wang Gang grabbed his broken arm and lowered his head as he walked forward. His eyes were extremely dark and fierce. Everyone, quickly follow. Pay attention to the movements around you. The green-clothed old man called out and caught up with Wang Gang. He comforted him, Don't worry, those two are disciples of the Martial Imperial Palace. There must be a myriad spirit pill in their Qingkuan bag. Even if there isn't one, I will send someone back to Star Moon City to buy one for you tomorrow morning. Wang Gang nodded. The myriad spirit pill could be used to reconnect broken limbs. And once it was healed, there would be no sequelae. At the same time, inside the castle, Feng Ling Air and Ling Yunfei were lying quietly on the ground. Qin Feiyang had already given them the best healing pills. Their complexions and injuries were slowly recovering. At this moment, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King stood at the side, listening to the movements outside. Their eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Wolf King said, They have left. What are your plans? Do you still remember how we hunted down the people of the Black Demon stronghold in Iron Bull Town? Qin Feiyang licked his lips and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Of course I remember. Wolf King nodded. At that time, we were still martial artists and didn't have the castle. We could wipe out the Black Demon stronghold, let alone now. Qin Feiyang sneered. It's good to have confidence, but Brother Wolf has to remind you that there was a moon at that time and you could see it. And now, you can't see it. This is the first problem. The second problem is that the beasts here are much stronger than the ones in Iron Bull Town. While hunting them, we have to face the ambush of the beasts. I'm afraid it's not good. Wolf King was somewhat worried. Qin Feiyang fell silent. Wolf King's concerns were not unreasonable. It would be best to have a foolproof plan. Let's go out first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and left the castle with Wolf King. They followed behind the group of people, maintaining a distance of 40 to 50 meters. Those people would also turn their heads from time to time, looking back vigilantly. But as long as Wolf King closed his eyes in time, those people would not be able to detect them hiding in the darkness. Moreover, with that group of people clearing the way in front, they did not have to worry about being ambushed by the beasts. Hundreds of breaths passed. Wolf King asked, Little Qin Zi, have you thought of a way? Yes. Qin Feiyang whispered a few words in Wolf King's ear. Will it work? Wolf King questioned. As long as you cooperate well, you will definitely be able to get rid of them one by one. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Okay. Wolf King nodded. All of a sudden, it raised its head and howled, resounding through the rainy night and lingering for a long time. There's a wolf. The faces of Wang Gang and the others suddenly changed. They hurriedly stopped, turned around, and looked back. Immediately, they saw a pair of green eyes, like two clusters of ghost fire, which made them shudder with fear. It's really a wolf. They panicked at once. Wolves were cunning and cold-blooded. Once targeted by a wolf, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. What should we do? Everyone looked at the man in black and the old man in cyan. The old man in cyan whispered, "Don't panic. There is only one wolf now. It will definitely not dare to come over when it sees so many of us. Let's go quickly. Don't provoke it." The group of people rushed forward back to back. However, they did not notice that there was a person sitting on the back of the wolf. "Go, follow it," Qin Feiyang whispered. The Wolf King took a step forward and sprinted madly. "Oh no, it's coming!" The middle-aged woman shouted, her face full of panic. "Run!" The old man in cyan shouted in a low voice. The group of people immediately ran wildly. However, in front of them, there would be a fierce beast jumping out from time to block their way, greatly reducing their speed. The old man in cyan was extremely annoyed and said angrily, "Don't run, we'll wait for it here. I want to see if it dares to come over." More than 20 people stayed in place and were vigilant. "Awoo!" Wolf King howled again. Everyone's body and mind tightened. For such a ferocious creature like a wolf, there was a natural fear in the hearts of human beings. But suddenly, that pair of green eyes disappeared. "Is it gone?" Everyone was surprised. The old man in cyan sneered, "No matter how cold-blooded it is still afraid of death. It must have left." But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, that pair of green eyes appeared again. "Bastard. It's obvious that it has targeted us. There may even be a pack of wolves hiding nearby." The man in black roared, his face was very ugly. Hearing this, everyone panicked again, their bodies and minds were shrouded in fear. The old man in cyan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "We can't continue like this. You three go and take a look. If there's really only one, get rid of it as soon as possible." He pointed at the 3 middle-aged men with a commanding tone. "Us?" The faces of the 3 men instantly turned green. The old man in cyan shouted, "Go quickly, or I'll leave you here to fend for yourselves." The 3 men's bodies trembled, holding a torch, and walked step by step towards the man and the wolf. The torch was made of the bark of the black-tongue tree. Under the illumination of the fire, it could be clearly seen that there were bean-sized beads of sweat on their foreheads. They were sweating in such a cold day, which showed how nervous they were at the moment. "Are they finally here?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He let Wolf King do this, in fact, to bluff, deliberately mystify, to lure those people to come to his door. Then, the man and the wolf separated and lurked in the grass beside the path. Disappeared again? The 3 men were stunned, and then they were wild with joy and turned to look at the old man in cyan. As if to ask, since they disappeared, was there no need to go over? "Continue," the old man in cyan shouted. The 3 men's faces stiffened, and they had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue to walk. Soon, they came to the ambush point of Qin Feiyang and Wolf King. Glancing around, one of them smiled and said, "I don't see any wolves, they must have left, let's hurry over." The other 2 nodded. However, just as they turned around, a man and a wolf suddenly pounced out from the grass. Qin Feiyang's target was the man with the torch. Chang Shui, showing off his sharpness. He easily cut off the man's neck. At the same time, Qin Feiyang grabbed the torch and threw it into the forest behind. The place was instantly plunged into darkness. "Ah!" Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wolf King also bit off a man's throat. "Come and save me." There was only one man left. He grabbed a broadsword and waved it crazily in the dark, while asking the black-clothed man and the others for help. "What should we do?" The people in the distance panicked. "Ah!" The next moment, another cry of agony rang out. They knew that the 3 men were dead. Everything happened so fast that they were not mentally prepared at all. "Be quiet," the black-clothed man shouted, his face as calm as water. Everyone immediately shut their mouths and stared at the pair of green eyes in the distance, their hearts trembling. "Did you notice that 2 shadows just appeared?" the old man in cyan said in a deep voice. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, "There are indeed 2 shadows. It seems that there is not only 1 wolf, but 2. Although Qin Feiyang had immediately thrown away his torch, the majority of the people were still able to catch sight of his shadow. But they did not see it clearly. So they thought that there was another wolf. "No, if there are really 2 wolves, shouldn't there be 2 pairs of eyes?" someone said. The old man in cyan said, "Wolves are cunning by nature. The other wolf may have been closing its eyes or squinting its eyes in order to confuse us and make us careless." Hearing this, the group of people could be said to be panicking to the extreme, completely at a loss. Why were they so unlucky to encounter such a cunning beast? What should they do now? Chapter 157. Of course, this kind of result was also what Qin Feiyang wanted. Only when the other party panicked would he have the chance to eliminate them one by one. Wolf King walked in front of Qin Feiyang and asked, "What do we do next?" Qin Feiyang sat on Wolf King's back and sneered, "Continue to walk towards them. I want them to be scared out of their wits. Let them taste the taste of despair." "Heh heh." Wolf King laughed sinisterly and walked over step by step. "It's here again. Wang Gang, old he, what should we do now?" The middle-aged woman and the others panicked and looked at the black-clothed man and the green-clothed old man. To be honest, the 2 of them didn't have any idea now. Wang Gang said in a deep voice, "Old he, why don't you personally bring people over and get rid of them? Why don't you go?" The green-clothed old man sneered. Wang Gang said angrily, "If my arm wasn't broken, would have gone long ago. Would I still be here talking to you?" The middle-aged woman frowned, "Old he, other than Wang Gang, you are the strongest here. You can't stay out of this." "Yeah, if we don't get rid of them as soon as possible, I'm afraid we won't have a peaceful journey. Old he, help us, please." The others also cupped their hands and pleaded. The green-clothed old man glanced at everyone, his eyes flickering. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Which one of you will go with me?" Now he had to go. Because if he didn't go, he would definitely be ostracized by everyone and even be kicked out of the team. Once he was alone in this dangerous forest, even if he was strong, he didn't have the confidence to walk to the desert of death alive. Me. And me. 5 strong men walked out, looking as if they were going to die for justice. The green-clothed old man glanced at the 5 of them, pointed to 3 of them, and said, "The 3 of you walk in front of me, the 2 of you on the left and the other on the right." The 5 of them frowned. This arrangement was obviously to use them as shields. The green-clothed old man said, "If you don't do as I say, I won't go. Everyone will wait for death together." Wang Gang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Whatever old he says, you guys, do it." The 5 of them exchanged glances. Regret could be clearly seen on his face. However, it was already too late for regrets. He could only brace himself and continue. Wolf King's pupils contracted, and he said, "Not good, there are actually 6 people coming over." Qin Feiyang said, "Don't panic. Although there are 6 of them, the only one who can truly pose a threat to us is that old bastard in green. As long as we assassinate him first, the other 5 are nothing to worry about." Without a doubt. The green-robed old man was definitely a martial ancestor, but he did not know exactly how many stars he had. As for the 5 burly men, their auras were similar to his. They were either 8-star or 9-star martial masters. With his current strength, even if it was a head-on confrontation, he was confident that he could easily get rid of the 5 of them. There's a shield in front of him, and there's also a shield on his left and right. How can I assassinate him? The Wolf King stopped and sized up the 6 people who were approaching him. His gaze was solemn. Then I'll assassinate him from behind. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Behind? Wolf King was taken aback and said, "How do you go behind him?" "Simple. Don't forget, we have the castle." Qin Feiyang said as he jumped down from Wolf King's back, walked forward 5 meters, turned around, looked into Wolf King's eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you understand now?" Wolf King suddenly understood. As long as Qin Feiyang hid in the castle and waited for the 6 people to come over, Qin Feiyang would come out of the castle and naturally be behind them. In other words, the 5 meters between them was equivalent to a fatal trap. No. Wolf King quivered, angrily stared at Qin Feiyang, and said, "You bastard, you actually used brother Qin Feiyang as bait again. There's no other way, because only by standing there motionless can you lure the 6 people into this trap." Qin Feiyang grinned, directly entered the castle, and carefully listened to the sound of footsteps. "Bastard, just you wait, brother Wolf will make your butt bloom." Wolf King secretly muttered, bared his teeth, and fiercely stared at the 6 people. The 6 people were getting closer and closer. When they were 10 meters away, the 6 people finally saw Wolf King. Why is there only one wolf? The 5 strong men instinctively stopped, vigilantly looking behind Wolf King, as well as the grass on both sides. One of them nervously said, "Old he, the other wolf must be hiding nearby. What do we do now?" The old man in green secretly sneered, and angrily said, "Nonsense, of course we continue to get closer." With a shield, of course he was not afraid. But the 5 strong men's feet seemed to be rooted, and they could not move half a step. The old man in green glanced at Wolf King, his eyes flashing with killing intent, and whispered to the 5 people, "Hurry up, don't let it escape. If the other wolf sneaks out to attack, dodge, I'll kill it with a palm strike." The 5 strong men took a step forward again, inching towards Wolf King bit by bit. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. The castle was right here. The 6 people took another step and stepped into the trap. A woo. Accompanied by a wolf howl, Wolf King revealed his ferocious nature and pounced towards the 6 people. "Kill!" the old man in green shouted. The 3 strong men in front immediately raised their weapons and slashed towards Wolf King. The 2 strong men on the left and right each held a torch, staring at the grass in front of them to prevent the other wolf from sneaking an attack. The old man in green also swept his eyes back and forth, his face full of vigilance. In the distance, Wang Gang and the others looked at the situation with smiles on their faces. There should be no problem now, right? But the next moment, their gazes focused. Behind the old man in green, a person actually appeared out of thin air. Just like a ghost, there was no sign at all. The back view is so familiar, it's him. That disciple of the martial imperial palace. The group of people turned pale with fright, as if they had seen a ghost. Wang Gang hurriedly shouted, "Old he, be careful behind you." "Behind me?" When the old man in green heard the roar, he frowned slightly and looked back in confusion. Immediately, a face entered his line of sight. Close at hand. There was a bright smile on his face. However, this smile, in the eyes of the old man in green, was simply the smile of a devil, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end in an instant. He instinctively struck out with his palm. But before he could raise his arm, he felt a pain in his heart. He instinctively lowered his head to look. He saw a snow-white dagger piercing into his heart. Fresh blood spurted out. Following closely, an incomparable pain, like waves of the sea, crazily attacked every nerve in his body. At that moment, he couldn't help but scream miserably. Heart-wrenching. Old he. The expressions of the 2 brawny men on the left and right changed drastically. Without hesitation, they raised their torches and threw them at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the 2 of them, pulled out Chang Shui, and kicked the old man in green in the chest. With the help of this force, he retreated several meters away. The old man in green was sent flying by a kick. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Oldie? How are you? I have a healing pill here, quickly take it. The two brawny men hurriedly ran over, took out healing pills, and stuffed them into the old man's mouth. But just now, Chang Shui had already pierced through his heart. No matter how many healing pills there were, it was useless. His head tilted and he died on the spot. Ah! At the same time, another 3 screams rang out. It turned out that the other 3 brawny men had their throats bitten by the Wolf King, and they died. However, the Wolf King's back also suffered a cut, so deep that the bone could be seen. Bang! The 3 corpses fell to the ground, and mud splattered everywhere. The Wolf King walked over step by step and stood on top of the 3 corpses. Like a king, it looked coldly at the 2 brawny men beside the old man in green. There was a piece of flesh in its mouth. Its fangs were also dripping with blood, and it looked extremely ferocious. Qin Feiyang glanced at the knife wound on the Wolf King's body. His eyes flashed with a frightening light, and he said in an awe-inspiring manner, "If I were you, I would have chosen to run away from the beginning. No, I deserve to die, I shouldn't have provoked you. I'll kowtow to you, please don't kill me." The 2 brawny men trembled and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Go to hell and repent. Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely cold. He rushed forward and the cold light of Chang Shui burst out, instantly sinking into the glabella of one of them. At the same time, the Wolf King also jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, and bit the head of the other person. With a crunch, the head was bitten off. Bang! The 2 men fell to the ground one after another, dead. The Wolf King raised its head, looked at Wang Gang and the others in the distance, and spat out the bloody head. Seeing this bloody scene, Wang Gang and the others trembled and felt cold all over. A few of them were so scared that they were paralyzed on the spot, and a pungent smell came from their crotch. Qin Feiyang searched the body of the old man in green for a moment, got up and walked to the Wolf King's side. He shook his head and said, "Ling Yunfei's Qinkuan bag is not on him." The Wolf King sneered, "Then it must be on that brawny man." Qin Feiyang grabbed a torch and said with a smile, "Let's go and meet them head-on." Duh. The man and the wolf walked over unhurriedly. "Wang Gang, what should we do now? Quickly think of a way." Seeing this, the remaining dozen people looked at Wang Gang, their hearts burning with anxiety. Even old he, who was a martial arts grandmaster, was easily killed by the man and the wolf, let alone them. Wang Gang was their only pillar of support now. But this pillar of support was also terrified at this moment. If it was a head-on fight, he was not afraid at all. But it was obvious that the man and the wolf did not intend to fight him head-on. The man-wolf combination, could it be them? Suddenly, he thought of a name that everyone in the county of Yan knew, Qin Feiyang. But it was not right. Qin Feiyang's arrest warrant was still posted at the city gate. The portrait and the person in front of him were 2 completely different people. Whoosh! Whether it was Qin Feiyang or not, the best plan was to run. He turned around without hesitation and fled crazily. Now that he had fled, the middle-aged woman and her group had lost their backbone and were at a loss of what to do. "What are you waiting for? Run!" the middle-aged woman shouted anxiously. In an instant. Chapter 158. They ran away. 1 man and 1 wolf were stunned. They thought that those people would stay and have a good fight with them. After all, there were more than a dozen of them. What was there to be afraid of? But the result was that they ran away without a fight. Were they that scary? Wolf King said proudly, "Brother Wolf is so awesome. I didn't even make a move and they were scared witless." "It's not that you're awesome, it's that you're too shameless." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He had never seen such a narcissistic guy. Wolf King said disdainfully, "Brother Wolf knows that you're jealous, so I'm not angry at all." "I'm jealous?" Qin Feiyang was really speechless. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly sent Wolf King into the castle. Then, He used the smoke-gathering steps and chased after the middle-aged woman and the others. He's chasing us. So fast. Almost 4 times faster than me. More than a dozen people's faces turned pale. Fear and despair drowned them like a tide. I can't run anymore. A young man in black collapsed on the ground, his body trembling and at a loss. The others didn't care about him. This team was temporarily formed. Everyone had their own little thoughts. Unity was simply a joke. In the face of a disaster, everyone flew away. The young man in black turned his head with difficulty and looked at Qin Feiyang, who was rushing over. He begged, "This brother, no, this lord, I was also forced, please spare my life." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. So easy to talk to? The young man in black was stunned and wild with joy. However, the next moment, Qin Feiyang swept past him. Chang Shui flashed and the head of the young man in black was directly removed. A bowl-sized wound and blood spurted several meters high. He's a devil. He kills people without blinking. Quick, run. The middle-aged woman and the others in front were scared out of their wits. Do you remember what I said at that time? Soon you will know who you have offended. I want all of you to be in complete despair. Qin Feiyang's ferocious nature erupted. Using the shifting smoke steps, he rapidly chased after them like a shooting star. With a wave of his saber, he chopped off another person's head. My lord, we were blind, I'll be your slave, I'll serve you tea, I beg you to be magnanimous and let me live. I don't want to die. The dozen or so people begged as they fled. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. With the Chang Shui in his hand, he crazily harvested heads one after another. The remaining people were scared out of their wits. 2 of them fled into the forest in a panic. But not long after, screams could be heard. Obviously, they were killed by the ferocious beasts in the forest. Fresh blood dyed the small path red. The smell of blood was pungent. Heads rolled in the mud one after another. Their eyes were wide open, filled with fear and despair before death. Little bastard, don't go too far. The middle-aged woman roared. Other than Wang Gang, she was the only one who was still alive. I'm going too far? At that time, I clearly advised you not to provoke me, but you didn't believe me. But now, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feiyang was covered in blood. He was like a blood man, emitting an incomparable murderous aura. Yes. This was his most terrifying side. He would not let go of anyone who dared to touch him. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing Qin Feiyang getting closer and closer, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned around and slapped at Qin Feiyang. True qi surged in her palm. This was a kind of martial skill. But it was only a mid-tier martial skill. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. He also slapped out with a palm, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, and sent the middle-aged woman flying. Bang! Puff! The middle-aged woman crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant. Her face was full of despair. Who are you? She looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. Perfect killing martial skill. Perfect auxiliary martial skill. There was also a white wolf beside him. And his whereabouts were strange. He came and went without a trace. How could there be such a perverted person in the world? You want to know so much? Well, I'll tell you. I'm Qin Feiyang that you're all looking for. Qin Feiyang said. What? The middle-aged woman's body trembled violently. Qin Feiyang stepped in front of her. Chang Shui spun, and suddenly blood burst out. A head fell to the ground. There's only one left. He grabbed Chang Shui and chased after Wang Gang without looking back. Behind him, there was a ground full of broken limbs. It was like a Jura hell. On the way, Qin Feiyang encountered many dead beasts. Basically, they were killed in one move, and their wounds were still bleeding. Obviously, they were killed by Wang Gang. This meant that, although Wang Gang's speed was faster than Qin Feiyang, it was not difficult for Qin Feiyang to catch up with him because of the beasts blocking the way. However, occasionally, there would be beasts jumping out and blocking in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang called out Wolf King. With the cooperation of a man and a wolf, coupled with the invincible Chang Shui, they were unimpeded along the way. Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er had also woken up and were recuperating in the castle. After chasing for almost an hour, they finally saw Wang Gang on the small path ahead. However, Wang Gang's strength had obviously increased a lot. A 2-star martial grandmaster level beast was actually killed by him with one punch. Even his severed arm had been restored to its original state. Moreover, further away, there was a bonfire. They could vaguely see more than a dozen figures around the bonfire. This is not good. A man and a wolf stopped and looked at Wang Gang and the people around the bonfire. They had a premonition of uneasiness in their hearts. Qin Feiyang took out the map and looked at it carefully. He said in a deep voice, "The bonfire is the first safe point. You go to the castle first and let Feng Ling Er prepare." After keeping the map, Qin Feiyang sent the Wolf King into the castle. Then, he continued to chase after Wang Gang with a torch in his hand. At the same time, Wang Gang also sensed Qin Feiyang behind him. He turned his head to look, and a sneer appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang ran closer and stopped more than 10 meters away. He frowned and said, "You took the best red fire glaze elixir? You also know?" "Yes, you are their companion. It's not surprising that you know." "Yes, not long ago, I checked their Qingquan bag. In the woman's Qingquan bag, I found an elixir with elixir patterns. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the best red fire glaze elixir. I've heard about the best red fire glaze elixir. I heard that it was made by Jiang Haotian of Yen City. It can help people break through 2 small realms at once. I didn't believe it at first, but after I took it, I really broke through from a 1-star martial ancestor to a 3-star martial ancestor. What surprised me more was that the woman's Qingquan bag really had a panacea elixir. My arm has been fixed. Now it's my turn to hunt you down." Wang Gang laughed and rushed toward Qin Feiyang without any scruples. 4-star martial ancestor. Qin Feiyang was shocked. What he was worried about finally happened. A 4-star martial ancestor was not someone he and Wolf King could compete with. However, he and Wolf King could not, but it did not mean that others could not. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he went to the castle decisively. Wang Gang suddenly flew into a rage and shouted, "Come out if you have the guts. Don't hide like a coward." A dozen people in a safe place heard the roar and stood up one after another. They looked over in surprise. One of the burly men frowned and said, "It seems to be Wang Gang's voice." "It's indeed Wang Gang. Let's go and have a look. After all, they are old friends. We should help if we can." A dozen people immediately took out their weapons, held torches, and quickly ran toward where Wang Gang was. Inside the castle. "I'd like to see who will be the coward in the end." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He turned his head and looked at Feng Ling Er. He handed Pale Snow over and said, "You heard what Wang Gang said before, right? Now, it's your turn." Half an hour passed. Her injuries were more or less healed. She heard. She suddenly stood up and grabbed Chang Shui with cold light in her eyes. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you need the best red fire glaze elixir?" "No need." Feng Ling Er said coldly. "Okay." Qin Feiyang grabbed her and appeared on the path. "Die." Seeing the two of them appear, Wang Gang immediately shouted and rushed toward them with murderous intent. "You don't have the ability." Barbarian Elephant Fist. Feng Ling Er's killing intent surged. Her seemingly delicate body went up to meet the attack without dodging. She clenched her jade-like hand and punched out. "Bitch, see how I'll play you to death later." Quicksand palm. Wang Gang laughed lewdly as he waved his palm, sweeping up the rain that filled the sky as he slapped towards Feng Ling. The fist and the palm collided. The two of them retreated at the same time, with a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. How is it possible? Wang Gang's face changed. Wasn't this bitch a 2-star martial grandmaster? How could her strength be on par with his? Right. It must be because the barbarian elephant fist was a perfect martial skill. His quicksand palm was only a superior martial skill, which made up for the gap in cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that I was seriously injured from fighting with the fierce beasts. If it wasn't for you sneak attacking me. Do you think you can knock me out with your mediocre skills? You think you can steal my Chinquan bag? Bastard, you actually dared to take the supreme grade red fire-colored glass pill. Today, I'll dig out your eyeballs, chop off your hands, and feed the beasts. Feng Ling Air was furious. She grabbed Chang Shui with her left hand and punched with her right hand. 9 afterimages of her palms carried a terrifying pressure and rushed toward Wang Gang. The Martial Imperial Hall's exclusive perfect martial skill, Illusion Palm. You're a core disciple of the Martial Imperial Hall. Wang Gang's face turned pale. Because only core disciples were qualified to practice the perfect martial skill, Illusion Palm. The rest of the disciples could only practice the superior martial skill, Illusion Palm. In his heart, he had the intention to retreat. He punched with his palm and the palm wind was bitingly cold, but what he hit was only an afterimage. Feng Ling took the opportunity to slap him in the chest. With a crisp crack, the bones in Wang Gang's chest broke on the spot. Bang! At the same time, his body flew out horizontally and smashed into the ground a few meters away, creating a deep pit. Feng Ling Air chased after him, her whole body was cold. Puff! Wang Gang spat out a mouthful of blood. Enduring the pain, he hurriedly climbed out of the deep pit and turned around to escape. But at this time, Feng Ling Air had already caught up, bent down and waved Chang Shui, instantly cutting the tendons of his feet. Bang! At this moment, Wang Gang fell to the ground like a dog eating shit and stuffed his mouth with mud. At the same time, more than a dozen people in the safe area also rushed over. Chapter 159. Feng Ling Air raised her head and raised her eyebrows, before she said with a cold smile, "What is it? Trying to be a busybody?" Qin Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he also walked to Feng Ling Air's side, ready to go. The bulky man glanced at the two, before he glanced at Wang Gang and asked, "Brother Wang, what's going on here?" Wang Gang placed his hands on the ground and raised his head toward the group of people, before he begged, "Brother Meng, please help me kill these 2 little bastards. I'll definitely repay your kindness." "How dare you speak so rudely?" Feng Ling Air became enraged and stomped her foot on Wang Gang's head. Wang Gang's entire face sank into the mud, causing him to have difficulty breathing. He struggled frantically and cried for help. Seeing this, the group of people immediately glared at each other. The bulky man yelled, "Let go of Brother Wang at once, or else none of you will live." Feng Ling Air let out a disdainful laugh and said in a cold tone, "Come at me if you're not afraid of death." Stubborn. The bulky man became enraged and threw a punch in Feng Ling Air's direction. Humph. Feng Ling Air harumphed and waved her hand, causing 9 blurry figures to rush toward the bulky man like a storm. Illusionary palm. The bulky man's expression changed greatly, as he immediately backed off. The rest of the people were terrified too. This woman was a core disciple of the Martial Emperor Palace. Feng Ling Air said in a disdainful tone, "Aren't you being cocky? Why are you so scared now?" Wang Gang exerted force and raised his head, before he yelled, "Brother Meng, don't be afraid of them. Let's kill them here. Even the Martial Emperor Palace won't be able to find out who did it. You're really courting death." Feng Ling Air's eyes flickered coldly, as if she had transformed into a female Azura. She waved her hand at lightning speed and dislocated Wang Gang's right hand. Wang Gang let out a cry of pain and yelled, "Brother Meng, they have top-tier crimson fire-colored glass pills. You're courting death." Feng Ling Air waved the Chang Shui again, disabling Wang Gang's left hand. Blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain. Top-grade scarlet-colored glass pellet. The burly man and the others trembled and greed filled their eyes. At this moment, Qin Feiyang spread out his hands and said indifferently, "Let's see what this is before we make a move." More than 10 people looked at his palm. But there was nothing. Just when they thought that Qin Feiyang was bluffing, a transparent crystal appeared out of thin air. What? Image crystal. I would never be able to afford an image crystal stone in my entire life, but he has one. This means that his status in the Martial Emperor Hall is definitely not low. Their faces turned pale. If they dared to make a move, the other party would be able to inform the Martial Emperor Hall of what was happening here with a single thought. This time, he had really hit the wall. There are some things that you are not qualified to touch. Be honest and do your work. This is the way to survive. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal stone, his expression as calm as ever. Master is right. We will know our place. Please forgive us for offending you just now. More than 10 people immediately nodded and bowed, their faces full of flattery. They also hated Wang Gang in their hearts. How could they offend these two people? They actually wanted to drag them down with them. What evil intentions! The burly man took a step forward and cupped his hands. "Masters, this Wang Gang is despicable and shameless. Killing him will only dirty your hands. Why don't you let me do it for you?" Wang Gang said angrily. "Meng Ming, what do you mean by this?" The burly man sneered. "What do I mean? With my understanding of you, I can imagine that you must have taken the initiative to provoke these two masters. People like you should be killed. Meng Ming, I curse you to die a horrible death." Wang Gang roared in exasperation. "The person who is going to die today is you." Feng Ling Air kicked Wang Gang's head. Wang Gang was kicked out, howling miserably. His head felt like it was about to split open, and he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. If it wasn't for Feng Ling Air showing mercy, his head would have already split open. "I deserve to die. I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. I will kowtow to you, please give me a way out." He endured the pain and kept begging. "Scum like you deserve to die. Living is a waste of air." Feng Ling Air walked up and Chang Shui descended like lightning, digging out Wang Gang's eyeballs. Immediately. Wang Gang let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, rolling in the mud. His entire body was covered in blood, looking extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyang watched with trepidation. If a woman was angered, she was much more terrifying than a tiger. In the future, try not to provoke women if you have nothing to do. The burly man and the others also broke out in cold sweat. It was the first time they had seen such a ferocious woman. Feng Ling Air raised her head and glanced at them, instinctively taking a few steps back. They were afraid that the next target would be them. Feng Ling Air snorted from her nose, her face full of disdain. She walked in front of Wang Gang, took back the Qinkuan bag, grabbed Wang Gang's clothes, and threw him into the nearby forest. He lost his eyes, and his hamstrings were broken. His hands were also gone. His fate was destined to be tragic. Not long after, he was cut into pieces by a few fierce beasts that rushed over after hearing the news. He died in endless despair, and in the end, not even his bones were left. Those fierce beasts wanted to attack Qin Feiyang and the others again. But when they saw so many of them, they tactfully left. The burly man smiled and said, "Two lords, please follow us to a safe place." As he spoke, he waved to the others. Those people immediately retreated to the side and made way. Feng Ling Air nodded and looked down at the Chang Shui. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked hesitantly, "This? You see, we are so familiar with each other. This dagger, can you lend it to me to play with for a few days? In your dreams." Qin Feiyang snatched the Chang Shui, wiped the blood off, and put it into the Qinkuan bag. Feng Ling Er could only watch helplessly. How stingy. She snorted coldly and walked toward the safety point without looking back. This has nothing to do with being stingy. Chang Shui is the only thing my mother left for me. I can't let anyone take it. Qin Feiyang muttered and followed her silently. Let's go. The burly man waved his hand, and more than a dozen people quickly followed. After dozens of breaths, the group arrived at the safe place. The so-called safe place was actually a piece of flat land about a dozen meters wide. There was a canopy on it, and there was a bonfire in the middle, which gave people some warmth. Although it was simple, at least it could shelter them from the rain. Above the bonfire, there was a piece of barbecued meat, but the surface was burnt, and there was a pungent smell of burnt meat. Feng Ling Er frowned and shouted, "It smells too bad. Take it away." Yes, yes, yes. The burly man nodded repeatedly, grabbed the barbecued meat, and threw it directly into the forest next to him. Then, he said, "My lords, why don't we go and get you some fresh meat? Just don't disturb me. You can do the rest," Qin Feiyang said lightly. Then, he sat aside, took a supreme-grade healing pill, and began to recuperate. "What about you?" The burly man looked at Feng Ling Er again. Feng Ling Er glanced at Qin Feiyang. The more she looked, the more unhappy she was. "Humph." She snorted and sat aside. Then, she said to the group of people, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you disturb my meditation, I'll make sure you have to bear the consequences." Then, she closed her eyes. The group of people felt bitter in their hearts. These two lords were really hard to please. "Wang Ku, Li Kuei, come with me to hunt." The tall and sturdy man called for two men, who took a torch and walked along the path. After they were far away from the safe place, the burly man turned to the two of them and whispered, "Do you want supreme-grade crimson fire-colored glass pills? Brother Meng, what are you going to do?" The two of them were surprised. "What am I going to do?" "Of course, I'm going to find a chance to kill those two." The burly man's eyes flashed with madness. "Brother Meng, are you crazy? They are the core disciples of the Martial Imperial Hall, and they have the image crystal. If we're not careful, we'll be doomed." Wang Ku and Li Kuei whispered. "What are you afraid of? Aren't they meditating now? When they let down their guard at midnight, we'll sneak attack them. At that time, they won't have a chance to send a message to the Martial Imperial Hall. As long as we can get the supreme-grade crimson fire-colored glass pill, not only can I become a 6-star martial ancestor, but you can also become a 5-star martial ancestor. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You have to think carefully." The burly man instigated. "What if they only have one supreme-grade crimson fire-colored glass pill? How are we going to split it?" Wang Ku frowned. "That's easy. We'll take it to the Precious Treasure Pavilion and auction it. From what I know, the supreme-grade crimson fire-colored glass pill is sold for more than 4 million gold coins in Yen City. At that time, each of us will get more than 1 million gold coins." The burly man said with a smile, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The two of them trembled violently. More than 1 million gold coins, they had never seen so many gold coins in their lives. The burly man urged, "Hurry up and make a decision. If you don't do it, I'll find someone else." "We'll do it," the two of them said hurriedly. The burly man smiled and said, "I knew you would agree. Wait for my signal and act according to the situation." The two of them nodded. Then, the three of them killed a ferocious beast casually and returned to the safe place. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes a little and watched the three of them. They knew it was dangerous outside, but they still took the two of them to hunt. Wasn't it too abnormal? But after observing for a while, he didn't see anything strange about the three of them. "Am I thinking too much?" Qin Feiyang murmured and was about to close his eyes. However, at this time, the burly man turned his head and glanced at him and Feng Ling Er. Seeing that both of them had closed their eyes, a cold smile appeared on his face. But it disappeared immediately. But he didn't expect that this abnormality was clearly caught by Qin Feiyang. He also didn't expect that Qin Feiyang was a very cautious person. There's really something wrong, Qin Feiyang thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, he opened his eyes, got up and walked to Feng Ling Air. Under the puzzled gaze of the burly man and others, he grabbed Feng Ling Air and suddenly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 160. Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Feng Ling Air was also a little confused by Qin Feiyang's sudden action. Shoo! Qin Feiyang made a shushing gesture. Outside. The burly man and the others looked around in surprise. Where were they? How could they disappear into thin air? Could it be that they could teleport? Li Kuei said, Brother Meng, do you know where they went? The burly man shook his head. Wang Ke frowned and said, did he notice our motive? Impossible. After we came back, we didn't show any flaws. The burly man shook his head decisively, his expression uncertain. Meng Ming, what motive? What are you talking about? The others looked at the three of them in confusion. Nothing. Meng Ming said irritably, sitting next to the bonfire. Under the light of the fire, his face was full of hostility. In the castle. What motive? Feng Ling Air, Ling Yunfei, and Wolf King also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. How would I know? Anyway, it can't be anything good. Qin Feiyang sneered. He didn't dare to say about the others. But Meng Ming, Wang Ku, and Li Kuei were definitely suspicious. Feng Ling Air said, do you want me to go out and kill them? No need. There are still 2 danger points before we reach the desert of death. We might as well make use of them. Besides, their strength is not bad. With your current ability, it won't be easy to kill them all. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he found that Feng Ling Air's expression was a little strange. He said helplessly, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't have confidence in you. I just don't want you to get hurt. Oh, you still care about me? Feng Ling Air didn't dare to be surprised. Forget it. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He walked to the iron box and continued to copy the Huan formula. Feng Ling Air asked, Wolf Cub, what did Qin Feiyang write? What's the point of doing that? Nonsense, would he do something meaningless? Wolf King glared at her and continued to nap on the ground. Feng Ling Air pinched its ear and asked curiously, then tell me, what's the point? Wolf King said angrily, with my bad temper, do you believe that I won't bite you? Then bite me. Feng Ling Air stared at it unkindly. A good wolf doesn't fight with a woman. Wolf King's eyes were full of disdain as he said indifferently, let me put it this way. If he didn't write that thing, his cultivation level would have long surpassed yours. Feng Ling Air was dumbfounded. In front of him, your talent is only a little better than trash. Wolf King said contemptuously. How dare you compare me to trash? Wolf Cub, you really need to be taught a lesson. Feng Ling Air scowled and pinched hard with her jade-like hand. One of Wolf King's ears was suddenly deformed and he grimaced in pain. Brother Wolf needs to be taught a lesson. What do you want? Bite my balls if you have the guts. Wolf King roared. Shameless, dirty, dirty. Feng Ling Air was so angry that her teeth itched. Seeing the girl and the wolf fighting fiercely, Ling Yunfei shook his head helplessly. However, he firmly believed in Wolf King's words. Qin Feiyang's martial arts talent was indeed much better than Feng Ling Air's. It could even be said that in the entire county of Yan, no one could be his match. That night, Feng Ling Air made a breakthrough. She was thick-skinned and asked Qin Feiyang for a supreme-grade red fire glaze elixir. She became a 5-star martial grandmaster. And Qin Feiyang only had 6 supreme-grade red fire glaze elixirs left. The next morning. Not only did the rain not stop, but it also became heavier. Meng Ming and the others were ready to go. Qin Feiyang also withdrew his arm and closed the iron book. He looked at Feng Ling Air and said, "Just pretend that you don't know anything. Feng Ling Air, don't expose your current strength too early. I know what to do." Feng Ling Air rolled her eyes as if she was blaming him for being a busybody. Ling Yunfei shrugged and said with a smile, "We don't know anything." Qin Feiyang smiled and did not talk nonsense with Feng Ling Air. He led the two to the safe place. They appeared out of thin air again. Meng Ming and the others were about to set off. When they saw the three of them, their eyes almost popped out. Ghosts were nothing more than this. Cough. Wang Ke coughed and pulled Meng Ming's sleeve. Meng Ming suddenly came back to his senses. He quickly walked to the three of them and bowed. He looked at Ling Yunfei in confusion and asked, "Lords, who is this?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "He is also a core disciple of the Martial Imperial Palace." "Greetings, Lord." The group immediately bowed. Ling Yunfei nodded faintly. Meng Ming smiled flatteringly and said, "Lords, you see that danger is everywhere. Why don't we travel together so that we can take care of each other?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Meng Ming was overjoyed and asked, "When shall we set off?" Qin Feiyang looked at the sky and saw layers of dark clouds. He did not know when the rain would stop, so he might as well set off now. Therefore, the group of people rushed through the rain. There were 5 people clearing the way in front, 5 at the back, and 3 at the left and right. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 walking in the middle had nothing to do. Meng Ming killed a beast with a slash. He looked back at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, "Lord, where did you go last night? We were worried to death when we saw you suddenly disappear." "Thank you for your concern." Qin Feiyang smiled and said. He avoided Meng Ming's question. Meng Ming turned his head and frowned. He asked without looking back, "Lords, is this your first time in the Desert of Death?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then it's easy." Meng Ming sneered inwardly and shouted, "All of you, stay alert. Let's try to reach the second safe point before it gets dark." "Okay." Wang Ku and the others shouted. The path during the day was much safer. It took a long time to encounter a beast blocking the way. The strength of the people present was not bad, so they could easily deal with it. When it was almost evening, Meng Ming, who was walking in front, suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone, stop." "What's wrong?" someone asked. "Nothing, I'm just thirsty and want to drink some water." Meng Ming took out a water bag and drank a mouthful. He turned to look at the others and smiled, "Does anyone want to drink?" However, as he spoke, he secretly winked at Wang Ku and Li Kuei. The two of them nodded without leaving a trace. "Brother Meng, thank you. It's raining. We've drunk enough rain. How can we be thirsty? Let's continue our journey." The others laughed. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. "That's right. We've drunk enough rain. How can Meng Ming be thirsty? Something's wrong." He raised his head and looked at the path ahead. There was still a dense jungle on both sides of the path. But it was surprisingly quiet. Along the way, although there were few ferocious beasts, the roar of beasts and the sound of insects never stopped in the jungle. But here, not to mention the roar of beasts, there was not even the sound of insects. It could even be described as dead silence. He carefully observed the terrain around him and suddenly realized that this was the second danger point. Since it was a dangerous point, why didn't Meng Ming say it? Meng Ming had already put away the water bag and smiled, "Everyone, there's still an hour's journey to the safe point. We should be able to reach it before dark. Let's go." The group continued to set off. However, Meng Ming, Wang Ku, and Li Kuei had unknowingly retreated to the middle of the crowd. The others also noticed it, but they didn't suspect anything. But Qin Feiyang knew in his heart. He pulled Ling Yunfei's sleeve. Ling Yunfei understood and used the same method to remind Feng Ling Air next to him. The dangerous point was close at hand. Meng Ming and the other two subconsciously put their hands on the Qingquan bag at their waist. Finally, the group entered the dangerous point. Whoosh! Immediately, streaks of blood-red light shot out from the bushes, covering a large area. At first glance, it looked like a sea of blood, incomparably terrifying. What the hell is that? Everyone turned pale with fright. But even Qin Feiyang, who had long been prepared, couldn't help but turn pale when he saw the blood-red flowing light clearly. This is blood leech. He roared loudly. Blood leech. Hearing this name, everyone's face instantly turned pale. There was no desire to fight at all, only despair and helplessness. It was also at this moment Meng Ming and the other two revealed their killing intent. They took out a dagger from their Qingquan bag and directly pounced on Qin Feiyang and the other two. Fox's tail has finally come out. Qin Feiyang sneered. The big hand hidden in the sleeve stretched out like lightning. Chang Shui was invincible. The 3 daggers were broken on the spot. At the same time, Feng Ling Air threw out 3 palms in a row. True Qi rolled as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Puff! Meng Ming and the other two spat out a mouthful of blood. Their chests instantly caved in. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang and the other two reached out with their big hands. Each of them grabbed one person and used them as a meat shield. They rushed forward violently. The swarm of blood leech all gathered on Meng Ming and the other two and crazily drilled into their bodies. The others were also drowned by the blood leech. Screams could be heard incessantly. Qin Feiyang and the other two rushed out without looking back. Then, they threw Meng Ming and the other two aside and ran more than 10 meters away. Only then did they turn around and look at Meng Ming and the others. Those blood leech were only the size of a thumb. They were blood-red and extremely disgusting. Even with Feng Ling Air's fearless personality, when she saw those blood leech, her beautiful face turned pale. My 3 lords, please save us. Ah, it hurts. They drilled into my body and are sucking my blood. Meng Ming and the other two cried out in pain as they rolled on the ground. Their bodies were covered with blood leech. They could not be swatted away or shaken off. Qin Feiyang sneered. You schemed to kill us and now you want us to save you. Do you think we are stupid? What? They actually noticed it. Meng Ming's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly said, My lord, what are you saying? We never had such thoughts. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Since you didn't have such thoughts, why didn't you tell us that this is the second danger point? How did you know? Isn't this your first time here? Meng Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 161. Although it's our first time going to the Death Desert, as disciples of the Martial Imperial Hall, it's not difficult for us to know the situation along the way. Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, Meng Ming was immediately filled with regret. Although there were more than 10 people in the group, only he, Wang Ku, and Li Kuei had been to the Death Desert. Therefore, he asked the 2 of them to cooperate. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang and the other 2 knew nothing about the situation along the way. He planned to make a big fuss at the dangerous point and take the opportunity to kill the 3 of them. However, he did not expect that not only did the other party know everything, but he also knew their motive. Lord, I was wrong. I was forced by Meng Ming. Please be merciful and save me. Wang Ku cried. Yes, 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 it's all Meng Ming's fault. Lords, please forgive us and save our lives. Li Kuei hurriedly said. You reap what you sow, slowly enjoy the process of death. When you are reincarnated in your next life, remember to keep your eyes open and see who you can offend and who you can't. Qin Feiyang sneered and left quickly with Ling Yunfei and Li Kuei. Feng Ling Air looked at Qin Feiyang's back as she hurried along. Her eyes were filled with an inexplicable brilliance. Meticulous like dust. Observant to the smallest detail. Was this kind of temperament innate? Or was it acquired? If it was the former, it could only mean that the young man in front of her was a born monster. But if it was the latter, how did he survive all these years? How many setbacks and hardships did he go through? She wanted to know more about this man now. She had never had such an impulse before. Swoosh. However, only 100 breaths had passed. A white figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked their path. Qin Feiyang and the other two were shocked and immediately attacked. However, when they saw the person's face, they quickly turned around and fled. This was because the person who had arrived was Elder Wan. Stop! Elder Wan shouted with a ghastly expression. The three of them stiffened and looked at each other helplessly. When they turned around and saw the pair of eyes filled with anger, they immediately lowered their heads and remained silent like children who had done something wrong. What happened? Why didn't Fatso send me a message? Qin Feiyang was very upset. Elder Wan glanced at the three of them. His face was dark, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei swallowed their saliva and pulled Feng Ling Er's sleeves at the same time. Do what? Feng Ling Er glared at the two of them. Of course, she understood what Qin Feiyang meant. But now that Elder Wan was in a fit of anger, she did not want to get on his bad side. Very good. Very good. Elder Wan looked at the three of them and nodded. He did not say much, but Qin Feiyang and the other two could clearly feel that Elder Wan was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei pulled Feng Ling Er's sleeves again. Ling Yunfei whispered, "Senior sister Ling, go quickly, or we'll all be finished." Why don't you go? Feng Ling Er said angrily. The two of them felt bitter. They looked up at Elder Wan and laughed awkwardly. What are you laughing at? Is it very funny? Elder Wan roared. He was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. The two of them immediately lowered their heads and stretched out their hands at the same time to push Feng Ling Er out. You two bastards. Feng Ling Er was furious and glared at the two of them. But now that things had come to this, she could only bite the bullet. She raised her head and walked to Elder Wan's side. She lowered her head and said, "Grandpa Wan, we were wrong." You know you were wrong? How rare. Then tell me, where did you go wrong? Elder Wan was so angry that he laughed. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. I shouldn't have gone to the desert of death without permission. It's all my fault. I was too willful. I shouldn't have listened to Jiang Haotian and Ling Yunfei's slanderous words. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei were initially grateful to Feng Ling Er for taking the blame alone. But when they heard the fifth sentence, they were dumbfounded. Did they think too much? This woman was simply shirking the responsibility. Grandpa Wan, I shouldn't have been instigated by them. I should have stopped them from the beginning and reported them. Grandpa Wan, I'm sorry for your nurturing. I feel guilty. Feng Ling Er looked very wronged. She was about to cry. Pretend. Keep pretending. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at her with disdain. It would be a pity if she didn't become an actress. Feng Ling Er secretly glanced at the two of them. She looked a little smug, as if saying, "Who told you to push me? This is the consequence of offending me." She looked at Elder Wan pitifully and said, "Grandpa Wan, although I was instigated by them, I don't deny my fault. Please punish me. You shouldn't be so shameless." Qin Feiyang sighed. He couldn't count on this woman. If he continued to let her speak, it would only add fuel to the fire. He looked at Elder Wan and consciously admitted his mistake. "Elder, it's our fault for sneaking out of the Martial Imperial Hall, but I was also forced. It was Ling Yunfei who instigated me." What? Ling Yunfei stared at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. Feng Ling Er was also dumbfounded. Elder Wan's face was twitching uncontrollably. After Ling Yunfei came back to his senses, he hurriedly shouted, "Elder Wan, I don't know anything. They asked me to follow you." Ah. Qin Feiyang and Feng Ling Er were stunned. This was the rhythm of refusing to admit defeat no matter what. Elder Wan glanced at the three of them. He was angry and amused. Humph, don't think that this matter will be over just because you don't admit it. I'm not afraid to tell you that before I left, I asked Elder Ji to imitate the Danwang Hall and make a pig cage. I'm afraid it's already ready. If you don't tell the truth, you'll live in a pig cage for a while when you go back. I believe that you'll be very satisfied. Elder Wan said expressionlessly. Pig cage. Fong Ling Heir's face turned pale. Is there a need to be so cruel? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Humph, to deal with disobedient people like you, I have to use extreme means. Elder Wan snorted. Qin Feiyang's face stiffened. He said helplessly, Elder Wan, in fact, this is what happened. Some time ago, I heard that the Death Desert is a very suitable place for training, so I encouraged Ling Yunfei and Fong Ling Heir to go and have a look. Someone had to bear this responsibility. Since Fong Ling Heir and Ling Yunfei were unwilling, he would bear it. Is that really the case? Elder Wan frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded. During this period, Ling Yunfei was struggling. In the end, he made up his mind. He couldn't let Qin Feiyang take the blame. He shook his head and said, No, it's all my fault. I wanted to find out the cause of my father's death, so I asked Jiang Haotian and senior sister Ling to help. Elder, if you want to punish someone, punish me alone. I'm willing to go to the pig cage. Fong Ling stared blankly at Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. She gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa Wan, they originally planned to wait until they became stronger before coming. It was I who couldn't wait and forced them to come now. You can punish me, but can you not go to the pig cage? Have you found your conscience? Qin Feiyang and Elder Wan were a little stunned. The three of you are really reckless. With your little strength, let alone going to the Death Desert, it's your luck to be able to come here. I say, can you guys save us some trouble? Do you know how worried Elder Ji and I were when we found out that you sneaked out of the Martial Imperial Hall? Do you want to worry us old guys to death? Elder Wan glared at the three of them, his heart filled with hatred and love. We're sorry. The three lowered their heads with an apologetic look. Elder Wan continued, especially you, Ling Yunfei. When I asked about your father's situation, you acted dumb. Am I that untrustworthy? Ling Yunfei wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Actually, when I found out that you guys sneaked out, I already guessed that it might be related to your father. I won't deny that I did ask about your father's situation because I wanted to know the location of that place, but I didn't mean any harm. I'm just trying to find out what kind of treasure is in that place, which caused the death of a genius of the Martial Emperor Hall. Elder Wan let out a sigh. So you've already guessed it. Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. Luckily, he did not continue to hide it. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. I'm sorry. Ling Yunfei bowed and said. He initially thought that Elder One had some ulterior motives, but in the end, it was just a misunderstanding. Elder One waved his hand and said, That's enough, I'll let it go. Since I have nothing else to do during this period, I'll bring you guys to the Desert of Death. The three were overjoyed. This old man was a real battle dominator. It would save them a lot of trouble if he were to tag along. Elder Wan shook his head and let out a smile, before he waved his hand and unleashed his battle chi, bringing the three into the sky and sprinting toward the Desert of Death. That's incredible speed. Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked in a confused tone, Elder, how did you know we snuck out? And how did you find this place? Fong Ling Heir and Qin Feiyang glanced at him in confusion too. Yesterday, I went to look for Ling, but there was no one in the cultivation room. I went to look for Ling Yunfei, but there was no one there either. I thought it was strange, so I went to look for you again. Fatso and Lu Hong both told me that you guys were cultivating in that ancient castle. I almost believed it. Luckily, Elder Chu told me that Ling had left the Martial Imperial Palace before. Elder Wan said. After knowing this, he went to look for Fatso and Lu Hong to settle the score. However, the two of them were very stubborn and refused to say anything even if they were beaten to death. In a fit of anger, he confiscated their image crystals and ran to the black-armored guards guarding the city gate to ask about it. The guards told him that they had indeed seen Feng Ling heir and two disciples of the martial imperial palace leaving Yen City and heading towards Xingyue City. He then chased them to Xingyue City and asked the guards there. He found out that the three of them were heading toward the Desert of Death. How could this be? He hurried over in a hurry. As expected, he found Qin Feiyang and the other two on the way. In other words, their whereabouts would be exposed, not because of Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei, but because of Feng Ling heir. Because Feng Ling heir was too famous and was wearing a mask, she was too conspicuous. It was very easy to find out. Chapter 162. The speed of the War Emperor was beyond imagination. A few hundred breaths later, a vast and boundless desert entered the sight of Qin Feiyang and the other two. Although it had rained for 2 consecutive days, the desert was still very dry and the air was a little stuffy. And in the periphery of the desert, there were figures everywhere. Some were exploring. Some were fighting with berserk beasts. Qin Feiyang felt a little strange. What kind of treasure could there be in the endless dry desert? Was it worth the people of Xingyue City risking their lives to come here? Feng Ling heir whispered, there are many minerals under the Death Desert, such as gold, silver, and some iron ores used for refining weapons. If you are lucky, you can even find a few rare herbs. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Although the desert was dry, there were indeed herbs. Because some rare herbs were suitable for this environment. There were even some herbs that could only survive in the desert. If it were green mountains and clear water, they would wither instead. After entering the desert, Elder Wan did not stop at all. He led Qin Feiyang and the other two and flew into the depths of the desert. Because the speed was too fast, the people below did not notice them. Even if they did, they would only think that it was a meteor that cut through the sky. Boom! Dozens of miles deep. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise, a fishtail that was dozens of feet long rushed out from the sand, raising yellow sand all over the sky. Feng Ling heir said, that's the tail of the sand whale. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He had heard of this kind of berserk beast. Its body was as big as a mountain and it lived under the desert. And like a fish swimming in the water, it could come and go freely. It was also one of the berserk beasts that humans did not want to encounter when walking in the desert. Once encountered, it was definitely a 9 out of 10 chance of survival. Next, Qin Feiyang saw many ferocious berserk beasts again. Without exception, each of them was very huge and had a monstrous aura. Seeing the horror of the Death Desert, the three could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, Elder Wan was here. Otherwise, with their little strength, they would not be enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of these berserk beasts. The sky gradually darkened. The sky and earth fell into the deepest darkness. They could no longer see the desert below, and could only hear the roars of the ferocious beasts. From time to time, the roars would ring in their ears, causing their blood and qi to surge. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that ferocious beast was. The night passed in silence. The next morning, the rain stopped, but the sky was still hazy, making people feel very depressed. After a night of rushing, they didn't know how many miles they had traveled, but the end of the desert was still far away. Elder Wan, have you been here before? Qin Feiyang could not help but ask. I've been here once, but after flying for 10 days and 10 nights, I still couldn't see the end, so I gave up. Elder Wan said. What? Even after 10 days and 10 nights, we still can't reach the end? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other in disbelief. If it was not for Elder Wan, they would not have been able to survive in the Desert of Death. It would have taken them at least 1 or 2 years to reach the end. Only now did the three of them realize that they had greatly underestimated this desert. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Waiting like this seemed to be a waste of time, so he said, Elder Wan, I'd like to cultivate. Sure. Elder One nodded and put up a battle aura barrier. He smiled and said, sit inside the barrier and focus on cultivating. I'll call you when we reach the end. Is that okay? Ling Yunfei was surprised. Elder Wan said proudly, of course. There are no more than 10 people in the entire county of Yen who can destroy this barrier. That's not a lie. Feng Ling Er smiled and sat down with her legs crossed. She took out a few chi-amassing pills and threw them into her mouth, entering a state of cultivation right away. Obviously. It was not the first time she had done so. Ling Yunfei watched in amazement and imitated him. Seeing Qin Feiyang standing still, Elder One was puzzled. Aren't you going to cultivate? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I'm not going to cultivate here. Then where are you going? Elder One was puzzled. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and asked, is it that castle? Qin Feiyang nodded. Is there any difference between cultivating in the castle and cultivating outside? Elder One was puzzled. This, Qin Feiyang stammered and couldn't think of an answer for a long time. Seeing this, Elder One shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand and said, go ahead. I'll take care of the outside. Don't worry. Thank you, Elder. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and expressed his thanks. Then, he entered the ancient castle with a thought. What a mysterious boy. Elder One muttered. But the next moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again. Seeing that he was still in the battle aura barrier, he finally entered the castle again and began to copy the Huan formula. Now he was already an 8-star martial master. When he finished copying the Huan formula, he would become a 9-star martial master and return to his former peak. In less than a year, he broke through from a 1-star martial artist to a 9-star martial master. Even in the entire Great Qin Empire, no one could match this speed. But in Qin Feiyang's view, it was still too slow. He couldn't wait to return to the imperial capital and turn it upside down. He was looking forward to the expressions of those who had heard him when they saw him return to the capital. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, he couldn't see the end of the desert. Elder One was also a little tired. He rested for a night and continued on his way. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. This morning, a small valley came into Elder Wan's sight. The valley covered an area of about 10,000 feet. It was surrounded by the desert like a small oasis. Elder Wan stopped in the sky and looked down at the valley. In the valley, the vegetation was lush. In the center, there was a lake of more than 100 feet. The lake water was clear and reflected the hazy sky. I really didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful place in the depths of the Death Desert. Elder Wan's eyes lit up. Suddenly, his aged body shuddered violently. Could it be this place? He hurriedly said, Ling Yunfei, look, is it here? Ling Yunfei shuddered and woke up from his seclusion. He stood up and looked down. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also walked out of the castle. Feng Ling Er also opened her eyes. It looks like it. After observing for a moment, Ling Yunfei couldn't be sure. Then he opened his clothes and a crescent-shaped jade pendant appeared. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at the jade pendant, their eyes flashing with suspicion. This jade pendant was given to my mother by my father before he died. Before coming to Yen City, my mother gave it to me, and the original map of that place is in here. Ling Yunfei took off the jade pendant and explained a little. Then he used a little force and the crescent-shaped jade pendant, which was originally one piece, suddenly broke into 2 halves. And the inside was hollow. There was a piece of paper hidden. Ling Yunfei took it out and spread it out. The paper was as thin as a cicada's wing and there was a drawing of a valley with a lake in the middle. The drawing on the paper was almost exactly the same as the valley below. Without a doubt, that was the place they were looking for. The few of them looked down at the valley, looking rather excited. After so many hardships, they finally found it. Feng Ling Er suddenly frowned and looked into the distance. That's not right. Didn't you say that it was at the end of the desert? But look, where is the end of the desert? Ling Yunfei put away the map and said sadly, perhaps in my father's eyes, this is the end of the desert. Qin Feiyang patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, the dead are already gone. As a living person, you still have to continue to work hard to live. I believe that your father in the underworld would also wish for you to live happily every day. Thank you. Ling Yunfei looked at him gratefully and said, before my father died, he left a sentence. He said that he left his name on a stone wall beside the valley. Let's go and find it. If there is a name, it must be here. Okay. Elder Wan led the three of them and swooped down. Roar. However, the four of them had not gone down yet. The desert around the valley trembled violently. Then, accompanied by a series of roars, huge tails broke out of the sand and set off a sandstorm. Elder Wan's face changed and hurriedly led the three of them to the sky. Standing high in the sky, he looked down with his brows tightly knitted together. As for Qin Feiyang and the other two, their faces and eyes were full of horror. Those were the tails of the sand whales. But each tail was as big as a house and was fierce. One could only imagine how shocking the body hidden in the sand was. And there were a lot of them. There were at least 30 to 40 of them wandering around the valley in the sand. Elder Wan observed for a moment and his face suddenly darkened. He said, the strength of these sand whales is comparable to a one-star combat emperor. What? The three of them turned pale with fright. What kind of concept was this? One had to know that there were no more than 20 combat emperors in the entire Yan County. However, there were at least 30 to 40 battle emperor level beasts in this place alone. How could they enter the valley? Feng Ling Er said in surprise, have you noticed that the behavior of these sand whales is very strange? It gives people the feeling that they are protecting the valley. That's right. They are protecting the valley. As long as we don't barge into the valley, they won't attack us. Elder Wan said in a deep voice. Although the sand whales were blocking the way, their hearts were burning with passion. 30 to 40 combat emperor level sand whales were guarding this place. There must be some kind of peerless treasure in this valley. Qin Feiyang asked, Ling Yunfei, how did your father get in? That year, Ling Feng was still a disciple of the martial imperial palace. At most, he was probably a martial great lord. With just the strength of a martial great lord, how could he barge in? Not to mention leaving his name on the stone wall beside the valley. So, there must be a trick. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, I don't know either. Because of this, my father didn't tell my mother. That's strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Feng Ling Er thought for a moment and suggested, how about this, we can just go down from the top of the valley and land directly inside the valley. Elder Wan shook his head and said, no, those sand whales can also fly. If we really do that, we will definitely anger them. At that time, not to mention entering the valley, I am afraid that we will be chased by them. Qin Feiyang asked, Elder, can't you do anything to them? Actually, I am only a one-star combat emperor. Unless the chief palace master comes personally. Elder Wan smiled bitterly. Chapter 163. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, then turned to Elder Wan and said, Elder, why don't you lure them away and we sneak in? Elder Wan said, how can we do that? What if there are other beasts in the valley? Won't you be dead? Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, we were able to escape from Zhuan, we should be able to do it this time. Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei nodded. Zhuan was an 8-star combat emperor. Even he couldn't sense the ancient castle, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to stay alive. It was impossible for there to be a beast stronger than a combat emperor in the valley. This, Elder Wan pondered for a while and nodded, all right, be careful. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei to the ancient castle. Then, Elder Wan grabbed him and landed on a hill. It was about 500 meters away from the valley. Kid, don't try to show off. Do what you can. Elder Wand exhorted. Then, he rose into the air once again and flew towards the valley. Roar! A roar was heard. A giant creature rushed out from the sand and stood in front of Elder Wand. Its whole body was black and its body was dozens of feet long. It was like a towering mountain, ferocious and awe-inspiring. Sand whale. Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. Elder Wand stopped in the air and cupped his hands. Everyone, I have no ill intentions. Please make way for me. However, what answered him was a giant tail. Another sand whale rushed out from the ground, its huge tail covering the sky and the sun as it fiercely smacked towards Elder Wand. If that's the case, I have no choice but to offend you. Elder Wand's body trembled, and a powerful force burst out of his body. Clang! At the same time, a giant blade appeared in the void behind him. It was dozens of feet long and its whole body was black. It emitted traces of black light and rolled in all directions, stirring up heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That giant blade was not a real giant blade. It was Elder Wand's fighting soul. The fighting soul was his trump card. Normally, it wouldn't be activated unless it was a matter of life and death. But now, Elder Wand had activated his fighting soul right from the start. This showed how cautious he was. Slash! As he roared, the giant blade tore through the sky, and the sharp edge tore the sky and split the earth. It actually split the two sand whales in half. Voila! Blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. Roar! This move angered the entire group of whales. One by one, the sand whales rushed out of the ground and pounced toward Elder Wand with a ferocious might. Several battle spirits appeared behind them. The fighting souls were the same. They were both pitch-black eyes, as if they were formed by demonic qi. They could absorb people's minds. Jiang Haotian, those eyes can confuse a person's mind. You're too weak to resist them. Don't look. Elder Wand shouted. The old hand reached out, and battle qi gushed out like a torrent, turning into iron chains with arms. They tore through the air and tied up all the sand whales. At the same time, he shouted, I can't hold on for long. Take the opportunity to go in. Qin Feiyang immediately used the smoke-gathering steps. Like a sharp arrow, he shot out from the sand dune. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. He pushed his speed to the limit, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Puff! However, at this moment, Elder Wand spat out a mouthful of blood. A sand whale broke free from its restraints and pounced toward Qin Feiyang with a terrifying ferocious might. Evil beast, die! Elder Wand shouted angrily. The giant blade on his back tore through the sky like lightning and cut the sand whale in half. Roar! The other sand whales were even more irritable. The iron chains condensed from battle aura broke one after another, making loud clanging sounds. Elder Wand also spat out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was only 50 meters away from the valley. At most, 5 breaths. No, he only needed 3 breaths to enter the valley. However, the sand in front of him suddenly surged. Qin Feiyang's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a step forward. Whoosh! A white light flashed past his original position. It was so fast that even Qin Feiyang could not catch its true appearance. Following closely, the blood-red light turned in the air and attacked his back again. Qin Feiyang felt cold all over and entered the castle without hesitation. What is it? It's so fast. He was extremely surprised. However, in the current situation, it was a race against time. He could not continue to hide. Taking out the Chang Shui, he left the castle without hesitation. Immediately, he saw a small snow-white snake on the ground in front of him. The small snake was only the length of a chopstick. Its whole body was like jade. Its pair of long and narrow eyes were emitting a soul-stirring cold light. White Jade Devil Snake. Qin Feiyang could not help but exclaim. The White Jade Devil Snake was very beautiful. It was even more beautiful than jade. However, its toxicity made one's scalp tingle. Once bitten, even an antidote pill could not completely eradicate it. Moreover, its toxin could destroy one's cultivation. One's body would be good and bad until one finally died. That's right. Ling Yunfei's father must have been poisoned by the White Jade Devil Snake, which was why his injuries kept repeating. Hiss. When the White Jade Devil Snake saw Qin Feiyang, it immediately turned into a ray of light and shot towards the space between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. Jiang Haotian, hurry up. Elder Wan's voice came from the sky. At this moment, his entire body was dripping with blood. The war spirit was about to collapse. Qin Feiyang was burning with anxiety. Although this White Jade Devil Snake was not a War Emperor level beast, its speed was extremely fast. It was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. How could he fight with his little strength? Let's go all out. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward, his gaze locked onto the white light. Seeing that he was about to collide with the White Jade Devil Snake, he suddenly raised his hand and slashed at the White Jade Devil Snake's head. Hiss. The White Jade Devil Snake was split into two on the spot. Chang Shui was unharmed. However, Qin Feiyang was sent flying by that terrifying force. Chang Shui also flew out of his hands. Even the right hand that was holding Chang Shui, accompanied by a cracking sound, the skin and flesh were split open, and the bones were broken. Bang! He was like a meteorite, smashing into the sand dozens of meters behind him. The blood in his body was surging, and his internal organs were injured. He couldn't even stand up, and his consciousness was quickly being devoured by the darkness. With a thought, he pulled Feng Ling Air out of the castle and shouted, "Hurry up and help me." Although Feng Ling Air was petite and exquisite, she was extremely strong. She bent down and picked up Qin Feiyang, then ran over to pick up Chang Shui. When she saw the White Jade Devil Snake beside her, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her body and mind, and quickly ran towards the valley. So fragrant, so soft. Qin Feiyang's consciousness was muddled as he muttered softly. The smell of Feng Ling Air's body was very pleasant to smell. It was a unique fragrance of a virgin. Somewhere, it was also very soft and springy. But hearing these words, a row of black lines suddenly appeared on Feng Ling Air's forehead. What kind of time was it, and he still had such evil thoughts? Little bastard, he was really a pervert. If it weren't for the crisis now, she would definitely throw Qin Feiyang on the ground and then kick him a few times. Finally, Feng Ling Air ran into the valley. When she ran in, she glanced at the stone wall next to her. Sure enough, she found a name somewhere. Ling Feng. This proved that it was this valley. Under the name, there was a line of big words engraved. Those who enter the valley, please kneel down. What does it mean? Feng Ling Air held Ling Yunfei, with a head full of doubts, and ran towards the lake without looking back. At the same time, listen to the 8 directions, observe the 4 directions. Unexpectedly, they didn't find the shadow of a beast. Those who enter the valley, please kneel down. This sentence should be left by Ling Feng. It might mean that if you want to enter the valley, you must first kneel down and worship, and those sand whales may not block the way. Qin Feiyang's weak voice reached Feng Ling Air's ears. Feng Ling Air stopped and asked suspiciously, "Is that what it means?" "Inform Elder Wan and let him try." Before Qin Feiyang could finish, he fainted. Feng Ling Air turned to look at the sky and shouted, "Elder Wan, quickly kneel down and worship." Kneel down? Elder Wan raised his eyebrows. He was the War Emperor, a powerhouse who stood at the top of the pyramid in the county of Yen. His pride didn't allow him to do such a thing. He shouted, "Is the valley dangerous?" "Not for now." Feng Ling Air shook her head. "Well then, I'll retreat first. When you come out, I'll come to pick you up." Elder Wan said, and then let go of the battle chi chain. Dragging his severely injured body, he turned around and flew away. Some of the sand whales immediately roared and chased after him. The other group of sand whales surrounded the valley and blocked the entrance, staring coldly at Fong Linger. Fong Ling Air's face was a little pale. But seeing that those sand whales didn't intend to rush into the valley, she was slightly relieved. She took out a healing pill and a bone-replenishing pill and fed them to Qin Feiyang. "Little bastard, wake up," she mumbled to herself, looking very anxious. Although the sand whales didn't come in, she felt a little scared to be stared at by so many powerful beasts. Dozens of breaths passed. Qin Feiyang's closed eyelids finally moved. He slowly opened them and whispered, "Am I dead?" "Not dead." Fong Ling Air was overjoyed. Finally, there was someone who could talk. Qin Feiyang also breathed a sigh of relief. "No, my injuries are too serious. I have to recuperate first," he muttered to himself. He grabbed Fong Ling Air and entered the castle. "Little Qin Zi, are you okay?" Wolf King hurried forward and asked with concern. "I'm lucky that I'm not dead." Qin Feiyang forced a smile. He took out a supreme healing pill and a bone-replenishing pill and stuffed them into his mouth. Although Fong Ling Air had fed him before, the effect of ordinary pills couldn't be compared with that of supreme pills. Half an hour later, his injuries had more or less recovered. "Let's go out and have a look." Qin Feiyang got up. His eyes flashed, and he appeared in the valley with Fong Ling Air. When they saw those sand whales, the three of them couldn't help but feel numb. Why didn't they come in? Ling Yunfei was puzzled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know, but this is a good thing. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures." "Wait, I want to see the name left by my father first." Ling Yunfei turned around and looked at the sand whales blocking the entrance. He swallowed and walked over slowly. Chapter 164. All the sand whales stared at the three of them. Their huge pupils were filled with a terrifying ferocious light. However, not a single sand whale stepped into the valley. It felt like in their eyes, this valley was a sacred and inviolable place. After a dozen breaths, the three of them carefully came to the front of the stone wall, almost a meter away from the sand whale blocking the entrance. They could even clearly feel its breathing and hear its heartbeat. Ling Yunfei looked at the stone wall, and when he saw the two words Ling Feng, his face was filled with sorrow. "Father," he muttered to himself, reached out, and touched every stroke, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Qin Feiyang said, "The cause of your father's death should be related to the white jade magic snake, but I have already killed it. It can be considered as revenge for your father." Fong Ling Air glanced at the yellow sand outside the exit and asked, "Is there only one white jade magic snake?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "White jade magic snake is rare. To be able to meet one, our luck is already very good." "Very good luck?" Fong Ling Air was stunned, turned around and rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang, encountering such a ferocious creature, and said that it was good luck. She really didn't know if there was a hole in this guy's head. "Why is your IQ so pitiful? Can't you see that I'm being sarcastic?" Qin Feiyang despised. "You," Fong Ling Air immediately gnashed her teeth. "All right, stop talking nonsense," Qin Feiyang impatiently scolded. Ling Yunfei was still feeling sad. How could they be fooling around here? However, when he thought of the white jade magic snake, he couldn't help but feel scared. If he had been accidentally bitten at that time, he would have followed in Ling Feng's footsteps. Moreover, that white jade magic snake was not weak, at least the strength of the War King. If not for Chang Shui, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to enter the valley. A moment passed. Ling Yunfei wiped away his tears and smiled, "All right, let's go." In the valley, silence reigned. Along the way, the three of them did not see a single ferocious beast. Not to mention ferocious beasts, there wasn't even a bug. Strange. Is a place like this worth the protection of so many sand whales? Foam Linger frowned, her face full of puzzlement. After searching for half a day, he still couldn't find a single medicinal herb, let alone a peerless treasure. Ling Yunfei said, "There doesn't seem to be any danger at the moment. Why don't we split up?" "I agree. This will save a lot of time." Foam Ling Er raised her hand. "I don't agree." Qin Feiyang shook his head. What if he encountered danger? He was not afraid. He could just hide in the castle. However, Foam Ling Er and Ling Yunfei had nowhere to hide. Until evening. They almost turned the entire valley upside down, but still couldn't find anything of value. The three of them sat on a rock by the lake and lowered their heads. They were very frustrated. They spent a lot of effort to break in, but in the end, there was nothing. Wasn't it obvious that they were playing tricks on them? Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at Ling Yunfei. "Think about it again. What else did Auntie say to you?" Ling Yunfei shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Show me the map your father left." Ling Yunfei took out the map and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Spreading out the map, Qin Feiyang looked at it carefully. He didn't miss any small detail. After a while, a trace of disappointment crept into his eyes. This was a very pure map of the entire valley, and there were no hidden mysteries. He was going to return it to Ling Yunfei. But suddenly, he sniffed with force, and a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. Then, he put the map on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. There was a faint fragrance that went into his nostrils. "Did you find something?" Ling Yunfei and the other two looked at him in surprise. Qin Feiyang remained silent, his brows tightly knitted. "I understand." After a while, a bright smile crept onto his face. "Understand what?" Ling Yunfei were puzzled. What was this guy up to? "Look carefully." Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously, walked to the lake, put the map in the water, and soaked it. "What are you doing?" Ling Yunfei's face changed greatly and hurriedly rushed up. Although the map was no longer useful, it was left to him by his father. It had the meaning of treasuring. "Don't worry. This paper has been waterproof. It won't rot." Qin Feiyang reached out to stop him and said with a smile. He took the map out of the water and opened it again. The map didn't change at all, but there was a red arrow symbol on the lake. "Ah! Qin Feiyang, what's going on?" Foam Ling Er and Ling Yunfei were very surprised. "There's a special kind of ink. It will show up when it meets water. When the water dries up, it will disappear. And it can be preserved for hundreds of years. And this kind of ink usually emits a wisp of fragrance, but it's very light. If you don't pay attention, it's easy to miss." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Fragrance?" The two were stunned and went up to smell it carefully. "There really is." Foam Ling Er looked at Qin Feiyang strangely and said, "Ling Yunfei has been carrying it with him for so long, but he didn't smell it. You can smell it at once. Do you have a dog's nose?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, "I say, woman, can't you be a little bit more virtuous? Besides, I can smell it, which means that I'm careful. Unlike you, careless and heartless. Be careful that you don't become a leftover woman one day. How dare you curse me?" Foam Ling Er gnashed her teeth and suddenly said with a teasing smile, "Who was the one lying in my arms and saying that I smell good? Little brother, are you interested in me?" "Ah." Ling Yunfei was stunned and looked at the two strangely. Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned. Being molested by a woman? If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? He stepped closer to Foam Ling Er and put his arms around her slender waist. He said with an evil smile, "Little girl, are you going to play with fire? Do you want me to help you?" Foam Ling Er's pretty face immediately turned crimson. "Bastard, how dare you molest me?" The next moment, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and pushed her knee up. Qin Feiyang hurriedly retreated and was so scared that he was sweating all over. If he was hit, wouldn't his balls be smashed on the spot? This stinky woman was really ruthless. Ahem. Ling Yunfei couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed and teased, I don't object to the two of you flirting, but shouldn't you wait until you're done with your business? Qin Feiyang and Feng Ling glared at him at the same time. Phew. Qin Feiyang secretly let out a sigh of relief. He threw the map to Ling Yunfei and turned around to look at the lake in front of him. He said, since the arrow points to this lake, then there must be something important underneath this lake. Ling Yunfei said hurriedly, then what are we waiting for? Let's go down. Wait. Qin Feiyang grabbed him and shook his head. Don't worry. Your father left a mark, which means that he must have been here and even entered the lake. But why didn't he bring the thing out? After Qin Feiyang said this, Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling expressions became serious. Qin Feiyang said again, I suspect that this lake is not as calm as it looks. After that, he picked up a wash basin-sized stone and threw it out with force. It smashed into the center of the lake and immediately splashed up big waves. Whoosh! At the same time, streaks of white light shot out of the waves. Qin Feiyang and the other two's expressions changed and they hurriedly hid behind a stone. Their whole bodies were dripping with cold sweat. Because that white shadow was none other than the white jade demonic snake. Moreover, not one or two. It was a group. It was a group. It was hard to imagine how many there were. The three of them looked out and saw that the white jade demonic snakes had returned to the water and the water surface was gradually calming down. Feng Ling turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, didn't you say that the white jade demonic snake is very rare? But why is there a nest here? Ling Yunfei said with lingering fear, fortunately, I didn't jump down just now, otherwise, speaking of this, he couldn't help but shiver. The white jade demonic snake is indeed rare, but in this place, we can't treat it with common sense. But just now, we didn't see a single white jade demonic snake by the lake, which means that they are basically concentrated in the center of the lake and at the bottom of the lake. The white jade demonic snake I met at the entrance should have heard the commotion outside and went out to check it out. In other words, Ling Yunfei, your father was not injured at the entrance, but after entering the lake, he was bitten by the white jade demonic snake. Qin Feiyang thought. Ling Yunfei looked at the lake, his expression gloomy to the extreme. Feng Ling said, now is not the time to think about revenge, not to mention that there are so many white jade demonic snakes, who knows which one bit your father back then? Ling Yunfei said, then let's kill all of them. Feng Ling said, that depends on whether you have the ability now. Let's think about how to get into the lake first. I have a way to get into the lake, but I'm afraid it's almost impossible to get out. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. He could use the castle to slowly sink to the bottom of the lake, but he couldn't use the castle to rise from the bottom of the lake. At that time, they would have to swim up by themselves. But this method obviously wouldn't work. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang said, how about this, you guys hide here and wait for me, I'll go down and take a look. If there's an accident, at least we won't be trapped at the bottom of the lake. Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, even if you go to the bottom of the lake, it won't help, because you can't leave the castle. Qin Feiyang said, since we're already here, we can't just turn around and go back. Ling Yunfei said, no, since we came together, we have to face any difficulties together. I'll go down with you, senior sister Ling, will wait outside. I don't even have the image crystal, what's the use of staying outside? Feng Ling rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense, do as I say. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he walked to a big tree, took out the chang shui, cut the tree into several pieces, and threw them into the lake one by one. The last piece of wood floated in the middle of the lake. Chapter 165. Be careful. Wait for my news. After reminding Feng Ling and Li Zi, Qin Feiyang rushed out from behind the stone, stepped on the broken wood floating on the lake, and swept toward the center of the lake. Whoosh! As soon as he landed on the last broken wood, a group of white jade magic snakes jumped out of the water and swarmed toward Qin Feiyang. At this moment, Ling Yunfei and Li Zi's hearts were in their throats. If they were bitten, not to mention one Qin Feiyang, even 100 Qin Feiyang would die today. Whoosh! In a flash, Qin Feiyang entered the castle. The castle also fell into the lake and quickly sank to the bottom of the lake. Wolf King opened his eyes, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and sighed. Little Qin Zi, you're courting death. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Haven't you heard of this saying? Wolf King said disdainfully, Brother Wolf wants to see what kind of treasure you can get. Don't be trapped at the bottom of the lake and cry for your parents. Don't I still have you to accompany me? Qin Feiyang smiled slyly. Fuck, Brother Wolf forgot. Wolf King suddenly got up and roared at Qin Feiyang, you bastard, you actually dragged Brother Wolf into this. Do you still have a conscience? Brother Wolf must have been blind to be friends with a bastard like you. You're really slow. Qin Feiyang shook his head in disdain. He calmed down and listened carefully to the movements outside. What should we do? Brother Wolf hasn't fallen in love yet. He can't be trapped here. Who can save Brother Wolf? Little Qin Zi, you scammer, Brother Wolf won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The Wolf King cried out in grief and paced around anxiously. Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at it and mocked, look at your cowardly face. Why don't you think about which female wolf would like you? Wolf King said disdainfully, Tisk, there's nothing in this world that Brother Wolf is afraid of. Today, Brother Wolf will risk his life to accompany you. Villain? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this ruffian wolf. He focused all his attention on the movements outside. The sound of water could be heard in the castle. It was like the sound of a fish swimming in the water. But it was definitely not a fish. It was the white jade devil's snake. Moreover, as the castle continued to sink, the sound became louder and louder. This meant that, the more white jade demonic snakes he encountered, the more white jade demonic snakes there were. The Wolf King asked in puzzlement, Little Qin, is the speed at which this ancient castle is sinking fast? I'm sensing it. It's quite fast. Qin Feiyang said. Wolf King sighed, if only I could see the scene outside. It's too hard to listen like this. Don't be naive. It's good enough to hear the sound outside. Qin Feiyang shook his head. If he couldn't even hear the sound, it would be even more difficult. Hundreds of breaths passed. The noise outside actually gradually became softer. A man and a wolf looked at each other. Was there no white jade demonic snake at the bottom of the lake? Gradually, the sound disappeared completely, and the castle fell into a dead silence. Qin Feiyang said, Do you want me to go out and take a look? Wolf King hurriedly said, Don't alert the snake. Wait until it reaches the bottom. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang sensed that the castle was not moving. It should have sunk to the bottom. He listened carefully for a while. Hearing nothing, Qin Feiyang planned to go out and take a look. Brother Wolf said with a sinister smile, Little Qin Zi, if you die outside, this castle will be Brother Wolf's. You don't have any objections, do you? If you don't have any objections, write a will first, in case Uncle Yuan comes back and snatches it from Brother Wolf. I'm done with you. Qin Feiyang glared at him angrily and disappeared in an instant. At the bottom of the quiet lake, Qin Feiyang suddenly appeared. The first feeling was pressure. The water pressure was so strong that he almost suffocated. He hurriedly operated his true qi to protect his body and then looked around. The lake water was very clear, like a mirror. He could clearly see the surrounding scenery. And within his line of sight, there was not a single white jade demonic snake, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He looked up again. In the water layer dozens of meters above, there was a group of white jade demonic snakes playing happily. He had to hurry up. Otherwise, when those white jade demonic snakes found him and waited at the bottom of the lake, it would be bad. He glanced at the bottom of the lake and didn't find anything strange, so he slowly swam forward, trying not to make any noise. After swimming for about a dozen breaths, his eyes suddenly trembled. More than 10 meters ahead, there was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged. And that skeleton was very complete. Its whole body was as white as jade, without any trace of decay. Even on the surface, there was a layer of hazy treasure light, like a peerless divine skeleton. At the bottom of the lake, there was a skeleton. This gave Qin Feiyang a very, very big impact. Could it be that the sand whale outside and the white jade demonic snakes in the lake were guarding this divine skeleton? He temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart and carefully observed the skeleton's surroundings. He didn't find any white jade demonic snakes, so he swam over. Looking closer, he found a jade box next to the skeleton's feet. The jade box was pure white, about a foot long, with a strange pattern engraved on it, which seemed to be the symbol of a cluster of flames. What's this? Qin Feiyang reached out to grab the jade box and was shocked to find that the jade box was as heavy as a mountain. Even if he used both hands, he couldn't move it half an inch. Is it stuck to the bottom of the lake? Qin Feiyang frowned. He simply let go and entered the castle. What did you find? Wolf King asked. I found a skeleton and a jade box, but the jade box is very heavy. I can't move it. Qin Feiyang explained the general situation. Wolf King's pupils constricted and he said in surprise, soaking in the water, the skeleton didn't show any signs of decay. How strong was he when he was alive? Qin Feiyang said, it's very likely that he was a peerless expert. Wolf King's spirit was lifted, and he said with rapid breathing, there must be some incredible treasure in the jade box left behind by such a person. Hurry up and get it in. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, took a few deep breaths, and appeared next to the skeleton again. Looking up, he saw that the white jade demonic snakes didn't notice anything unusual at the bottom of the lake, so he held the jade box with both hands and used all his strength. Finally, the jade box moved. At the same time, Qin Feiyang thought, and the next moment, he appeared in the castle with the jade box. Bang! As soon as the jade box landed on the ground of the castle, it hit with a deafening sound. So heavy. Wolf King's eyes were shining, lying next to the jade box, drooling. Qin Feiyang said, try and see if you can open it. I'll go outside and look for other things. Wolf King said, go, look carefully. Qin Feiyang appeared at the bottom of the lake again and looked around the skeleton, but he didn't find anything else. He went to other places to look. After searching the entire bottom of the lake, he didn't find a second treasure. So, he returned to the skeleton and looked at it curiously. Immortal bones, according to the quality, it can definitely be sold for a high price. But who would sell a skeleton? He was quite conflicted. If someone was here, they would definitely roll their eyes on the spot and despise him. He was already thinking about money. Let's just move to the castle first. When we go back, I'll ask Manager Li if I can sell it for money. Qin Feiyang grabbed the skeleton's arm and exerted a little force. His eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. It was actually very heavy. It was also very strong and hard. Next, he used 120% of his strength but still couldn't move the skeleton. He even felt that it was heavier than the jade box. Qin Feiyang was not depressed, but his eyes were shining. The strength of this skeleton must have been heaven-defying when it was alive. Every single bone could be forged into a divine weapon. He grabbed one of the skeleton's ribs and pulled with all his strength. Although he couldn't move all of it, it would be good if he could get a rib. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break the rib. Instead, his arm was cut by the bone spur next to him, and blood was gushing out. I don't believe it. Qin Feiyang looked at the wound and his stubbornness came up. He took out the chang shui and cut it lightly, cutting off a rib. It's actually so easy. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Whoosh. At this moment, there was movement above. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw a group of white jade demonic snakes swooping down crazily. Not good, it must be the blood flowing out of my wound that alarmed them. His face changed, and he hurriedly cut off 5 more ribs, grabbed 6 ribs, and entered the castle. However, Qin Feiyang didn't notice. The blood flowing out of his wound was actually all absorbed by the skeleton. As for the skeleton, it seemed to have moved slightly. In the castle, Qin Feiyang sat on the ground. His entire body was drenched and he was gasping for breath. Wolf King glanced at him and locked his eyes on the 6 ribs. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he pounced on it. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and his veins were bulging. He roared, "Bastard, you even want to snatch the bones, are you a dog? Brother Wolf is willing." The Wolf King smiled proudly and bit down on one of the ribs. Immediately, a crunching sound could be heard. "It's broken?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He used all his strength and couldn't break it, but it was actually bitten off by Wolf King. Ow! Wolf King immediately howled, and blood flowed out of his mouth. As for the rib bone, it fell to the ground with a clang. "It's not broken." Qin Feiyang looked down and his expression froze. The ribs were intact. Then what was with the sound from before? Could it be? He raised his head and looked at the Wolf King. When he saw the Wolf King jumping up and down in pain, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turned out, it wasn't Wolf King who broke the ribs. It was the ribs that broke 2 of Wolf King's teeth. Wolf King said angrily, "You can still laugh? Don't you have any sympathy? Serves you right, this is retribution. Who told you to snatch it?" Qin Feiyang got up, crossed his arms, and did not hide the gloating on his face. This was called eating one's own medicine. Humph. The Wolf King snorted coldly and looked at the 6 ribs again. Although there was still greed in its huge eyes, there was also a trace of fear. Qin Feiyang bent down and picked up a rib. Looking at the broken part, it was as flat as a mirror. Although the bones were hard, the chang shui seemed to be sharper. Uncle Yuan said that the chang shui was given to him by his mother. But why didn't he remember that his mother had such a sharp dagger? Chapter 166. Qin Feiyang now felt that chang shui's origin was even more mysterious than Uncle Yuan's. After taking a healing pill, Wolf King urged, "Little Qin Zi, think of a way to open the jade box." "Didn't I ask you to think of a way?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Brother Wolf has tried everything, but I can't open it. I really want to pee to quench its thirst." Wolf King was indignant. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked down at the jade box. Since chang shui could even break the ribs of skeletons, this jade box should be able to be opened, right? Let's do it. He walked to the jade box, grabbed chang shui, and gently scratched the jade box. At that moment, a hole appeared. So awesome. Wolf King's eyes glowed green and he drooled. It turned out that this dagger was the real treasure. Qin Feiyang was also very excited and quickly broke the jade box in half. After opening the jade box, the man and the wolf were stunned. There was only a piece of iron inside. The iron was rectangular and dark. It was about the size of the cover of a book and had a strong ancient aura. "Hey!" Qin Feiyang looked at it curiously for a while and suddenly said with surprise, "White-eyed wolf, did you find that the material of this iron seems to be similar to the material of the 6-word divine formula?" Wolf King nodded and said, "It does seem to be similar. Let's compare it." Qin Feiyang put chang shui on the ground and was about to take out the iron. However, he found that the iron was heavier than he imagined and he couldn't pick it up at all. What's going on? He was stunned. After pondering for a while, he finally understood, and the corners of his mouth pursed into a trace of a bitter smile. It turned out that the real heavy thing was not the jade box, but the iron. "White-eyed wolf, move aside." Qin Feiyang got up, pulled up his sleeves, and clasped the edge of the jade box with both hands. He exerted all his strength, causing the veins and blood vessels all over his body to bulge. Large beads of sweat also appeared on his forehead. After using all of his strength, he finally poured the iron block out of the jade box. With a loud bang, it smashed into the ground. The iron block was very thin, only about 4 or 5 centimeters. There were no patterns or words on it. However, the more Qin Feiyang looked at it, the more confused he became. No, it's not a piece of metal. It's a book. His eyes trembled, and he spent a tremendous amount of effort to flip the iron block over. As expected, 2 ancient and majestic characters entered his line of sight. The pill scripture. In other words, the side just now was the reverse side. This was the true face. When he saw the 2 words, pill scripture, Qin Feiyang's head buzzed as if it was about to explode. Although he didn't know what the pill scripture was for the time being, every stroke exuded a majestic aura that impacted his soul. It was hard to imagine how great the person who wrote these 2 words was. Wolf King was also attracted by the pill scripture. His eyes were burning. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Look, there are 2 small words next to the 2 words, pill scripture." Qin Feiyang looked. There were 2 small words. Wutian. These 2 words were written with iron hooks and silver strokes, and they also carried a magnificent aura. Wutian? This should be a name. But why have I never heard of this name? Is it not someone from the great Qin Empire? Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground and looked at the 4 words on the cover. To be able to write such words, his cultivation must have reached the realm of heaven and earth. He couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps this was really a supreme treasure. Wolf King urged, "Open it and take a look." Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and tried his best to open the cover. The first page appeared. The pages of the book were the same as the pages of the 6-word divine formula. They were made of an unknown divine iron and were as thin as a cicada's wings. On top of it, there were lines of small words that were densely packed together. Qin Feiyang simply sat on the ground and read carefully one by one. Gradually, his eyes emitted a fanatical light. This pill scripture recorded all pill formulas and refining methods. Just the first page recorded more than 30 pill formulas. The most basic healing pill, bone replenishing pill, body tempering pill, chi gathering pill, face retaining pill, illusion pill, bliss pill, myriad spirit pill, and so on. There were even beast spirit pills, calamity spirit pills, marrow cleansing pills, scarlet-colored glass pills. All the pills that Qin Feiyang had heard of were written on it. There were also some pills that he had never even heard of. On the first page, there was a pill called Potential Pill that he had never heard of. White-eyed wolf, this time we've really found a treasure. No, this can no longer be described as a treasure. This is a treasure trove. We're going to be rich. Qin Feiyang was so excited that his hands were trembling, and he couldn't even speak properly. What did he lack the most right now? Without a doubt, it was pill formulas. And this pill scripture contained a myriad of things, enough for him to enjoy for a lifetime. From now on, he would no longer have to worry about pill formulas. Wolf King said anxiously, "Then take a look, is there any pill that can make Brother Wolf speak?" Telepathy was not very convenient after all. For example, after Wolf King and Qin Feiyang separated, it could not use the image crystal to talk to Qin Feiyang. It could only gesture. Who knew what it was gesturing? It was all guesswork. Wait a minute, let me take a look. Qin Feiyang searched carefully for a moment, and suddenly saw the 3 words Calamity Pill. His eyes immediately surged with bone-piercing killing intent. Calamity Pill. He would never forget it. Back then, it was because he was forced to take the Calamity Pill that he lost all his cultivation and became a cripple. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Wolf King looked at him in surprise. Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head, the killing intent in his eyes receding like the tide. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will let you guys have a taste of the Calamity Pill. Muttering to himself, he continued to read. Finally, he shook his head and said, "There's nothing on the first page. Let me look at the second page." However, when he turned to the second page, he realized that he couldn't turn it. Could it be that my cultivation is not enough again? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and looked at the bottom of the page. Sure enough, there were a few small words written on it. Only when you step into the War Chief realm can you turn to the second page. Wolf King immediately lost interest, his gaze shifted to Chang Shui, and began to have ideas about Chang Shui. When Qin Feiyang noticed Wolf King's gaze, he frowned and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, nothing." Wolf King hurriedly shook his head, as if he had a guilty conscience. After getting along with him for so long, Qin Feiyang had long known this ruffian wolf like the back of his hand. He could see through its thoughts with a single glance. His expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "White-eyed wolf, let me tell you, you can snatch anything, except for Chang Shui." "Why?" Wolf King looked at him suspiciously. "Chang Shui was given to me by my mother." Qin Feiyang grabbed Chang Shui and lowered his head to size it up. There was a melancholy between his brows that could not be removed. Wolf King fell silent. It knew about Qin Feiyang's background. Therefore, it was very clear how much Chang Shui meant to Qin Feiyang. Wolf King raised its paw and patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder, and said seriously, "Don't worry, Brother Wolf promises that I won't have any ideas about Chang Shui in the future, and will protect it with you." "So serious?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. To be honest, he was still not used to it. However, in his heart, he was quite grateful to Wolf King. After putting Chang Shui into his cosmos bag, Qin Feiyang stood up and used half an hour to move the pill scripture to the altar and placed it beside the iron box. At that moment, he collapsed from exhaustion and lay on the ground. His whole body was covered in sweat, and water could be wrung out of his clothes. "Wutian, who the hell is this person? How precious the elixir recipe is, and it's all recorded in the pill scripture." He looked at the top of the castle, his eyes full of doubts. A moment later, he finally recovered. He got up and walked to the altar, opened the 6-word divine formula, and compared the two. The materials were actually the same. Wolf King said, "Do you think the 6-word divine formula was also written by this person called Wutian?" "No. Although the materials are the same, the font is different. The font of the pill scripture is very beautiful and complete. But the font of the 6-word divine formula is a bit sloppy and not standard. It's obvious that it's not from the same person." Qin Feiyang said. Hee, if Ling Yunfei and the others knew that we had such a treasure, what kind of expression would they have?" The Wolf King snickered. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Ling Yunfei, we must tell him, but Feng Ling Heir and Elder Wan, we must hide it from them first. After all, the pill scripture is too important. If there is a slight mistake, it will lead to a fatal disaster." "That's right. No matter if they have evil intentions or not, it's always right to take precautions." Wolf King nodded. "Well, it's time to inform Ling Yunfei and the others." Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and infused it with true qi, quickly recovering. Not long after, the shadows of Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Heir appeared. "How is it?" Ling Yunfei asked anxiously. "I didn't find anything," Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "With so many sand whales and white jade demonic snakes guarding, how could there be nothing?" Feng Ling Heir frowned. "There is, but it's a skeleton. I got a few ribs." Qin Feiyang picked up 6 ribs and waved them at the image crystal. Feng Ling Heir's face darkened, and said speechlessly, "You won't even let go of the bones of the dead, aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Then what else can we do? We can't go back empty-handed, right? Also, don't underestimate these bones of the dead. These are all divine weapons. After I get out, I'll let you guys slowly appreciate them." Qin Feiyang laughed. "TSK." Feng Ling Heir looked disdainful and asked, "Do you have a way to get out?" There are white jade demonic snakes everywhere in the water. How can I get out? Help me think of a way. Qin Feiyang was very distressed. If they were trapped here, sooner or later, they would run out of ammunition and food. He and Wolf King would only have a dead end. However, seeing Qin Feiyang's distressed look, Feng Ling Er was very happy. She laughed gloatingly. Anyway, you and that wolf cub are not good things. It's good to be trapped down there, so that you won't come out and bring disaster to the country and the people. This stinking woman. Wolf King was burning with anger and roared, Little Qin Zi, when we get out, find a chance to force her down and give birth to a nest of little Qin Zi. Let's see how she can be so awesome in the future. A nest? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, and he directly gave it a slap on the head and said angrily, Do you think I'm a pig? A nest? If you don't know how to speak, don't say it. Feng Ling Er frowned and said unkindly, Are you two talking bad about me? Who dares to talk bad about you, a tigress? Chapter 167. Although there were many white jade demonic snakes at the bottom of the lake, they shouldn't be able to stop Elder Wan. However, the premise was that Elder Wan could enter the valley. Okay, don't worry. We'll go find him right away. Ling Yunfei responded, turned off the image crystal, and ran toward the entrance of the valley with Feng Ling Er. Wolf King asked, Little Qin Zi, how long do we have to wait before Brother Wolf can openly be presumptuous in Yen City? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't worry, it'll be soon. Wolf King said angrily, Nonsense, how can I not be anxious? Since leaving Iron Ox Town, Brother Wolf has been hiding in this godforsaken place every day. I'm almost depressed. Qin Feiyang rubbed its head and said with a smile, Okay, I know you've been working hard. Let me tell you something. On the day Yi and the first prince get married, I'll announce my true identity. On the day of the wedding? Wolf King was slightly stunned and said in surprise, Are you playing a big game of chess? It's not a big game. It's just a small game. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned to look at the pill scripture. After a quick glance, his eyes were fixed on the 3 words, potential pill. Outside, at the entrance of the valley, Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er stood on a steep rock and scanned the front. As far as the eye could see, other than the group of sand whales, there was nothing else. Ling Yunfei said, All the sand whales that were chasing Elder One have returned. He should be hiding somewhere to recuperate now. Grandpa Wan, where are you? Feng Ling Er shouted into the void. Elder Wan, answer us if you hear us. Ling Yunfei also shouted. His voice was loud and reverberated in all directions. Whoosh! Soon, a figure of light broke through the air. It was Elder Wan. The blood on his body was still wet. At the same time, those sand whales turned around and looked at Elder Wan, their eyes full of ferocity. Elder Wan didn't dare to get close. He stood in the sky far away and looked down at the two of them. He asked, Are you coming out? Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, There's no way out yet, because Jiang Haotian is trapped at the bottom of the lake by the white jade demonic snake. Elder, quickly come in and help him. Trapped at the bottom of the lake? Elder Wan frowned. He glanced at the group of ferocious sand whales and said helplessly, They are blocking the entrance. How can I get in? Feng Ling Er said, Grandpa Wan, please condescend for a moment. Kneel? Elder Wan asked. Ling Yunfei nodded. This, Elder Wan hesitated. Ling Yunfei hurriedly said, Elder Wan, this disciple knows that it is too difficult for you to kneel, but Jiang Haotian is this disciple's only friend. Please help him. Elder Wan remained silent, his brows tightly knitted. Senior sister, what should we do? Ling Yunfei turned to look at Feng Ling Er anxiously. Feng Ling Er said, Go down and prove it to Elder Wan. Prove? Ling Yunfei was stunned, then suddenly realized. He jumped a few times and landed at the entrance. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground with a face full of sincerity. All the sand whales immediately turned to look at him. When Ling Yunfei bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, the sand whales actually retreated to the side and made a path for him. So magical? Elder Wan was dumbfounded. Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei were also in disbelief. Then, Ling Yunfei stood up and carefully took a step forward. The sand whale next to him was motionless. Seeing this, Ling Yunfei let out a long breath and walked out step by step. The sand whales just looked at him and didn't hurt him. After walking out, he looked up at Elder Wan and said with a smile, "Elder, did you see? This is the only way to get in and out of the valley." Whoosh! Elder Wan landed next to Ling Yunfei and looked at the sand whales. Roar! However, as soon as he landed, a group of sand whales rushed toward him with a murderous aura. Ling Yunfei's expression changed and he urged, "Elder, hurry up." "Damn it!" Elder Wan cursed. He bent his legs and knelt on the ground. However, those sand whales didn't stop because of his kneeling. How could this be? Ling Yunfei was very surprised and doubtful. "Bastards, do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Elder Wan suddenly stood up and a terrifying aura roared from his body. It wasn't easy for him to put down his self-esteem and kneel down to worship, but this was still the case. He couldn't take it anymore. Ling Yunfei said hurriedly, "Elder, please don't do anything. Leave quickly." He could roughly guess. It must be because Elder One had killed a few sand whales earlier. Therefore, these sand whales wouldn't let him in no matter what. If they continued to fight, he was afraid that even he, Feng Ling Er, and Qin Feiyang would be in danger. Elder Wan frowned. Looking at Ling Yunfei's anxious face, he really couldn't bear to refuse. He nodded and said, "Okay, be careful. I'll wait for you in the distance." After saying that, he rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and quickly disappeared. Those sand whales also stopped. Ling Yunfei turned around and cupped his hands. "Seniors, can you let me in again?" The leading sand whale shook its head. Ling Yunfei's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "Why?" The sand whale didn't answer him. "What should we do now?" Ling Yunfei panicked. "Right. Quickly informed Qin Feiyang." He took out the image crystal and quickly became excited. When Qin Feiyang learned of the situation, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom. If he couldn't get out, what was the use of getting the alchemy scripture? The Wolf King was so anxious that he stomped his feet. "Don't panic." Qin Feiyang took a few deep breaths and quickly calmed down. He lowered his head and pondered. There was always a way out. It was impossible for there to be no way. Suddenly, his gaze was fixed on the 6 ribs. Sand whale and white jade demonic snake were obviously guarding the skeleton. Then they should be in awe of the skeleton. If he put the skeleton's bones on his body, would the white jade demonic snake not dare to approach? When he told this idea to Wolf King firmly opposed it. Because this was just a guess. What if something happened? Forget it. If we don't try, we will be trapped here forever. What's more, even if it doesn't work, I can just hide in here. They can't hurt me. Qin Feiyang said. "All right, be careful." Wolf King warned, feeling very worried. Qin Feiyang nodded, holding 3 ribs in each hand. With a thought, he appeared next to the skeleton. Immediately, he couldn't help but feel his scalp explode. The skeleton was surrounded by white jade demonic snakes. It was so densely packed that even wind couldn't get through. If it was another person, seeing this scene, he would definitely be scared to death. Qin Feiyang was also ready to return to the castle immediately. But he found that those white jade demonic snakes, although fierce, did not approach and surrounded 2 meters away. They did not attack him. In those narrow little eyes, when they saw the ribs in Qin Feiyang's hand, there seemed to be a trace of fear. Is it really as I guessed? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the ribs and slowly lifted them up. Those white jade demonic snakes also retreated, the fear in their eyes was even stronger. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang was ecstatic. Without wasting any time, he swam towards the lake. The white jade demonic snakes in front of him also retreated. Soon, he found another abnormality. In the eyes of the white jade demonic snakes, in addition to awe, there was also a trace of anxiety. Are they afraid that I will take these bones out? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. But now, he was not in the mood to care. As long as he could leave the lake, nothing else mattered. Dozens of breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally came out of the water and saw the sun again, making him feel as if a lifetime had passed. Whoosh! Dong! The group of white jade demonic snakes was always around him, jumping up and down anxiously. Qin Feiyang ignored them and quickly swam towards the shore. When he climbed ashore, the white jade demonic snakes also followed. Never ending? Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "If you don't hurt me, why would I do this? Don't pester me anymore." However, those white jade demonic snakes did not listen at all. Who is this person? Is he worthy of these fierce beasts' protection? Qin Feiyang looked back at the lake, full of doubts, and ran towards the entrance. Fengling Air was still standing in front of the entrance, racking her brains to think of a way. "Hey, why are you still here?" Suddenly, a puzzled voice came into her ears. Qin Feiyang. She was refreshed and hurriedly looked up. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she shouted, "Stop!" Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at her in confusion. The distance between the two was only a dozen meters. "First, tell me clearly, what is this situation?" Fengling Air was very surprised. Thousands of white jade demonic snakes surrounded him but did not hurt him. This was simply a strange story in the world. It's all thanks to them. Qin Feiyang grinned and waved the 6 ribs. Fengling Air frowned. "I told you that these bones are treasures, but you don't believe me." Qin Feiyang shrugged helplessly. Fengling Air's mind was in a mess. Since when could even the bones of the dead be called treasures? Wasn't it too ridiculous? Hiss! At this moment, a white jade demonic snake, with a harsh hiss, rushed towards Fengling Air. The other white jade demonic snakes also seemed to have received orders and rushed towards Fengling Air. Damn it, what's this situation? Fengling Air's face was pale. These little things are quite smart. Qin Feiyang murmured. Obviously, the white jade demonic snake wanted to threaten him with Fengling Air. Clang! He quickly took out Chang Shui and shouted, "Whoever dares to move again, I will destroy these bones." The white jade devilish snakes stopped in unison and turned their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. There was actually a trace of pleading in their cold eyes. "Get out of the way!" Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. Now, he certainly could not give the 6 ribs to them. Otherwise, he and Fengling Air would be finished. However, the white jade demonic snakes did not get out of the way, as if they were in a stalemate with him. Roar! A sand whale suddenly let out a furious roar. The white jade demonic snakes finally got out of the way. Qin Feiyang hurried over and joined Fengling Air. Fenglinger said in surprise, "Scoundrel brat, what the hell is this dead person's bone in your hand? Let's go out first." Chapter 168. Fengling Air looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. Wasn't it just a few broken bones? Was there a need to act like, with the bone in hand, I have the world? Besides, these sand whales were not something that the white jade magic snake could compare to. They were all existences at the War Emperor level, would they buy this? However, the next moment, she was dumbfounded. The sand whales that were blocking the entrance all retreated, making a wide path. Qin Feiyang frowned. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Oh. Fengling Air nodded her head, took a step forward, and ran towards Ling Yunfei. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind. The white jade magic snake and the sand whale also followed behind them. The scene was extremely vast. After the three of them met up, Ling Yunfei anxiously looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are you all right?" "I won't die, let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled and urged. Feng Ling Er turned her head to look at the group of fierce beasts behind her, and said worriedly, "I'm afraid that no matter where we go, they will follow us." Qin Feiyang frowned, and said, "Call Elder Wan over." Feng Ling Er shouted, "Grandpa Wan, come over quickly." Not long later, Elder Wan broke through the air and arrived. When he saw the scene, his old eyes were filled with bewilderment. Shwa! He vigilantly landed beside the three of them, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, "Stinking brat, tell me honestly, what did you do to anger the heavens?" "Let's go first," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Elder Wan nodded, waved his old hand, and swept up the three of them into the sky. Roar! Dozens of sand whales roared towards the sky, bringing with them a world-shaking might as they rushed into the sky, chasing after the four of them. The group of white jade magic snake also chased after them in the desert like a madman. Elder Wan said in shock and anger, "Bastard, what exactly did you do?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's because of these bones." Elder Wan frowned. He grabbed a rib and examined it carefully. Several breaths later, his eyes shone brightly and his old face was filled with shock. This old man has never seen such hard human bones before. If it can be forged into a weapon, it will definitely be invincible and invincible. Elder Wan said excitedly. Feng Ling Er and Ling Yunfei looked at each other in disbelief. Elder Wan turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked with a beaming smile, "Haotian, do you think you can?" without waiting for him to finish speaking. Qin Feiyang snatched it over and put it into his chinkuan bag. He smiled and said, "Elder, don't be in such a hurry. We can discuss it slowly after we return." All right. Elder Wan nodded, but there was a glint in his eyes. Behind him, bestial roars shook the heavens. His ferocious might covered the sky and covered the earth. Their faces turned pale. Feng Ling Er said anxiously, "Grandpa Wan, they're still chasing after us. What should we do?" "Unless we return the bones to them," but Elder Wan frowned. It was obvious that he was reluctant. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head without leaving a trace. He understood what Ling Yunfei meant and took everyone to hide in the castle. But now, Wolf King was inside. Once Elder Wan went in, he would definitely associate it with his true identity. After all, this old man was the law-enforcing elder of the martial imperial palace. How could his mind be simple? "Come back." Just when the four of them were at a loss, an ethereal voice sounded in the minds of all the sand whale and white jade demonic snake. However, Qin Feiyang and the other three didn't hear it. Suddenly, the sand whale and white jade demonic snake both stopped, looked at the four of them coldly, and turned back. What's going on? Why aren't they chasing? Sensing the abnormality behind them, Qin Feiyang and the others looked back and were extremely surprised. Isn't it better if they don't chase? Well, let's go back to Yen City at full speed. Jiang Haotian, tell us about the situation in the valley. Elder Wan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile. Then he propped up a battle chi boundary and led the three of them away without looking back. And on the same night, with a loud boom, the valley sunk into the desert. Along with it, dozens of sand whales and countless white jade demonic snakes disappeared. 21 days passed. Yen City finally entered Elder Wan's sight. Elder Wan said, "Brat, we've arrived at Yen City. Come out quickly." These days, Qin Feiyang had been in the castle, copying the return formula. The last stroke had been half successfully copied. Hearing Elder Wan's call, he closed the iron book and appeared in the boundary. At the same time, Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er also opened their eyes one after another. We're finally back, but this time, I didn't get anything. Feng Ling Er sighed and glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Why are you waiting for me? It's not like I forced you to go." "Bastard," Feng Ling Er gritted her teeth. Whoosh. Elder Wan led the three of them and flew directly into the city. Although there were rules in Yen City that forbade flying on beasts, this was only for ordinary people. Experts like Elder Wan were not restricted. And the news of Qin Feiyang's return immediately spread like wildfire in Yen City. For a time, spies from various forces rushed to the Martial Imperial Hall. It could be said that the clouds were moving from all directions. Martial Imperial Hall. Conference Hall. The beautiful woman had been waiting for a long time. When Qin Feiyang and the other two entered, they were immediately scolded. The three of them were also unprecedentedly obedient, lowering their heads and silently being scolded. A moment later, the beautiful woman seemed to be thirsty. She picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked, "Do you dare to sneak out again in the future?" The three of them shook their heads. The beautiful woman said, "Since you know your mistake, then don't go to the pig cage." What? The three of them were stunned. Ling Yunfei asked, "Elder, you really got a pig cage? Do you think we're joking?" Elder Wan snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang and the other two immediately broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they were not stubborn. Otherwise, they would really go to the pig cage for a while. It was scary just thinking about it. The beautiful woman waved her hand and said, "All right, you can leave. I still have something to discuss with Elder Wan." "Wait." Elder Wan hurriedly got up and said with a smile, "Jiang Haotian, this old man has worked hard on this journey. Do you want to give me one of those human bones?" "Of course, this is what I should do." Qin Feiyang took out a rib and handed it over with both hands. "Eh." The beautiful woman's face suddenly revealed a look of surprise. "Then I'll take my leave first." Qin Feiyang had just turned around when he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Elder Wan and smiled awkwardly. "Seniors, now that I'm back, shouldn't you return Fatso and Lu Hong's image crystals to me?" The beautiful woman took out 2 image crystals and placed them on the table. She said coldly, "If you dare to run around again, I'll confiscate them all." I won't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and went forward to put away the image crystals. Then, like a thief, he quickly slipped away. After the three of them left the main hall, the beautiful woman could not help but shake her head and laugh. Then, she looked at the rib in Elder Wan's hand and frowned. "Where did you get this?" "Jiang Haotian brought it out from that place," Elder Wan said as he sized up the human skeleton. His old eyes shone brightly. "This human bone is glowing with a layer of treasure light. This person's strength must have reached the peak when he was alive. When did such an expert appear in the county of Yen?" The beautiful woman was puzzled. Elder Wan said, "I'm also puzzled. Why don't we discuss it with the Hall Master? To be honest, I want the Hall Master to go with me to the Desert of Death again and get the skeleton out of the lake." "Okay." The beautiful woman nodded. Soothing Lake. As soon as Qin Feiyang returned, Shijing frowned and looked at him unhappily. Qin Feiyang was a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, "Senior, I'm really sorry about that." Shijing said, "I hope there won't be a next time." "Definitely not." Qin Feiyang raised his hand and promised. After sending Shijing away, Qin Feiyang walked into the pavilion. Fatso and Lu Hong immediately ran down from the second floor. "Jiang Laoda, I missed Fat Lord so much." Fatso opened his arms and ran towards Qin Feiyang, the fat all over his body jiggling. Qin Feiyang's face twitched as he dodged sideways. Fatso immediately looked at him with hidden bitterness. Qin Feiyang shivered, goosebumps all over his body. "Can you stop disgusting me?" Glaring fiercely at Fatso, he walked to the side of the tea table and sat down on the chair. He gently rubbed his forehead, looking a little tired. Seeing this, Lu Hong very sensibly squatted at the side to make tea. Fatso sat next to Qin Feiyang and laughed. Boss, you went out for more than 50 days. Did you get any treasures? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, took out the image crystal, threw it on the tea table, and said, take good care of it in the future. If it's confiscated again, I'm not responsible. Fatso chuckled and hurriedly put it away. The tea is ready. Lu Hong poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Qin Feiyang. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked her, picked up the teacup, and said, tell me about the situation in Yen City these days. Lu Hong said, except for the marriage between the eldest prince and Lin Yi, nothing major happened. During this time, we also issued medicinal pills every 10 days according to your instructions. Since you left, we have issued 5 times. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, what about the blood-killing token? Lu Hong shook her head and said, Elder Ji is investigating, but he hasn't found anything. There is no news from Steward Li. Qin Feiyang drank tea while pondering. He had an intuition that the origin of the blood-killing token was definitely not simple. After a while, Qin Feiyang put down the teacup and said, Fatso, give me the eldest prince's medicinal herbs. Fatso frowned and said, do you really plan to refine for him? 10 sets of medicinal herbs, I can get 5 sets, which is equivalent to 20 million gold coins. Why wouldn't I refine? It's just that it's not so easy to take away these superb scarlet fire-colored glass pills. But this royal family is really rich. They actually used 5 superb scarlet fire-colored glass pills as a betrothal gift. Qin Feiyang lifted the corner of his mouth and sneered. Fatso was shocked. He took out a Qinquan bag, handed it to Qin Feiyang, and asked, what are you planning? Qin Feiyang took the Qinquan bag, looked at it a little, and said faintly, if there is no accident, the eldest prince will definitely come to me in these 2 days. At that time, you can say that I am cultivating and have no time to receive him. Okay. The two nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Lu Hong, help me prepare a brush and ink. Chapter 169. After Lu Hong went upstairs, Qin Feiyang asked, Fatso, how's her performance these days? Fatso chuckled and said, there's no problem at all. She's probably been completely conquered by your obscene power, boss. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, can you be more serious? Fat Lord is already very serious, okay? Fatso said, feeling wronged. Fine. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand and said, just pretend I didn't say anything. Duh. With a series of footsteps, Lu Hong came down from upstairs with a pen, ink, and paper. She came to the tea table and neatly placed them in front of Qin Feiyang. Then she sat aside and helped to grind the ink. She looked like a well-behaved little maid. Qin Feiyang observed Lu Hong for a moment and said with a faint smile, actually, you don't have to lower yourself. We can get along like friends, but the premise is that you don't do anything bad to me. Lu Hong was taken aback and asked, is it really okay? Of course. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Lu Hong also smiled, her face glowing. Not to mention, it was quite charming. In fact, Lu Hong's beauty was not bad. It was just that in the past, she often wore heavy makeup, which covered her essence. Because at that time, she had no strength or background. If she wanted to survive and go further, she had to give up her dignity in this way to please others. And since she followed Qin Feiyang, she no longer had to please others. She also slowly realized that she could live so easily. So gradually, she didn't care much about her appearance, which made her more charming. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took 2 pieces of blank paper and wrote with a pen. After a while, he made 2 lists. Then, he took out his Qinquan bag and threw it to Fatso, saying, take a look. See if there are any of the herbs on this list in my Qinquan bag. All right. Fatso immediately picked up the 2 pieces of paper and checked them carefully. Suddenly, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Boss Chin, Fat Lord can roughly guess what this list is. It should be illusory form pills, but why can't Fat Lord understand this list? This is a potential pill. Qin Feiyang said. As he spoke, two beams of light burst out from his eyes. Potential pill? Fatso was stunned and asked in confusion, how come I've never heard of Fat Lord before? Qin Feiyang said, not just you, even I haven't heard of it before. Hurry up and look for it. Oh. Fatso responded and busied himself with a belly full of doubts. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Hong and said, I want to talk to you about something. What is it? Seeing Qin Feiyang's serious expression, Lu Hong could not help but become nervous. Qin Feiyang said, actually, my real name is not Jiang Haotian, but Qin Feiyang. What? Lu Hong suddenly stood up and looked at him in shock. The person wanted by the royal family had actually been by her side all this time. What's there to be surprised about? Fatso pursed his lips and said. You know about it too? Lu Hong's face was filled with astonishment. Fatso said helplessly, not only Fat Lord knows about it, even Ling Yunfei and Feng Ling Er know about it. Only you, this fool, have never seen through it. What do you mean? Lu Hong frowned. Have you forgotten about the wolf in the castle? Fatso rolled his eyes. Lu Hong recalled carefully and finally understood. Her heart was filled with bitterness. Everyone who went to the castle had guessed Qin Feiyang's true identity, but she was completely unaware. She was too stupid. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, now you have two choices, leave or stay. Leave? Lu Hong frowned and said, aren't you afraid that I'll tell on you? That's because I misjudged you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Lu Hong looked at him in a daze. Originally, she thought that Qin Feiyang would say to kill her to silence her. But she did not expect that the result would be such an answer. Immediately after, Lu Hong smiled and said, I believe in Fatso's judgment. Fatso often whispered in her ear that Qin Feiyang was not a simple person. Perhaps this was an opportunity given to her by God, a way out. She was willing to bet on this. Fatso smiled and said, Fat Lord also has times when he misjudges. Lu Hong said with a smile, then I can only accept my fate. Ah. Fatso was stunned, then shook his head and laughed. He gave Lu Hong a thumbs up, his eyes full of praise. Lu Hong also never expected this ending. Once, she hated Qin Feiyang. Because back then in the pill hall, Qin Feiyang slapped her mercilessly and even almost killed her. Originally, she thought that they would be enemies forever. Unexpectedly, they became friends today. It was as if the heavens were playing a huge joke on her. And Qin Feiyang was also very satisfied with Lu Hong's performance. He took out a top-grade red fire-colored glass pill and handed it over with a smile, take it. In this way, Qin Feiyang only had 5 pills left. Thank you. Lu Hong took the top-grade red fire-colored glass pill. Her hands were trembling. She had been longing for this pill for a long time. Now that she finally got it, she felt like she was dreaming. Qin Feiyang said, oh right, prepare 2 more bamboo slips. Lu Hong was stunned and asked doubtfully, prepare the bamboo slips for what? Fatso rolled his eyes and said, nonsense, of course it's to give you a perfect martial skill. Lu Hong's delicate body trembled, her eyes were filled with tears, and her vision became blurred. A perfect martial skill, she didn't even dare to think about it before. Because that was an extravagant hope. It was impossible to achieve in a lifetime. But now, the person in front of her not only gave her a top-grade red fire-colored glass pill, but also a perfect martial skill. Was this really not a dream? Why? You don't want it? Then I won't force you. Qin Feiyang teased. Think about it, I'll go get the bamboo slips now. Lu Hong hurriedly nodded and ran upstairs happily. Fatso sighed, she's so easily moved, seems like she's quite simple. Everyone has a simple side, but under the cruel environment, it was buried. How is it? Did you find it? Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso nodded. There are all the medicinal ingredients for the illusory form pill, enough for you to refine dozens of them, speaking of which. A trace of suspicion crawled up in Fatso's eyes, and he frowned. But there are a total of 33 kinds of medicinal ingredients for this potential pill, and there are only 2 kinds in the universe bag. I say, boss, what kind of potential pill does it have? Fatso looked at him in confusion. It's a secret for now. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. At this time, Lu Hong took 2 bamboo slips and walked downstairs. The perfect martial skill that Qin Feiyang gave to Lu Hong was the mystic moon palm and gale steps. After copying it, he stood up and put away the universe bag, and said to the 2 of them, no matter what, you have to help me find the medicinal ingredients for the potential pill within 3 months, no matter the cost. All right. The 2 of them nodded. Also, if anyone asks, don't say the words potential pill. Qin Feiyang warned and then went to the castle. He first refined an illusory form pill and returned to Jiang Haotian's appearance. Then, he began to refine the 10 scarlet fire-colored glass pills. Outside, Fatso frowned and said, Qin Feiyang doesn't seem to be joking this time. When has he ever joked? Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him, lowered her head and muttered to herself for a while, then said, find a chance to go to the treasure pavilion and ask Manager Li, that's easy. Fat Lord will go find a disciple of the Martial Imperial Palace and send a message to Manager Li. You take care of things here. After Fatso finished speaking, he got up and left in a hurry. In the evening, Manager Li came to the soothing lake. When he saw the list, he immediately frowned. 33 medicinal ingredients, he had never seen them before. He looked at Fatso and asked, can I ask, what kind of medicinal ingredients are these? Lu Hong said with a smile, sorry, Jiang Haotian told me not to reveal it. Manager Li said, then where is he now? Lu Hong said with a faint smile, sorry, he is cultivating in seclusion and will not receive anyone for the time being. If you want to see him, I can make an appointment for you in advance. Appointment? Manager Li's old face tensed up, and he was very unhappy. In any case, he was the manager of the treasure pavilion and a war emperor. Now, he had to make an appointment to see a little martial master. What kind of world was this? Senior, you can't blame Jiang Lauda for this. He is really too busy. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Fatso chuckled. The world is really degenerating day by day. Manager Li sighed and nodded, okay, I will try my best to help you find these medicinal ingredients, but in terms of price, Lu Hong said with a smile, Senior, we are all old acquaintances. If you can give me a discount, try to give me a discount. You really don't want to suffer any losses. How much do you want? Manager Li was a little helpless. As much as you have. Lu Hong said. Okay, do you have an image crystal? Manager Li asked. Of course. Fatso chuckled and took out the image crystal. Lu Hong also took it out. This kid is really generous. Manager Li couldn't help but feel envious. The 3 of them bit their fingers and dripped a drop of blood on each other's image crystal, establishing a contract bridge. This way, it would be convenient for them to contact each other in the future. Dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Fatso frowned. His Royal Highness the eldest prince is here. Quickly opened the door to welcome him. A shout was heard. So arrogant. Fatso lifted the corner of his mouth and shouted mercilessly, Fat Lord is meeting an important guest. Wait outside for Fat Lord. Hearing this, the eldest prince, who was standing outside the door, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Next to the eldest prince, there was a young man in luxurious clothes. It was Lin Han's son, Lin Hao. Beside the 2 of them stood 4 palace guards. But these 4 guards were stunned at this moment. Lin Hao was also dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to speak to the eldest prince like this? After coming back to his senses, one of the guards suddenly shouted, You dare to let the eldest prince outside in the cold wind? Are you tired of living? Damn. So what if he's the eldest prince? This is not the palace. Don't be a tyrant here. Since you are here, you have to abide by Jiang Lao Da's rules. If I ask you to wait outside, then wait outside. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Fatso was extremely arrogant. He didn't take the eldest prince seriously at all. This is outrageous. Chapter 170. Stop. The first prince shouted. The guard turned around and looked at him with a face full of anger. First prince, your body is priceless. How can you be humiliated by these lowly commoners? That's right, although we are in the Martial Imperial Palace, we have every reason to ask the higher-ups of the Martial Imperial Palace for a reasonable explanation for how they treated you. Lin Hao also fanned the flames. Last time, Qin Feiyang went to the Lin family and took away 5 million gold coins. He and his father, Lin Han, still couldn't let go of it. If I say stop, then stop. When is it your turn to interrupt? The first prince said in a low voice. The 4 guards and Lin Hao's expression froze and immediately fell silent. Actually, the first prince was very angry and puzzled. From the time he met Qin Feiyang until now, he had never done anything to offend Qin Feiyang. But why would Qin Feiyang make things difficult for him at this moment? Could it be that because he could refine top-quality pills, he had reached the point of looking down on everyone? If that was the case, as the first prince of the royal family, he would definitely not let this go. In the guest hall, Manager Li was extremely shocked. Did this Fatso eat a leopard's guts? Fatso said shyly, don't look at Fat Lord like that. Fat Lord is not a girl. Ugh. Manager Li was stunned and directly retched. This damn Fatso was really disgusting. He didn't know how Jiang Haotian could stand it. Cough cough. He coughed and said in a low voice, Fatso, although the first prince doesn't dare to do anything to you in the Martial Imperial Palace, if you leave the Martial Imperial Palace, with his identity and status, he has 100 ways to kill you. You'd better keep a low profile. Fatso said disdainfully, TSK, only 100 ways. If he dares to provoke Fat Lord has 10,000 ways to teach him how to behave. Manager Li's face twitched, and he had the urge to beat Fatso up. It seemed that he couldn't stay in this place any longer. He didn't want to lose control and beat up Fatso. This old man is leaving. You don't have to send me off. After putting away the image crystal, Manager Li turned around and left in a hurry. Senior, please wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Hong opened her mouth and earnestly requested, I hope that you can help us gather these herbs within 3 months. 3 months? Manager Li frowned and nodded, all right, I'll start dealing with it when I get back. Lu Hong walked over and opened the door. She stepped aside and said with a smile, Senior, take care. Manager Li walked to the door and smiled at the first prince. The first prince bowed in a very humble manner. After that, Manager Li walked out and left the soothing lake without looking back. Only then did Lu Hong look at the first prince. She bowed and asked, Your Highness, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Hao said angrily, Are you going to let the first prince stand here forever? Who are you? Lu Hong furrowed her brows. Lin Hao said proudly, I'm the first young master of the Lin family, Lin Hao. I've heard a lot about you, young Master Lin. Now that I've met you today, you're indeed a talented and outstanding man. Lu Hong said with a smile, appearing gentle and courteous. Lin Hao became more and more proud. But suddenly, Lu Hong changed the topic and said coldly, We don't have many people here, so there's no one to serve you. If you want to be a first young master, go back to your Lin family. I won't see you out. Lin Hao's face immediately turned green. The first prince frowned and said with a smile, Miss, can you give me some face? How would I dare not give face to your highness? However, Jiang Haotian is cultivating in seclusion. Before he started, he told me not to meet anyone. If your highness is here for me and Fatso, we'll naturally welcome you. But if you're here for Jiang Haotian, please go back first and come back another day. Lu Hong said with a smile. How dare you? He really thinks he's a big shot. Tell him to come out immediately and kneel to greet your highness. The 4 guards flew into a rage. The first prince had lowered himself and came to visit in person, but he was rejected at the door. This was simply too much. Kneel to greet? Lu Hong raised her beautiful eyebrows. Ouch! Fatso shouted and walked to Lu Hong's side with his head held high. He glanced at the 4 guards and said disdainfully, Fat Lord, I was wondering who it was. So it's just 4 lackeys. Why are you so arrogant? In fact, no one was more arrogant than him now. Who are you talking about? The 4 guards' faces were gloomy. I'm talking about you. Can't you tell? Idiots. Fatso sneered. Clang. The 4 guards drew their swords at the same time. Oh. You want to fight? Come on, Fat Lord is standing here. If Fat Lord hides, he'll be your grandson. Fatso crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his nose to the sky, showing extreme arrogance. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill you. The 4 guards were furious. They raised their swords and slashed at Fatso's head. But at this moment, the first prince took a step forward and gave each of them a loud slap. The 4 guards were stunned on the spot. They were all fighting for the first prince. They thought that the first prince would reward them well. But they didn't expect that they would be slapped in front of everyone. The first prince shouted, What did I teach you? You have to be humble and polite. Don't you remember? Apologize to them now. They were also very angry. Didn't they see Shurjin glaring at them from next door? They still dared to fight here. They really didn't know what they were doing. I'm sorry, both of you. It's our fault. Please forgive us. The 4 guards didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly bowed to Fatso and Lin Hao to apologize. Fatso smiled disdainfully and looked at the first prince. He said lightly, Your Highness, even Stewardly didn't see Jiang Lao De just now, so we didn't discriminate against anyone. Please go back. In other words, he was saying that even Stewardly couldn't see him, let alone him. If he knew what was good for him, he should get out of here as soon as possible. The first prince grew up in the palace and had experienced a lot of intrigue. How could he not understand? But he didn't get angry. He chuckled and said, Since Brother Jiang is cultivating in seclusion, then let's forget about this matter. But I want to talk to the 2 of you. Do you have time? Fatso and Lu Hong looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. Lu Hong stepped aside and stretched out her hand. Your Highness, please come in. The first prince smiled and walked into the living room. Lin Hao and the 4 guards were about to follow him in. Bang! Fatso closed the door and shouted, Trash, wait outside. Trash. Lin Hao clenched his hands together with a ferocious look on his face. The first prince smiled bitterly and said, Brother Fatty, Lin Hao is my future brother-in-law. Do you think you can give me some face? Fatso said disdainfully, TSK, who in Yenching City doesn't know that Lin Yi is not his sister? Lu Hong smiled and said, Your Highness, just say it if you have something to say. A cold light flashed in the depths of the first prince's eyes. He smiled and said, Who do you think has a better future between me and Jiang Haotian? What do you mean? The 2 frowned. The first prince said, To be honest, I want you to follow me. As long as you agree, I will let my father personally come forward to reconcile with the Danwang Hall. At that time, you don't have to continue to hide like this. Poach people? Fatso couldn't help but sneer secretly. However, he didn't make a sound and paid attention to the changes in Lu Hong's expression. Lu Hong was also a little surprised. But she didn't show any expression of being moved. After a little hesitation, she smiled and said, Your Highness, I don't believe that a pie will fall from the sky. You are all smart people. The first prince smiled and said, I want you to be undercover around Jiang Haotian and help me control his whereabouts. Fatso joked, We haven't agreed yet, and you have already told us your purpose. Aren't you too confident? Although Jiang Haotian is a superb alchemist, he has no background and is not strong. If one day, Martial Emperor Hall no longer protects him, will he have a good end? You also know that the Danwang Hall will definitely not let him go. But I am different. I have the entire royal family behind me. Even if I make a big mistake, I will be safe and sound. You too, you are sensible people. I believe you know very well what to choose. The first prince looked at the two confidently. Fatso said, I think your real purpose is to take Jiang Laoda under your command. The first prince was astonished. He shook his head and smiled. Brother Fatty is really smart. That's right, this prince's ultimate goal is him. But you can rest assured that even if Jiang Haotian surrenders to this prince will still regard you highly. Fatso smiled slyly. Then what can you give us? Seeing that Fatty's heart was starting to waver, the crown prince's heart warmed. He smiled. Other than helping you to reconcile your relationship with the Pill Emperor Hall, this highness also solemnly promises to give each of you 1,000,000 gold coins, as well as a top-tier martial art. 1,000,000? Superior martial skill? Fatso was stunned and sighed. Your highness is really generous. The first prince smiled. This is the value you deserve. Fuck, Fat Lord can't hold it anymore. Fatso cursed and turned hostile on the spot. He shouted, I said you are fat, and you are really arrogant. 1,000,000 gold coins and a superior martial skill. Are you trying to send a beggar away? The first prince's face darkened. Fatso took out the image crystal and threw it on the tea table. He said contemptuously, this is a gift from Jiang Laoda to Fat Lord. How much is it worth? The first prince's eyes widened in disbelief. Surprised by this? Fatso sneered and said to Lu Hong, let him see it again. Don't you know how to keep a low profile? Lu Hong rolled her eyes at Fatso, but she also took out the image crystal and the superior red fire-colored glass pill that she had not taken yet. Because she also couldn't stand the first prince's self-righteous and arrogant face. The first prince was completely dumbfounded. Come. How much are these worth? By the way, there are 4 perfect martial skills, also given by Jiang Laoda. Fat Lord really can't understand. You are a prince, how can you give away 1,000,000 gold coins and superior martial skills? What are you still talking about? This is the value you deserve. Fuck, Fat Lord and Lu Hong are so cheap in your eyes? Originally, Fat Lord didn't want to embarrass you, but you shamelessly came. Tell me, aren't you looking for trouble? Chapter 171. The first prince was embarrassed. He blushed and wished he could find a hole to hide in. He thought that Fatso and Lu Hong were country bumpkins who had not seen much of the world and were easy to bribe. But he never expected that. In the end, he was the one who humiliated himself. He felt like a clown, making a fool of himself in front of the two. I couldn't hold back my temper. Your Highness, I'm very sorry. How about we talk again? Actually, it's not difficult to bribe us. As long as you give us 20,000,000 gold coins each, 2 red fire glaze elixirs, and 3 perfect martial arts techniques, Lu Hong and I will serve you wholeheartedly. Fatso raised the corner of his mouth and laughed. Pretend I didn't say anything. The first prince said and walked to the door, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Fatso laughed and said, Your Highness, walk slowly. Be careful not to slip and fall. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. The first prince grumbled, kicked the door open, and strode out. Your Highness, it's bad for your body to be angry. Why don't you stay for a cup of tea? Lu Hong leisurely walked to the door and said with a smile. Crack. The first prince almost fell down. He clenched his hands and said angrily without looking back, Tell Jiang Haotian to quickly refine the red fire glaze elixir. Lu Hong smiled and said, It may depend on his mood. Okay, I will think of a way to make him happy. Let's go. The first prince shouted coldly and went back home with Lin Hao and the others. Your Highness, take care. I won't see you off. Fatso waved his hand and said jokingly, "By the way, young Master Lin, Jiang Laoda asked Fat Lord to tell you that he wants to thank you and your father for giving him 5 million gold coins." Bastard. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and his eyes were burning with anger. "You actually want to bribe Fat Lord? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror?" Looking at their backs, Fatso sneered. Lu Hong said, "This kind of insufferably arrogant person is indeed disgusting. But this time, we'll have a grudge with the eldest prince." Fatso said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? As long as Jiang Laoda is here, we can rest easy." "You're right." Lu Hong nodded. If one day, the Martial Emperor Hall no longer protected them, they could just hide in the castle. Who would be able to do anything to them? Therefore, there was no need to worry at all. Qin Feiyang also heard it clearly from inside the castle, but he didn't take it to heart. The next day, Ling Yunfei arrived at the soothing lake and brought a piece of news to Qin Feiyang. Elder Wan and the palace master both left the martial imperial palace. As for where it went, no one knew. Qin Feiyang wasn't very concerned about this matter. When he told Ling Yunfei about the pill scripture, Ling Yunfei was also extremely shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect that there was such a treasure hidden at the bottom of the lake. Next, Qin Feiyang went into seclusion. The eldest prince and Lin Hao didn't take any action. But the spies of the major forces lurked around the martial imperial palace all day long like dog skin plaster. The martial imperial palace had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire Yen city. But as the source, Qin Feiyang, seemed to have disappeared from the world. Since returning to Yen city, he had never appeared in front of anyone. Whether it was the distribution of medicinal pills or others coming to him to refine medicinal pills, it was all handled by Fatso and Lu Hong. Gradually, everyone had the misconception that the 3 words Jiang Haotian seemed to have already become a legend. After a while, a sensational piece of news spread throughout Yen city. The royal family posted a notice. The adopted daughter of Lin family's Lin Han, Lin Yi, would officially marry the eldest prince 10 days later. It was also on this day. In the castle, Qin Feiyang's finger, which was pressed on the iron-bound book, trembled violently. Immediately after, a dazzling white light rushed out from the iron-bound book, illuminating the entire castle. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's cultivation also soared rapidly. Did it succeed? He was overjoyed. He hurriedly retracted his hand and took 2 steps back. His eyes were full of expectation. Wolf King also got up suddenly and ran to Qin Feiyang's side. He stood up like a human, and his pupils contracted tightly. The white brilliance was from the word "return" on the iron-bound book. The word "return" was condensed by true energy. But at this moment, it was like a peerless divine weapon, releasing a vast divine power. Under this divine power, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King actually had the idea of kneeling down and worshipping. Deep in their hearts, a sense of insignificance arose spontaneously. After a few breaths, Qin Feiyang's cultivation stopped at the 9-star martial master. Buzz. It was also at this moment. A sudden change occurred. The white word "return" actually turned golden. This small space instantly turned into a golden sea. Before the man and wolf could react, yet another strange phenomenon occurred that left them dumbfounded. The golden word "return" actually left the iron-bound book and gradually rose into the air, emitting tens of thousands of golden rays. The man and wolf could barely open their eyes. Whoosh! The next moment, the word "return" turned into a stream of light and disappeared between Qin Feiyang's eyebrows. The golden light in the castle also quickly dissipated. Qin Feiyang hurriedly raised his hand and touched the space between his eyebrows. His face was full of surprise. Looking at the iron-bound book again, there was only a blank page left. Wolf King urged, "Little Qin Zi, that word has entered the space between your eyebrows. It must be in your body now. Quickly look for it." All of this was too bizarre. For it was simply a fantasy story. It was very unreal. Qin Feiyang looked inside his body, but he found nothing. Suddenly, he felt that there was something strange in his palm. When he opened his hand to take a look, it immediately burst out a ray of strange light. He saw that there was a golden word, return, in the palms of both hands. Qin Feiyang said, "White-eyed wolf, let's have a try." "Okay." Wolf King roared excitedly, seeming to be even happier than Qin Feiyang. However, it stretched out its paw and gently patted Qin Feiyang's right palm. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, "Are you tickling me?" Wolf King smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm just afraid that the power will rebound. Just don't use your full strength." Qin Feiyang was quite speechless. "All right then, Brother Wolf will start." Wolf King gritted its teeth and slammed its paw into Qin Feiyang's palm. Bang! At that moment, it clearly felt that the power that was blasting towards Qin Feiyang, like a torrent, was all reflected back. Immediately after, it was shaken back by that force. It really works. Wolf King was shocked. Qin Feiyang was also stunned, and then he became excited and urged, "Try again with all your strength." Wolf King said angrily, "Do you want Brother Wolf's life?" Qin Feiyang patted its head and laughed, "Be good, you won't die." All right, don't disgust Brother Wolf." Wolf King couldn't help but feel a chill, retreated a few steps, and then rushed towards Qin Feiyang with all its strength, slamming its paw into Qin Feiyang's palm. "Ayo!" Wolf King immediately screamed. Its 3-meter-long body was like a meteorite, crashing into the wall behind it. Its paw was also broken. Its skin was torn open, and blood was flowing. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang didn't move at all. Damn, so awesome. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was actually a 100% rebound. Sure enough, it was a taste of his own medicine. If he fought with someone and the other party didn't know in advance, he would definitely suffer a great loss. This was a trump card. After coming back to his senses, he quickly took out a top-grade healing pill and bone-replenishing pill, ran to Wolf King, and fed it to Wolf King. Wolf King was about to scold him, but suddenly his eyes turned and he laughed. "Little Qin Z, try and see if you can teach Brother Wolf the returning character formula." "Teach?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked down at his palm, and frowned. If he could teach it, he would definitely not be stingy. After all, Wolf King was loyal to him, and he naturally wouldn't forget it if there were benefits. But he didn't understand the returning character formula. How could he teach it? After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I'm afraid not now, but when I figure out the meaning of the returning character formula, I will tell you as soon as possible." Wolf King couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't be like this. Although I can't teach you the returning character formula, I am sure that I can help you open the first level of the Gate of Potential, the ultimate realm of martial artists." "What?" Wolf King's eyes trembled, and he asked, "Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and frowned, "But the premise is that you have to find the medicinal materials." Then he looked at his palm again. The 2 golden words were really dazzling. He didn't know if they could be hidden. At this point, the word "returning" suddenly disappeared. Really? Qin Feiyang was startled, and with a thought, the word "returning" appeared once again. Wolf King was curious, and said, "Brother Wolf, why do you feel that the returning character formula is not some kind of divine art, but more like a divine weapon?" "I have the same feeling." Qin Feiyang nodded his head, seemingly deep in thought, then laughed and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as I can use the returning character formula." After hiding the word "returning," he turned around and walked to the front of the iron book. He tried to flip to the second page, but he couldn't. "Looks like I really have to wait until I break through to the War King realm. The returning character formula is already so powerful, this second divine art is really something to look forward to." Qin Feiyang muttered, then closed the iron book, closed the iron box, and left the castle. In the living room, it was empty. Qin Feiyang shouted towards the second floor, "Fatso, Lu Hong, come down for a moment." Soon, Fatso and Yi Zichen ran downstairs. Qin Feiyang asked, "How are you finding the potential pill's medicinal ingredients? Ask Manager Li directly." Fatso took out the image crystal stone, and after activating it with the true qi, Manager Li's shadow quickly appeared. Manager Li said in surprise, "Yo, isn't this Brother Jiang? What kind of wind is blowing today? You actually took the initiative to look for me? Senior, can we still have fun together?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "Sure, tell me, why are you looking for me?" Manager Li laughed. "Have you found all the medicinal ingredients?" Qin Feiyang asked. This old man is worried about this. 33 medicinal ingredients, this old man has already found 30 of them. There are still 3 missing, they are the blood ginseng, snow crystal, and 9 suns flower. However, this old man has already found out about the blood ginseng. Only the snow crystal and the 9 suns flower, until now, there has been no news at all. Chapter 172. Snow crystal, 9 suns flower. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked at Manager Li's shadow, and asked, "Have you searched other places?" "I've already ordered the treasure pavilions in the major cities to search with all their might. If we have more time, we should be able to find the snow crystal and 9 suns flower." "Brother Jiang, you're in such a hurry to get these herbs. What kind of pills are you trying to refine?" Manager Li looked at him in confusion. "This is a secret for now." Qin Feiyang smiled. Manager Li rolled his eyes. Acting so mysteriously. He wanted to see what this brat had up his sleeves. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you asked the royal family, the Danwang Hall, the Martial Imperial Hall, and the Lin family?" "This old man will have to go to those forces personally. But I've been too busy recently, so I haven't been there. I'm going to visit them one by one in the next few days." But some time ago, Jia He came to the treasure pavilion. Manager Li stopped abruptly, and there was a trace of anger on his old face. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Manager Li said, "To be honest, the blood ginseng is in Jia He's hands." Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up, his eyes shining. "Jia He has 3 blood ginseng, but he wants 3 supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills before he's willing to exchange with me. Although the blood ginseng is precious, it's not worth that price. He's obviously taking advantage of the situation." Manager Li was a little indignant at the end. 3 ginseng. Qin Feiyang was refreshed. Lu Hong was puzzled. "Senior, Jia He is a combat emperor, and supreme-grade red fire-colored glass pills are useless to him. What does he want to do?" Manager Li said, "Do you remember the person called Shuiyang?" The 3 nodded. How could they forget about that idiot? Steward Li said, "Last month, Shuiyang became his personal disciple." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "In other words, Jia He wants a top-grade crimson fire-colored glass pill in order to fulfill Shuiyang's wish?" "That's right. The other 2 were said to be the first prince's wedding gift." Manager Li nodded. Fatso sneered, "Old Jia, are you blind? Don't you know that Shuiyang is a pig?" "Fatso, your mouth is still so annoying." Manager Li laughed and scolded. He shook his head and said, "But this is his business. It's none of our business. The most important thing now is to quickly think of a way to get the blood ginseng." Qin Feiyang returned to his seat. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "Give him the medicinal pills." "What?" Manager Li's gaze trembled, and he said with a frown, "This old man knows that you still have superior-grade crimson fire-colored glass pills, but you can't squander them like this either. Although the superior-grade crimson fire-colored glass pill is precious, I have already taken it. There's no point in keeping it. It's better to exchange it for something valuable. However, it's definitely impossible to give him 3. At most, I can give him 2. Also, you can't say that I want it." Otherwise, even if you give him 10, he may not exchange it. Qin Feiyang laughed. You don't need to remind me. This old man knows. Manager Li rolled his eyes at him and asked, Are you sure? I'm sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right, this old man will go and talk to him now. You can ask old man Wan and the others. Anyway, you are also in the Martial Imperial Hall. This old man won't make this trip. Manager Li said. All right. Qin Feiyang stood up and cupped his hands. I hope that senior can make a trip to the royal family and the Lin family immediately, because I really need those medicinal herbs right now. Manager Li looked at him suspiciously and said, All right, this old man will arrange it. Then the shadow disappeared. There are still 10 days before Yi's wedding day. You have to hurry up. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and walked out of the pavilion. A moment later, he came to the entrance of the law enforcement hall and shouted, Elder Ji, Junior Jiang Haotian requests an audience. Come up yourself. Not long later, the beautiful woman's voice came from the second floor. Qin Feiyang walked up to the second floor, looked around, and saw a door that was only half closed. He walked over and saw Elder Ji sitting at the desk, writing something with his head lowered. He pushed the door open and walked in. What's the matter? Elder Ji raised his head and looked at him, then lowered his head and continued to write. Qin Feiyang stopped in front of the desk and said, Junior would like to ask, does the Martial Imperial Hall have blood ginseng, snow crystal, and 9 suns flower? Let me think. Elder Ji stopped writing, thought for a while, and said, Yes, 2 blood ginseng, 2 snow crystals. Why? What do you want? 2 snow crystals. Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly burned. He tried his best to control himself and not show it. He nodded and said, Yes, Elder Ji can name a price. Elder Ji smiled, I'm afraid that you can't afford the price I name. Qin Feiyang asked carefully, Elder, you won't ask for too much, right? I want you to join the Martial Imperial Hall, are you willing? Elder Ji said with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He really didn't expect Elder Ji to name such a price. However, these 3 medicinal herbs were very important to him. Elder Ji said again, If you agree, I'll give them to you for free. Now. Qin Feiyang began to regret. He should have let Steward Li do it. This way, Elder Ji couldn't find a reason to restrain him. How about this, on the day of the first prince's wedding, if Elder still invites me to join the Martial Imperial Hall, I will definitely not refuse. After thinking about it, Qin Feiyang could only think of this method. Really? Elder Ji immediately became spirited. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. 10 days later, he would announce his true identity in front of everyone in Yen City. At that time, he wasn't sure how the Martial Imperial Hall would treat him. All right, wait here. I'll go get you the blood ginseng and snow crystals right away. Elder Ji stood up and quickly walked out of the room. In her opinion, Qin Feiyang joining the Martial Imperial Hall was already a done deal. If we add the 3 blood ginseng in Jia Hei's hands, then we have 5 blood ginseng and 2 snow crystals. As long as I find 2 more 9 suns flowers, I can refine 2 potential pills. Qin Feiyang was excited just thinking about it. Suddenly, he noticed a blood-colored token on the desk. It was the blood slaughter token. Reaching out to grab it, he looked at it carefully. The beautiful woman quickly returned with 2 jade boxes in her hands. She placed them on the desk and smiled, These are what you want. I've taken a look. They are even rarer than the scarlet glass tree. I've paid such a huge price, don't go back on your words when the time comes. Do I dare? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and opened the first jade box. Rays of blood-colored light bloomed. Within the blood-colored light, there were 2 medicinal herbs lying quietly. It was half the length of a chopstick and its shape was similar to ginseng and fire ginseng. However, its entire body was blood red, as if it had just been soaked in blood, giving off a terrifying feeling. It was the blood ginseng. Qin Feiyang suppressed the excitement in his heart and opened the other jade box. A gust of cold air suddenly hit him in the face. Two extremely thin pieces of ice were placed within the jade box, and they were completely crystalline and translucent, and they emanated expanses of pure white icy mist. These were snow crystals. In fact, they were also ice cubes. But unlike ordinary ice cubes, snow crystals were born in extremely cold places and gradually condensed from cold air. The process would take at least more than 10 years. Although they were also ice, they would not melt as long as they were sealed well and were not exposed to the scorching sun. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Qin Feiyang closed the lid of the box quietly and kept it in his chinquan bag. Immediately after, he looked down at the blood-killing token in his hands and frowned. Elder Ji, it has been so long. Haven't you found out its origin? Elder Ji sighed. There are no clues at all. How can we find out? Qin Feiyang placed the blood-killing token on the table and smiled. Remember to tell me when you find out. Yes. Elder Ji nodded. I'll take my leave then. Qin Feiyang cupped his fists and turned to leave. Elder Ji's eyes flickered as he asked, the royal family is preparing to hold a competition. Are you interested in participating? Competition? Qin Feiyang raised his brows. Isn't the first prince getting married? Therefore, the king of Yen ordered to hold a competition for young people. The top 10 people will compete on the day of the first prince's wedding in front of all the big shots in Yen City. The top 3 people will receive generous rewards and can also participate in the royal banquet that night. For ordinary people, this is also a kind of glory. The registration will start tomorrow. Elder Ji smiled. Glory? Qin Feiyang sneered and turned to look at Elder Ji. He grinned and said, I want to join in the fun at the royal banquet. Will they reject me? Ah. Elder Ji was stunned and then shook his head and laughed. Indeed. With his alchemy skills, the royal family would love for him to go. In the eyes of the royal family, he might even be more important than her, the law enforcement elder. There was indeed no need for him to participate in such a boring competition. She waved her hand and said, Go back. If you want to leave the Martial Imperial Hall, report to me first. Okay. Qin Feiyang agreed readily and left the law enforcement hall quickly. He stood on a winding path with a face full of excitement. He had effortlessly obtained 4 stalks of such precious medicinal herbs. It seemed that even the heavens were helping him. Jiang Lao Da. At this moment, a familiar shout rang out. Qin Feiyang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Fatso running over. He asked in confusion, What are you doing here? Fatso chuckled. Steward Li just sent me a message saying that Jia He agreed and even obtained a 9 Suns flower from old dog He. 9 Suns flower. That's great. Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. In this way, he finally gathered the herbs for the first set of potential elixir. He really did not expect that it was Elder He who helped him so much. If those 2 old dogs know that Steward Li bought the 9 Suns flower and blood ginseng for you, they will definitely be furious. Fatso laughed sinisterly. This is nothing. When they find out the power of the potential elixir, they will definitely vomit blood on the spot. Qin Feiyang sneered. Vomit blood? Fatso was shocked. He hugged Qin Feiyang's arm and begged, Boss, just tell Fat Lord what kind of magical effect the potential elixir has. If I tell you now, there won't be any surprises. Just wait. Qin Feiyang patted his shoulder and turned to walk towards the tranquil lake. Buzz. At this moment,